Yeah, that's my boy.
anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Threat neutralized.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your fries, raising up with this and smashing through solid walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and weapon your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Threat neutralized.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat.
You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
Hey everyone, I'm Nick or Vaudable, and I'm here to bring you through all you need to know about Stage 1 for Ignite 2026. The preseason started out with a bang. We had some great champions that we crowned across the regions. Team Liquid Citadel in the Americas, Na'Vi or Not As Sincere in EMEA. We also had Reject in Pacific for Asia. Over in the OCE side of things, we had Genji take the win there in a pretty dominant performance. And in China, we actually had an upset. OUG didn't get the victory. It was the Iconics who were the ones who came out on top. But now let's shift gears. Let's talk about Stage 1. That's what you are all interested to learn more about. And let's get into the schedule first and foremost. Looking at our match calendar here for Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1. The group stages will take place on May 21st to June 7th. And then the second phase of the competition will be the playoffs from June 25th to July 5th. Might be wondering, why is this happening? Well, if we look at this map rotation graphic, it tells you all you need to know. Lower Manhattan's getting added to the map pool, but also we will have Season 8 be the patch that the group stages are played on, and Season 8.5 is going to be the one that the playoffs will be played on. So you'll have Devil Dinosaur chomping up the competition in the group stages, and Cyclops blasting people away in the playoffs. It's going to be a great one. Now let's talk about format and seeding. Seeding was already determined from placements in pre-season, and if you're watching this video, you probably already know exactly where those teams have meted out in their specific groups. Starting with the Americas Stage 1 format, you can see it as the exact same as it was for preseason. 2 groups of 6 teams will play through a round-robin style bracket, which means they play each other once, and the top 4 teams from each of those groups will move on to the playoffs. During the playoffs, this will all be best-of-5 matches, and that'll be starting from July 2nd to the 4th. And the finals, of course, will be the 5th with a best-of-7. Exact same is going to be happening for EMEA Stage 1. Will be a round-robin best-of-3 group stage with 2 groups of 6. The top 4 from each of those moving on into the playoffs, where they'll be playing a best-of-5 double elimination bracket with a best-of-7 final. Now, to talk a little bit about the Pacific format, I brought in an expert from the region. Liger, take it away.
Thank you, Vaudable. How's it going, everybody? It's Liger here. I'm here to tell you the structure for Ignite Pacific. Now, we're going to start off with OCE, okay? We've got a group stage double elimination running from the 21st to the 24th of May. Then, Asia will be taking place with a group stage of their own, but round-robin format from the 29th of May to the 7th of June. Now, how's this going to work is we're going to get the top 2 from OCE and then the top 6 from Asia going into a combined, that's right, it's merging everybody into a Pacific playoff.
These teams are competing for a lot, not just spots in mid-season final, but it's also prizing $650,000 in total is up for grabs, and it is split $200,000 each for EMEA and Americas, $120,000 for Pacific, and $100,000 for China. Now, Stage 1 serves as the only qualification path into the mid-season finals. Now you might be wondering how many teams from each region make it in. It's 3 from Americas, 3 from EMEA, 2 from Pacific, which can either be both OCE teams, an OCE and an Asia team, or 2 Asia teams, depending on how their playoffs go, and 2 teams from China for a 10-team total bracket. With limited spots available, this means every single series carries direct implications for the mid-season final qualifications. Now, here's one thing to note that if you saw some of the patches that were posted on social media, you might be questioning, where are the drops? What are the drops? What can we expect for that when we're tuning in to the action? Well, I'm here to tell you at least a little bit and give you a preview of some of those. It's time to talk about the Stage 1 Twitch drops. So if you remember way back when that Sentinels and NRG Shock were playing against each other in the playoffs on Symbiotic Surface and Crimzo opened up a portal, Dongmin jumped in and he got kidnapped by Stinkers on NRG. Well, that entire moment is immortalized in a spray by one of the lovely community artists out there, and you can get that just for watching Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 during the group stages for just 4 hours total. That's just like a couple matches. Could be 2 best of 3s that go the distance. Maybe just watch a game throughout each day, and you'll easily be able to get that spray alongside 100 chrono tokens, the Galactic Lair Mood, and the Wolverine Will of Galacta nameplate. This is, of course, alongside the current Rogue drops that are going to be running in tandem for Season 8. And that's the big thing to note. These end before Season 8.5, before the playoffs, which means in the rest of Stage 1, there will be more drops to stay tuned for. So definitely keep an eye out for those, as you do not want to miss them and keep up with the action.
But Vodable, who should I root for?
I've been asked to power rank teams, give my analysis about, who to predict to potentially get those 3 spots from EMEA and Americas, the 2 from Pacific and 2 from China. I'm not going to make it easy on you guys. There's other content for that later on. But I do have some experts to tell you who they are personally rooting for to win Stage 1 in their respective regions. So let's hear from a good old friend here in Americas.
Hey everybody, my name is Shibby. I'm a Marvel Rivals caster and content creator, and my good friend Vodable has asked me who I am cheering for in Stage 1. So for Americas, I am a YWL Glazer. I love the way Jitward and the gang play Marvel Rivals. They don't follow the conventional rules, and a lot of their roles are very fluid, which makes them very exciting to watch. And for EMEA, I am the OG Na'Vi Glazer, so I'm very happy that they won in the preseason, and I anticipate that they are going to carry that momentum going into Stage 1.
Well, Shibby, you might not want to speak too soon on that one. I have someone else who has some other opinions on who should probably win EMEA.
What's up, guys? It's me, Boring Nation, and for Season 1 of Ignite, I am rooting for Team Virtus Pro. Even though they might have been absolutely obliterated last time, that was a fluke. It was bad luck for me, and this time they got locked in.
I don't know, I'm starting to think these predictions are very bold, saying that Virtus Pro will lock in. We need some more grounding here from another pro or coach in the scene in EMEA.
I am Line Pro Coach for Team Heretics, which is your new favorite Marvel Rivals team that you should be rooting for, not only because during this preseason we finished top 2 in EMEA, only losing to Na'Vi, which was a world finalist, but also because we have the best bundle in the game, which is the only one that you can have to be playing for the vibes.
Okay, a top 2 finalist we saw during the preseason. Not too bad of a reason to vote for them. The vibes are really good at Heretics. I get that. Let's talk about Americas a little bit more here and actually hear from one of the players that have a little bit more insight onto why you should root for their team.
Hey, this is Spark Chief. I play for Team Liquid Citadel, and you should root for us because, as you saw in preseason, every other team is just clueless about what they want to do, and you'll just be miserable if you don't.
Okay, that's a low blow, Spark Chief. I think he's talking about our predictions. I think no one got it perfect for Americas. I got really lucky with OCE 100%, All-Seeing Oracle, Ignite 2026. Thank you very much. Speaking of OCE, we do have a pro from that scene who does have some words for you.
Hey, I'm Skittles. I play strategist for Genji Esports. If you want to watch a creative team that throws the meta out the window every season and has fun while doing it, make sure to show us your support in Pacific Stage 1 Asia. You can also rep our bundle in gear. You get a pretty cool Deadpool skin, so thank you to those that have bought it so far. But yeah, thank you guys as always. We won't let you down. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Skittles, for giving us your opinions, and we'll definitely be picking up that bundle. I already have, but I recommend, picking up any of the partner bundles that are available for the teams that you're rooting for. But we do have one final guest here who does have some opinions, and it's not my cat. We'll hear from them about their team that they think is going to win Stage 1.
Yo, surprise! You're probably blinded right now, and if you can't tell from the hairline, or lack of hairline, I am J3, and I am rooting for Swamp Gaming since I, live in Florida and I live in the swamp. And I think you guys should be cheering them on too because they are going to be winning Stage 1.
Okay, we got some insight from the community members. Thank you all for being a part of this video. But the big things that you need to know for each region. Number 1 for Americas is Team Liquid Citadel right after Swamp Gaming. And then it's just a graveyard after that. It could be YWL. It could be Sentinels. It could be 100 Thieves. It could be NRG Shock. It could be anyone in Americas right after those two. So those are your safe bets for people to make it into the mid-season finals. It's a toss-up from there on out. In EMEA, it's a little bit more kind of top heavy, you could say, as well. You do have Na'Vi, who did really well for themselves. Were the first team to beat Virtus.pro in a number of months in an entire series. And actually, since we saw way back when during stage 1, and now we got to see it happen again here in the preseason. Then Rad beat them as well. So I think they're going to have a bit of a comeback. I think it's going to be Na'Vi, then VP, then probably Heretics, and then Rad and Shikigami somewhere in there. Pulsar has some potential based on the players that they picked up. I'll let you take a look at their roster and see what your thoughts are there as well. Other side of things, in Pacific specifically, there's the two favorites, right? It's Gen.G, it's Reject. Those are the two teams that should make the mid-season finals. Everyone else is kind of a toss-up. You could have Z10, you could have Chiefs, you could have some unknown rosters that get brought in here as well throughout the offseason into the fold. So we don't really know who else is going to be contending with those top two teams. On the other side of things, for China, it's been more parity than ever, right? OUG fell earlier on. We saw Conix get the victory. Fiat Lux doing really well for themselves. Those are the big three, and they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to see who comes out on top and makes it to those mid-season finals. So if you have three in your mind, those would be the three to look at. Wouldn't be too surprised if OUG bounces back. Conix maybe falls down a little bit. And we saw some big pickups in the offseason for Fiat Lux, so I could see them actually making it. But that's everything you need to know for Stage 1 of Ignite. Go enjoy the matches, and we'll see you later.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1, Day 1. And the group stage is now open. The race for the coveted mid-season final trophy starts now. I'm Cozy, your host for today, joined by the man with the big calls, the myth Gaskin, and of course, our spicy take, King Dogman. And fellas, it's great to have you here today. Give me one word. What do you want from Day 1 to kick this thing off?
I got bangers, Coz. What about you, Gask? I think bangers today.
Unpredictable will be my word for you, Cozy. Unpredictable.
Absolutely. That's what I want to see from both of it. And hey, that's going to be just like the preseason, because the middle of the pack was all of that and more. And speaking of which, we got Twitch drops. They're live right now, which means, yes, you can literally watch Marvel Rivals and walk away with a rogue skin, finally multitasking that actually rewards you. We've got some great sprays, a nameplate emote, and more. So Rogue mains, Vanguard mains, you can get yourself that Will of Galacta skin. But on top of that, we also have Twitch drops. The iconic moment and spray from the preseason is here and cemented in history. I mean, guys, it's cool to see that we've got something from the preseason. Crimzo etched into history. We've got Stinkers, Dongman, and the classic grab of Wolverine to the Deadpool. Again, just by watching, you can go ahead and get yourself all of this and more. And so we love our Twitch drops, and we love that we get to continue to put on a great show over here on the Ignite side. And speaking of, Season 8 is live, and Devil Dinosaur is here as the new Vanguard for Season 8, bringing in that giant T-Rex energy, frontline pressure, and that strategy of what if I just simply run through the enemy team. Expect to see a lot of this gentle giant today, who has flipped the meta on its heels. And Gaskin, I'll throw it to you first. Devil Dino, what matters the most from this guy? What does he bring? Is it his survivability, his disruption, or how much space he can create with his grabs? What are your first impressions?
I think also his sustain, the bleed focus damage kit is insane. Having the impact beam for flyers, the primal bite for melee, you can he's the ultimate brawler, right? A perfect Vanguard to have on your team. Very difficult to go against, and pretty good at solo vanguarding as well. For my ranked games, it definitely helps out when my teammates refuse to play them. Dog, what do you think? Do you think we're going to see a lot of Dino bans, just as we did see in EMEA earlier?
Yeah, Vanguards right now, incredibly strong. I think a lot of them got changed in sort of a lot of different ways, but for sure, you're right. I mean, Devil Dino will be up with the top of the other Vanguards right now in terms of priority, in terms of ban rates, for sure.
He's just taken strategy and made a mess of it. And I love it. And it also enables a lot of interesting heroes, something like Adam Warlock, Mantis, getting those headshots. Really cool to see. But we do have our format to break down to you guys if you're just now coming by. A quick look at Stage 1. We've got 12 teams split into these two groups of 6, playing a round robin across the group stage. And yes, can we start with the best of 3 in this stage? And with that being, only top 4 teams in each group moving into the playoffs, how do you ensure you punch your ticket to that top 8?
You got to be winning these early games. You cannot afford to go down and just having to crawl your way back into each series. And we've already seen how quickly best of threes can go by. You lose that first domination. How many times have we seen teams go 2-0 down, lose the series, and then they're left scratching their head saying, what could we have done differently? That domination is absolutely vital for victory, it would seem, in these early games.
Absolutely. And then there on the 4th of July, yes, the fireworks are not going to be the only thing in the night sky. We've got ourselves some other things popping off, and that will be our playoffs again, July 2nd to the 5th. You won't want to miss, so we'll have a little bit of a break when we go from May to June and look into the playoffs and more. Sorry, the end of June there. But we do have our map pool, and quickly looking at that as well. We've got a lot of familiar battlegrounds being back, and we do have some new additions, or an addition joining Stage 1. That is going to be Lower Manhattan, and I know everyone has unique opinions on this map. Some people love it, some people... Dogman, what do you think of Lower Manhattan, of the mechanics and some of the gimmicks of the seen through walls and more?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting. I think with every new map that we get, you get a new sort of, like you mentioned, gimmick. And, you know, that being the wall hacks you get, you know, every, was it 30 seconds, basically. And, you know, it can really change the game. And, you know, you can become Daredevil almost with the fact that he has perma walls. You can also get that. So, for sure, a very interesting map to add. And we have a very stacked convergent map pool. I think that's going to be one of the bigger sort of variances that we see out of every team. But, you know, obviously, you're going to have your teams that are very good domination. But it's that convoy convergence that I think you can really set apart from other squads in Ignite.
No, that's a great point because, you know, listen, not only just the heroes, the maps, being accustomed to so many is a tough thing to do, and early momentum is going to matter at most because one loss can quickly turn into counter pick opportunities. Speaking of picks, yes, we've got the pick and ban system here, and it's not just Psylocke across the screen. If you're new around here, Gaskin, explain to the viewers how it kind of works here with the pick and bans within Ignite.
Of course, if there's any heroes that you feel are a little bit oppressive and you want to get rid of them, you have the chance to do so in pick and ban. First team will get the chance to ban and then lock. So that's going to be very important of who gets that first pick, because being able to lock someone down can also be so integral to your game plan. And we will see that today. We'll see some teams who, for example, ban Devil Dinosaur, but then are able to lock Devil Dinosaur, so they'll be the only team that have it. And then, of course, the bans and picks go on, as you can see on your screen, 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. It's pretty self-explanatory, and it certainly makes the game very interesting indeed.
Absolutely, with so many heroes in the game, you can only ban out so much, but let's go and take a look at what are these players going for. $200,000 on the line here in Stage 1, and the champion walks away with that 64K. So yes, like every map is going to matter, every fight, and that C9 might actually hurt you financially. That's what you love to see. I mean, this is life-changing money we're talking about, and we're just here in that group stage. So cool to see all of this and more on the line. A lot of skins in the game, if you will. Now, Dogman, I want to go in and ask you, what separates, as we take a look at, the preseason that we just had, from a real Stage 1 contender? Because, we did see the middle of this pack. It's messy. We know the top two teams, but there's a lot at stake here. And go and explain that to me.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it, I think, comes down to meta, and it's, as you mentioned earlier, that prize pool as well. I mean, we've quadrupled the amount of money added to this stage from the preseason, so that's a big deal. The pressure is getting higher, so to kind of go back into that, it's a lot of experience, a lot of the former, top-ranked sort of players, like you mentioned, with Swamp being a very good team, with Team Liquid Citadel being a solid team, but it's those before Stage 1 changes between the preseason that we sort of had that can really dictate a lot of these top teams from elevating, right? Because you can only change out 3 players from the preseason to Stage 1, and obviously a lot of teams did that. They maxed out the amount of players they could change out. FlyQuest, for example, or even, we talk about Sentinels adding in a new player in Oasis getting top 2 in EMEA.
No, that's a great point. I mean, listen, if you look at both these groups here, you've got this interesting thing going on. One of them feels like it was built in a lab to create stress and pressure and chaos, but there's no easy days, right, over in Ignite. But meanwhile, the other group does have one of the tournament favorites sitting what looks like a much more manageable path, but that can be dangerous too. Sometimes being that obvious favorite can have everyone circling you on the calendar. But either way, both these groups are going to have to really go up in a gauntlet. But Group B, Gaskin, looking mighty fierce.
Yeah, very fierce indeed. I mean, there is certainly some similarities, as you had mentioned, and I know there was some questions asked on Twitter by some of these players saying, hey, do we have to play these guys again? Well, it's the perfect chance to be able to look back at what went wrong previously. I know it's a different meta, but now you can try and act revenge as we get into Stage 1 here rather than the preseason, but we are certainly going to have some juicy matches here.
Well, today is day one, and we're going to take a look at these matches of the groupings. What do we've got served up to you piping hot? Yes, it is Yeah We Lost versus Team Liquid Citadel. That is the first place and third place of the preseason. Could not have it better. Any way to kick this thing off in the best of three. Followed by that, we have the Space Station going against Equinox Gaming, and Sentinels versus Swamp Gaming. So a lot of great ways to end the day. I mean, Dogman, what a way to put the exclamation point on what is going to be a chaotic day one.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're wondering who Equinox is, that is formerly Cafe Rose, coming in with some new changes that we'll talk about later when that match happens. But as you mentioned, game number one, the Yeah We Lost versus Team Liquid Citadel matchup is going to be one to really get a sort of a good opinion on both of these squads right out the gates.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, if you look at these rosters, which we will in a moment, I mean, Gaskin, one team kind of lost what you could say is a key piece, Cart Lover being a big deal of Yeah We Lost, whereas TLC gained a huge player in Vest. So not exactly the same teams we saw. Dog alluded to it earlier. A lot of these teams tried to make sure that they had the perfect roster of what they could change up to go into stage one. Is that going to shake things up for Yeah We Lost, the team that a lot of people, I would say a fan favorite, at least in the spectators' eyes of entertainment?
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of eyes on Luca as the new player. Like, how do you fill in? How are you going to change the aspect for them? But they are still going to have their core. They're still going to be that fresh, exciting team to watch. They do things a little bit differently. They're going to be playing heroes. They're just going to be slightly off meta at times. And I'm excited to see what Yeah We Lost have had cooking from preseason to this point. And can they elevate themselves? Yes, okay, they lose one player, but that doesn't mean that it's all doom and gloom. You can still build from that. And I think that as one of their closest competitors in the group for Team Liquid Citadel, Yeah We Lost are going to be one of our best examples of just how that transition works from losing a player, maybe a little bit frustrated, to actually saying, look, let's find someone who can replace them and maybe even do even better.
Yeah, they played a very specific way, right? So we'll see how fast they can adapt to that. Jitward just went over to see what he was up to before, and just grinding rank as always, doing more. And Black Cat might make an appearance there, but all we know is this guy goes in, gets tons of eliminations, and does not care about death being a part of the process, gets it done, and it's fun to see him and Zatex at work. On the other end, we've got TLC, Liquid Citadel, and we know... listen, we've seen the memes. They've got an absolutely stacked roster, Dogman. I'm pretty sure LeBron James just got signed over there, too, from what I remember on social media. I mean, they are stacked head to toe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, picking up Vest from the offseason of FlyQuest, who have replaced their tank line or Vanguard line entirely, and then sticking with their tried and true core. Obviously, if you have Spark Chief on the bench, and then they picked up Dinks as like an emergency sub. I mean, this team is definitely top for a reason. Pauly, one of the best caps in the game. Vest, one of the best rogues, and can play basically everything. He used to be playing mainly like an Emma player kind of role, and has picked up so many things. And then Speeder, obviously one of the most flexible duelists in the entire game. Energy being one of the best, if not the best. Elsa, and then also best player in the game for a lot of people. And then Cooper and Nero, that back line, both strategist players, can play at such an unbelievable level, some of the best in the game as well. So if you have every player in your best in slot, you probably have a good chance of winning this stage.
Well, listen, guys, these teams did go up against each other a couple of times in that preseason and the playoffs. They obviously, Liquid Citadel beat them 3-0. Liquid Citadel then beat them 3-1. Yeah, We Lost did get that game over them, though, which was a huge momentum changer. And you could kind of take that away from it. Obviously, we can look at all the changes here, but can this immovable grit go against the unstoppable powerhouse? That's what we're going to find out today, Gaskin. I mean, I don't know about you, but trying to solve a liquid puzzle or a puzzle made of liquid is not going to be an easy task. But Yeah We Lost is fun, and I think they can, definitely put on a show.
I will be interested to see if that's what does start over Spark Chief, how that affects the team, and whether that could be an opening for Yeah We Lost, with maybe Team Liquid trying different things here, maybe experimenting a little bit. And you never know. That might just be a little bit of a chink in the armor. There's always going to be that possibility of just a couple of rough edges as you're starting out. I know that they've been scrimming a lot leading up to this point, but there's always going to be that chance for Yeah We Lost. So I don't want to count them out nice and early. I'm really excited for this one. I think it could be an absolute banger of a series.
No, for sure. And as we take a look here at the map 1 going to be Hell's Heaven. And listen, I mean, the band, this can be our first look at the new additions. Devil Dinosaur, Black Cat coming to the game, right? You always have Gambit and the Mantis show as well. So I expect to see a lot of interesting decision-making. You cannot ban, just like in superhero movies, there's always going to be a pair that is going to get the job done. So you got to figure out the puzzle, too, of what do you want to take in and prioritize. And I think, Yeah We Lost can be a tough team to plan for. But as someone who's picked up the Black Cat recently, I'm hoping we get some of that today as they're going to lock in. And this is such a great iconic map to do just that. You guys will be bringing in all the action right here, right now. Excited for it, fellas. Bring in a great game of day one, match one, stage one.
Thank you, Cozy. And yeah, I mean, Dogman, I can't wait for this one. I think everyone is very intrigued to see what the transition has been from Yeah We Lost and Team Liquid Citadel, how they're going to look going into first. We kind of saw picks and bans throughout EMEA as well. We maybe have a rough idea of where things could go, but we know the Americas like to do things their own way, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we pretty much last stage or in preseason, it was a variety of different things. You know, I think Strategist was the focal point, right, Gask, in stage one or the preseason. And now in EMEA, like you said, what'd you notice over there? Because I know you were paying attention to a lot what they were kind of picking and banning. What's kind of been the big, like, changes from the preseason, I guess, into this stage one?
I think we're seeing a lot more Gambit get through because you want to get rid of Devil Dinosaur, because you might want to get rid of Black Cat as well. There are more heroes that are a little bit scarier, and even like Elsa's not being touched at all now, which is kind of crazy if you think about last season and how much Elsa there was. She's not even a ban now, and I wonder if she will trickle in a little bit. I know that with some of the changes, she's not as strong as she was previously, but have a big lookout for a lot of Devil Dinosaur bans, a lot of Black Cat bans, and of course, Gambit bans coming through as well.
Let's take a look back at the ban phase that have kind of already been going on. So over for Team Liquid Citadel side, they've got rid of that Gambit and Daredevil before and go for that lock. And meanwhile, Devil Dino getting banned and then immediately into Rogue. So more Vanguard priority for the side of Yeah We Lost so far, where it's kind of a mix of both duelists and strategists. So kind of on what you said, Gask, you kind of predicted it. You know, Gambit gets through on the opposite side. You get Devil Dino almost one-sided so far as the Jeff gets banned on the Ultron in the synchronized ban.
Unless we see like a last-minute Devil Dino ban as well, but you can see the lock from Doctor Strange on the other side, and we know how amazing Kendrick was on Doctor Strange throughout preseason as well. Like, terrifying to go up against Kendrick when he was playing in that kind of way, but also Strange is just so important for those last-minute portals as well, so I don't blame them for a lock there, but they may be passing up on Devil Dinosaur if we see a last-minute ban that's also going to come through. Ultron bans is a lot of what we saw as well throughout EMEA in general, like Ultron, Venom, Captain America, Dino, Gambit, Luna, Jeff, Ultron. Like they were all the targets in general. Just a lot of these heroes that work well together. They kind of synergize in a way of like a triple support meta as well. So you really just want to make sure you remove some of these very difficult heroes to go up against.
Yeah, for sure. And one of those being White Fox, right? Making sure that we get that one-sided matchup potentially. Also, you know, that those can, at least White Fox can always, you know, help these divers out if they want to fall back onto, you know, their main line whenever they want to go on for off angles and stuff. But the Black Cat Protect comes through for the side of Jitward, who has picked that up this last season. I know, I believe Cozy was talking about it before as well, as he's just kind of been grinding the hell out of that hero. And pretty much everybody has. I mean, it's been up there. Some of these melee duelists have been sort of S tier in terms of their strength, but the Devil Dino ban in synergy. So no Devils are going to be out for the side of Yeah We Lost. And for the opposite side, you know, we do get that Daredevil one-sided matchup for Speedery or anybody else.
I do think that was a very clear decision made by Yeah We Lost, though. They said, we want Strange instead, and they happy to sacrifice the Devil Dinosaur. And we will see teams have their preference. I mean, we're in an interesting rock, paper, scissors kind of style of the meta right now, where you've got poke beats brawl, dive beats poke, brawl beats dive, and I don't really know where we're going to end up. We're going to end up in maybe like a little bit of a pokey meta and kind of a divey as well. There's just so much options at the moment with the amount of heroes that are available, which is just going to make every single match different and exciting as well, especially with these bans making a huge difference when we lead into it. But bans are done. Now we get to see where these teams are actually going to land with their compositions here, Dog, because it's going to be very important that you start out hot here. We already know that Domination can be one of those maps that if it doesn't go your way, you struggle to get back into the series. So we'll have to see who is able to get out first out of these two squads.
Yeah, absolutely. The tough part for Yeah We Lost in the last, preseason. Team Liquid Citadel have been one of the best teams on Dom, right? Like when in general, the real focal point they've needed to work on are those convoy and convergence maps. That was where they were sort of theoretically weaker against teams like Swamp Gaming, but definitely not domination. However, that's also Yeah We Lost sort of forte as well. You know, a lot of these top MRC teams are really good at domination maps, or will come out early for the side of Yeah We Lost as they control the hype, but it's immediately matched by counter portal on the opposite side.
It's an immediate brawl between the two teams, as would be expected, but the opener's going to go in favor of Jitwood and Kendrick. Speedery has fallen as the Daredevil, and it should be a clean wipe from this point. So Team Liquid Citadel just could not keep up with the initial aggression that we saw from Yeah We Lost, and they're going to be the ones who will get hold of this point first, and they get to stand and defend initially. We saw in EMEA how important getting this first point was, and we'll have to see whether that can benefit here, but Yeah We Lost.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. I mean, just controlling that objective first, you know, especially against Team Liquid Citadel is crucial. And, you know, obviously with Triple Strategist versus TLC's comp, they can sort of, you know, play for the damage boosts, play for those one-shots. As Jitwood on the off angle tries to control it, has to deal with Pauly on the opposite side. And, you know, like you mentioned, Best is the one starting today instead of Spark Chief, but immediately saved by these crystals, and speed goes down.
Jitwood again, he's just in the right place at the right time, and maybe Black Cat might be the perfect hero for a player like Jitwood as well. Happy to be aggressive, happy to get behind enemy lines, and happy to risk himself as he gets that initial pick, but that's all they get. They have to back off, and they're going to try and force Team Liquid Citadel to go over and over again, and maybe just force a full-on 6v6 here.
And this is kind of what we saw back, by the way. Okay, immediate dive, counter dive on his Atex. Nice job to actually push back with that Raging Roll flush from Cooper, and that gives them the fight win just kind of immediately, Gask. So we talked about in the last stage, you know, how fast Team Liquid like to play and already take advantage. That's what happens when you have the Doctor Strange, is you can go aggressive, you know, try to get that one shot almost. And Yeah We Lost like to do that too with Kendrick. So the fact they gave him it is quite interesting, but a decent timing for Team Liquid Citadel to take control is energy. Back onto the Phoenix, one of the best hit scans in the game, and after those buffs that we've seen out of Phoenix, this character can absolutely be a menace in, especially as you walk into the poke.
Also worth noting, Affecting is playing here, but Yeah We Lost as well. Not seeing any mask at the moment, but we'll have to see whether the Eye of Agamotto can make the difference, but it's going to get a response, and Agamotto on the other side. Speedery and Energy, they combine to get two, and Yeah We Lost. Perhaps they're going to start to fall here as they try and retreat and see if they can at least save face a little bit, but I'm not sure you're going to get the chance to do so as TLC being aggressive.
Well, that's the tough part, is they might get staggered too, especially if Luca goes down late. I mean, they just get to turn him into Bruce Banner form and get to wait the entire duration, basically, just stagger him out as long as possible. So it's so smart to hold him back for as long as you can, and he goes back to spawn. Finally, Team Liquid Citadel take control. They also have some ult combos to go with, right? They can go in immediately with the Phoenix ult, maybe come through with the Daredevil as well. So they have to match with this Mantis ult or the White Fox, but you can kind of counter both with this Phoenix ult.
Excited to see what Luca can do on this squad as well. I mean, previously on Nightmare back in the Invitational of 2025, but most recently MRC Season 7 when we saw him competing in the Swamp Academy. So a nice call up to Yeah We Lost. We'll have to see whether he can be the difference maker, but Speedery certainly on this Daredevil trying to be a nuisance at the moment. Ults are going to get popped though. Zatex did pop it, but then goes down to Polly. And again, we are going to see Polly on Captain America absolutely tearing through the opposition just as he did in preseason. Energy gets to follow up, and Yeah We Lost just again trying to back off here as they are down on numbers.
This is what we're talking about. I mean, no KOs found, even with Straddle advantage, but yeah, they're all gone. See you later. And they tried to counter first with Zatex ult, but this we're talking about. I mean, the Phoenix ult countered everything, and now Speed just gets to run rampant towards the back line, finds Xanto towards the very end, Kendrick as well, and that should be job done soon in a moment here. No portal for the side of Kendrick because he's respawning. They have to keep touching in overtime, and I don't know if they can for an incredibly long time. Luca doesn't even touch at the very last second, gets pushed off, and Team Liquid Citadel win round number 1 off of an excellent disengage to win Frozen Airfield.
Yeah, despite an incredible start from Yeah We Lost, just couldn't hold out against Team Liquid Citadel, who just have a very deep playbook. We know they do. They're always going to be able to find some sort of angle, some sort of avenue to take you down. And I do think a lot of it comes down to Energy. Being on Phoenix is so incredible to see. We know Energy played Elsa pretty much the entirety of preseason. 5 times MVP, for example, was just such an important and integral part of this team. But Energy on Phoenix with a little bit of poke and the ability, as you mentioned, with that ultimate to just wipe out a backline if you time it correctly. It's a very terrifying player to go up against. So Yeah We Lost. They're gonna have to try and get some sort of a response here going into the second round of domination.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, nice work from Team Liquid Citadel. You talked about it. You know, Energy, the young gun, absolutely just finding 2 KOs where it doesn't feel like it's incredibly likely in those fights. And then on top of that, the veteran in Nero having some excellent ultimate timings, also disengaging. I mean, they haven't found much value besides those first fights for Yeah We Lost, and that's the worry, is that maybe Team Liquid Citadel are finally on top of things, as Nero's ultimate was big last time as well. Portal comes through from Kendrick. No immediate reaction from Team Liquid Citadel too, so they play it slow. They're ready to go for the counter engage, and you know, obviously that portal can't really get much value. They have to walk now towards the point against Team Liquid Citadel, maybe trying to take advantage of timings as the point is unlocking. But like we mentioned before, I mean, Team Liquid Citadel still have ult advantage. Maybe can go aggressive with Vest's ult if they set it up, but it's a bit longer range on this point as Paulie gets countered on the off angle.
Oh, Zatex gets taken down as well, so now they're going to be at a disadvantage. Agamotto will get popped on the other side to try and create a little bit of distance, a little bit of space with those stuns, and now the kills are going to start to come through. It is absolute KO fest at the moment in favor of TLC as they are schmoving and grooving just comfortably through. Yeah, we lost, and as you said, the ultimate economy was so heavily in their favor, and they didn't even have to use much of it here, Dog. That's what's crazy. They still have 4 to use going into this next fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the tough part, is that they were patient towards spawn. Yeah, we lost. They didn't give any ult charge either to Affecting, who needed to build up towards that ult, but like we said, you have the Loki copy for the Mantis, but again, that can get countered by energy on the backside angle too with that Phoenix ult if he really wants to.
Oh, and here they come. They are going to be able to pop one. Affecting's going to be the one who does it. And now you're going to have to see whether you can see the response on the other side. And actually, there won't be, because Kendrick is able to find 2. TLC do have ults that they can use if they want to, but they might deem this as not appropriate. Instead, you just let this one go. You take the wipe, and you move on to next. Just try and eat away a little bit of that clock a little bit later on. But look at the chase coming through from Yeah, We Lost, seeing if they can stagger a little bit of TLC. But the last remaining players will just get away. They will escape, and they get the chance to reset, and now they can reassess how they want to do this one. Paulie, maybe with a freedom charge, can initiate things.
Yeah, absolutely, can go in with it, and that was the tough part of his last fight, is that Nero actually used the invisible boundary, so they go aggressive again. Vest is found first pick again, so I don't think they're expecting Vest to go down this early on the side of TLC, but huge trade from energy to take down Jitwork, at least 1 for 1, but everybody falls back now, and they still have the damage of energy going in with Paulie, like you said, to create a little bit of space, maybe for Vest to come back from spawn 2, Phoenix ult, maybe also onto Zatex, and that's huge before he even built ult. But Xanto, they can stall a little bit longer. They almost expected Zatex to go down.
Again, energy just timing the Phoenix ult so successfully. It's so difficult as a strategist when you get focused like that. Speedery and Paulie work in tandem to take down Kendrick, and now we will see Yeah, We Lost again, just having to retreat from this one. You will see a stalling attempt here from Luca, using that ult just to try and stay alive, but he might just have to back out of this one because he's going to be a sitting duck. But look, he is sustaining, he is waiting, he is delaying. If we can see maybe the chance for Kendrick to arrive, perhaps Yeah, We Lost can stall this one a little bit.
I mean, Zatex popped his ult, but once it's over, yeah, it should be flipped for TLC. I think a lot of that previous fight was enabled by Speedery going up to the high ground towards that Loki. These points are really dominated by Loki whenever he controls the height, so obviously for Speed to go get that timing off, also Paulie to get that nice shield throw onto Affecting towards the spawn, huge stagger pick for him, so they're doing a good job countering this Loki playstyle so far. But yeah, we lost still 50% of the board. They can maybe build up towards that another Loki copy. But TLC, they're going to go for another hard dive at a moment here with Vest. If they pick off Vest for Yeah, We Lost side, fight for these off angles, we might see Yeah, We Lost have a solid fight, but they are against the Rage Rule flush.
Oh, and they will pop it and lock it. Ollie's going to get the opener onto Zatex. Luca's also taking a lot of damage, and we'll have to back out into Bruce Banner, but I think it's going to be too late as well for anyone from Yeah, We Lost to make a difference here. They are forced all the way back to spawn, and TLC have got this one on lock. Can I just say how good it is to see Speedery on Daredevil as well? He was on Ultron like the majority of preseason, putting him back on a melee character that is absolutely dominating. TLC are looking flawless right now.
They are, and they want to go aggressive. I mean, energy goes in with the ult. Can they find the KO? Yes. I mean, Paulie does it before it even lands. Speed 2 on Zatex. Energy's like, guys, leave some for me, because we already have 92% of the board. They have to touch. It's such a long way away from spawn. You're able to find energy at the very least, but no portal because your Doctor Strange has to walk towards the objective, and nobody here else is going to be able to touch. So yeah, it's done. Team Liquid Citadel get it done versus Yeah, We Lost 2-0 on Hell's Heaven.
Team Liquid Citadel continue their dominance from preseason right into stage 1 here with a 2-0 victory in match 1. It looked relatively comfortable. It was a little bit shaky at the start, but I mean, just an amazing performance from Team Liquid Citadel. Ignore the fact it says, yeah, we lost, get the victory in that one, but I mean, Dog, impressive. I think this is what we expected of this team though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Team Liquid Citadel, you know, they're strong. Their focal point is domination. This is always where they're really good. But, you know, for the side of Yeah, We Lost, there's maybe something to come back through when we go to Convoy and Convergence after this. But they still have to pick the next map. It is a 1st-to-2 series. We'll have to find out where Yeah, We Lost take us after the short break.
우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 나도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고 봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 나도 믿어 날 때까지 세계 운명
Daredevil is stepping out of the shadows with the new skin here with the Devil's debut event inspired by his classic 1993 comic look. And this time the event works a little differently as you will be popping balloons. I was not on the lucky side, fellas, but you can throw those darts to get it early here for this awesome Daredevil look at the shadowed start. And hey, perfect timing because Daredevil was the one that really made that game different. Speedery was a big focus, Gaskin, of target bans in the preseason, trying to shut down his lines like Ultron, but they left the Daredevil able to be saved, and that kind of gave them a lot of their momentum. As we take a look at the map result, if you're just now coming back, we did get Team Liquid Citadel getting that first one off of Yeah We Lost.
Yeah, I mean, Speedery was only able to get Daredevil, I think, 6 times last preseason, where he's on Ultron 10. So we didn't get to see him on one of his mains as much as we would have liked. I don't even think he was able to MVP throughout the entirety of preseason. And a player like Speedery, you'd expect him to be up there. But when you're competing with this much quality in Team Liquid Citadel, it doesn't really matter who's getting that MVP, as long as they're getting the win on the board, which is what they were doing all preseason long. And it's carried on into Hell's Heaven. They are 1-0 up here in this series.
Yeah, sometimes old habits are hard to kick too. Yeah, we lost. Like, loves to win that first fight, and then things don't always go their way after. I really feel like if you just look at the comp, obviously giving Gambit over to them is going to be a tough thing to fight against. And, you know, you got to pick your poisons like we've kind of highlighted here in the pick ban phase with so many great heroes to go for. But even as someone who plays Black Cat, like there was really no option for Jitware to go in because all of them have an escape pretty easily. Daredevil's a very good challenger. As good as Black Cat is, a good challenger against Felicia. So I think that the comp lineup in general was also really going against Yeah We Lost, Dogman.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the linchpin as well being the energy on the Phoenix, like you guys said. I mean, like the problem was they're going Loki and they're running Mantis, and then, you know, you have the White Fox ult. Sure, you can sustain a little bit, but then the other two characters, if you go for the copy onto the Mantis, or if Mantis pops the ult, I mean, Phoenix just counters it, removes all of the overhealth and the shields with the Ensong Inferno. So that was a big point, is that really hard to deal with it. And then the guy that we haven't talked about much, I mean, Paulie. I mean, Paulie on the cap still did get through in the ban phase. I think Gas talked about in EMEA, and we saw in EMEA they were going for a little bit more Venom and cap ban sometimes along that Devil Dino. So the fact that we gave Paulie cap as well kind of it was a bit of a problem, right? Because that guy was a menace the entire time on domination so far, only with 1 KO onto him, 1 casualty.
Yeah, taking a look at the stats here. I mean, first of all, great highlight. Energy started with Star-Lord, and immediately after that first wipe, went to Phoenix and kind of served from there. And that's exactly what you want to see, that quick adjustment from your team. Vest slotting in here like he's been a part of it the entire time as well. And obviously being joined together some of his old teammates like Energy and Cooper. So cool to see this team get back together. And then, yeah, we have some new subs coming in over here, Gaskin, as you pointed out. Maybe a little bit of a team comp thing that they're going for with the triple strat. But overall, we're going to see more of this. These subs coming in and filling a specific role. All talented, but with so many heroes, maps, there's going to be strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, I wonder if, like, Mask will come back in on certain other maps, for example, but he played a lot of Vanpool in the previous season, or in preseason, excuse me, and obviously Vanpool, not as much seen at the moment in this meta, although still viable, and maybe will creep up depending on how it develops. But there's going to be map 2 for us. Of course, we're heading to Convoy.
Of course.
To be Museum of Contemplation.
And what would you expect? This is always where, yeah, we lost. Love to take it every single time. Personally, my favorite map. I think this is a very fun map, both aesthetically. The music's great. I vibe out to it, but even more so, I love my Sidewalks, my Black Panthers, Black Cat, very much lends to the play style of, yeah, we lost, trying to hunt and not be hunted. Someone like Black Cat doesn't want to be like Daredevil up in the face, but more of a thief, right? Trying to be behind the scenes and get those picks. Can they do it in their hometown court? We're about to find out as these teams are getting ready for the pick and ban. And fellas, we're going to have to see them really find out a different remedy, if you will, to success. And, you know, how do they change that, dog? And what do you think they try to swap up in that pick ban?
I mean, like, I think maybe we go towards, you know, maybe removing the Gambit. I think that could be a priority. But then we go to over to these maps where, you know, Devil Dino's always going to be a menace. So that is a character I'm going to worry about. But I still really rate the Gambit. I mean, every single fight on Domination, at least on Hell's Heaven, that was just a fight win, right? Like, Cooper would popple and they would just get the W. So that's a bit of an issue. Also, maybe dealing with Poly Cap could be something that we sort of shift onto. The difference is, you know, now we're going to Museum of Contemplation, like you said, Cozy. This is their map type of choice because this was the only map they're able to win in the preseason versus Team Liquid Citadel. So we'll have to see, you know, is this finally the point with adding Invest that they've sort of patched up their holes on Convoy and Convergence potentially? You know, that could be a big difference maker moving forward, especially if they win this series 2-0. I think we'd learn a lot about the new version of Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, best of 3. It makes it tough quickly to get back on your feet and see if you can make this thing tied up. Take it away, Gaskin, Dogman, as we look at the pick ban.
Cheers, Cozy. Always providing extra insight. I love that we get Cozy back in after every single time. Already you can see the lock again onto Doctor Strange here, Dogman. So they clearly want to keep the Strange on the side of Kendrick, but they are going to get rid of Devil Dinosaur. Sadly, it does mean that they are going to allow the Gambit to get through yet again, which does have me a little bit worried. So I'm a little bit concerned for him because I think Cozy's completely right. If we see Liquid Citadel win this one comfortably, then they have like kind of fixed any small errors that they had found in the previous preseason.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is kind of their you know, bread and butter for the side of, yeah, we lost. And if you were to lose this, that's brutal because now we can go to the same ban phase, right? They go for that, you know, Doctor Strange Protect like we talked about before. It's the same ban phase so far for the side of, yeah, we lost and Team Liquid Citadel, but you know, there was interviews, I believe, with even the coach of the side of Team Liquid Citadel where, like, yeah, Kendrick is that guy on Doctor Strange, and once we ban that out, we know they're going to be in a worse spot. But, you know, not even focusing towards Mantis like we saw in the past, just prioritizing keeping their back line on this White Fox and the Gambit has been huge, right? So it's going to be tough. I mean, we only saw, like, 1 KO onto the opposite side for Cooper and this back line, whereas there was 6, 8 even for Zatex. So I think it's always going to be tough, right? Especially with the prioritization of the backline Team Liquid Citadel. And we're going to see actually the Luna Snow ban to come through to maybe counter the team up with the White Fox. That's an interesting last ban to come through for the side of, yeah, we lost.
Yeah, and we did see a lot of Luna Snow on the side of Team Liquid Citadel previously. I mean, as expected, she is an incredible hero and can do a lot of work with the right player, but we'll have to see whether the switchover is going to affect the likes of, like, Nero is going to have White Fox, so that's going to be fantastic for Nero. I think having that lockdown is going to be so important, and then Cooper can kind of play anything anyway, even though he played a lot of Luna previously, happy to move over to Invisible Woman, happy to play on the Gambit, happy to be on the Loki or the Jeff. Doesn't really matter where you put Cooper, he is still going to be a huge threat on the map. But there's the locking bans for you. Fairly similar, a few changes like here or there. The Devil Dinosaur does not get through on either side, so still a very scary Vanguard to have to go up against it. Everyone is in agreement right now.
Yeah, absolutely. In a map like this, where you can maybe get some more space too on the Luna, and with the changes that she got, with the 2 damage and healing buff that she got, so that character is just a disgusting hero right now. And you know, a lot of the strategists in general are quite good, but we'll see if Yeah We Lost can bounce back. You know, this was their map pick. It is this best out of 3 series, so you know, in these group stages in the round robin that we have going on, we have every team playing against each other at least or once. And then, you know, obviously we'll see those teams qualify for the playoffs. And then we have the new relegation system where if you're not in the top 50% at the end of the playoffs, you have to go through that mid-season qualifiers if you're not one of our partnered teams. So for Yeah We Lost versus Team Liquid Citadel, we'll see if Yeah We Lost can finally come back and if that ban phase was enough to put them over the top of Team Liquid.
It's an interesting position for fans of Americas here in Marvel Rivals Ignite as well, because you want to see a good game, you want to see a neutral game between these two, and Yeah We Lost to get back into it, but you also kind of want to see Team Liquid Citadel dominate so that there's a chance of a championship at the end of this entire thing when they have to go up against the other regions. And of course, we've seen how powerful EMEA can be in previous years, but here we go. We're into it then, and TLC against Yeah We Lost on their favorite map, and Vesper's already taken a lot of damage. Energy has gone down as well, so Jitwood gets that opener just as he did in the previous, and now they're looking to try and take advantage of this one with that extra player on the map.
Yeah, it is really fun, too. It's the fact that, you know, we get Jitward on the dual pool. So you're playing that alongside the Luna Snow. You can just keep walking forward at him. You get a ton of backline damage. Team Liquid Citadel rolled out with that Phoenix, too, to maybe think they were going to go on the Mantis. So far, so good, considering the fact that we just got to keep putting pressure on him. And Paulie, now onto the Venom, is going down again. So one after another, with Luca back over to the Venom and off the Hulk, this has looked so much improved for the side of Yeah We Lost. And they keep it up, too. Banhammer out for Jitward. They want to keep going onto the backline, diving further towards Nero, and it's just one after another. Staggers coming out on a Team Liquid Citadel, and they have to change something up, too. Portal comes out of energy and a spawn. Best gets staggered, too, though, so it's just one by one. Team Liquid Citadel have been falling.
Jitwood even have time to snap a little cheeky pick as well. We saw him on the Struck pool previously, the dual pool, previously last season. We'll have to see whether he can still be a huge threat, but you're not going to want to go up against a Gambit like that. As Cooper is able to find one, Luca will get a response, and you can see a couple of changes coming through on those compositions. You mentioned it. Cap's going to be there. Polly, we already seen the damage that Polly can do in preseason on Cap, as well as we're going to see Speedery ripped off of the map by Jitwood, and now there's going to be 3 ults available for Yeah We Lost as they continue to push.
Yeah, that almost was a good fight for Team Liquid Citadel, but nobody touching, obviously. Like, they found 2. Vest now over to that Van Pool. And that forces a lot of switch-ups, right? Obviously, when you have no more Mantis and stuff, you don't have those damage boosts you have to worry about. So you get off that Phoenix, you get off the hero that can maybe counter the overhealth provided. Go over to the Star-Lord, who got also buffed. 10 ammo buff into that regular form. But Paulie back onto his Captain America as well, just going to stall out that cart, trying to push it back towards the backside, and they're already diving onto Affecting, who is still alive, and peels off Paulie somehow, while on the other side of the map, Kendrick and crew have been a wrecking ball. 4 down for the side of Team Liquid Citadel, and Paulie's dealt with towards the cart. Excellent peel job to save Affecting's life, and the rest of the crew of Yeah We Lost taking advantage without many ults.
It's kind of what I was talking about earlier about the rock, paper, scissors of Brawl versus Poke versus Dive, and people trying to find an in-between of everything, and you have to be prepared to switch if things are not going well for you. Try and find that counter, but there's that Phoenix ult that comes through from Zatex, who is now playing Phoenix rather than Mantis, but of course still can hit those headshots, can be very deadly as well, and has the ability to evade if you do get jumped on. But now we will see Star-Lord start to get into effect here. Energy does pop it, but now the counter ults will come through. Affecting says, let's get the dance floor ready and keep you all alive.
Yeah, I've loved Affecting so far onto this Luna. I mean, he's been great. Zatex, by the way, on the right side angle. Doesn't actually have to do much besides find Poke on the backline as Jitward finds speed. So that was a huge point of this fight is, you know, can let the Devil out in the upcoming fight. No, Xantho does go down. At least one of the backline removed. Same thing with Affecting. So you get rid of their healing. And it was this sort of, you know, pull and push back towards the cart, but they're able to sort of stabilize now for Team Liquid Citadel as they got pushed all the way to spawn. Finally, the bus is moving backwards.
Team Liquid Citadel are definitely one of those teams who learn and adapt very quickly as well to their opposition. So if they are getting a little bit wrecked or if they lose that first fight, they will make changes quickly, just as they did in the previous when we saw the switch over to Phoenix, for example, from that Star-Lord. So TLC finally are able to stop the push from Yeah We Lost, but Yeah We Lost still with 2 minutes and 53 seconds on the clock here to try and just get over the line of point 2. As Speedery now looking to try and get into the face of his enemies, and boy is he! Polly and Speedery, they work together in tandem, and that is a deadly combo. Cap plus Daredevil, so difficult to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that combo, those two flying in with energy, you know, this is maybe the mix they needed, the change of heroes that enables this crew. As, you know, another minute is off the clock, and Speed sets up on these flank angles. He's changing them up every time, so they're unaware of where he's coming from. Upcoming fight, too. Paulie has ult to maybe stall out the fight for energy. But yeah, we lost. They need to build up towards Xantho. Maybe he's Luca as well. He needs to go aggressive towards the backline, but they haven't been able to set up any of these dives whatsoever, as, again, Speed's on the flank with the wall hacks.
as the Vision has everything he could possibly want as well, but you are just going to see an absolute brawl happening. Energy gets the opener onto Kendrick, and with Kendrick falling, that does leave them a little bit vulnerable, but Xantho does get the response onto Speedery, which boy did they need. But there's Xantho again onto Polly. So yeah, we lost might have just turned this one around in their favor. Jitwood gets one on Cooper as well, and now yeah, we lost should be able to push this one over unless we see anything crazy, and it's not going to happen just quite.
I mean, still insane tracking from Energy to find one on the stagger. I mean, that could really screw them over long term. Kendrick, though, with the ult available in the backside, trying to go for the resets, doesn't able to get it, so it gets fully removed. Paulie finding Jitward as well because they removed that Luna Snow earlier. So that pick off by Energy in the stagger really stopped Yeah We Lost from really doing anything. So Team Liquid finally got those fight wins. I thought it was good because of, like you mentioned, with Xantho, you know, zoning off the backline with the portal and the shields in between, also taking a lot of that damage. But it was Energy stagger pick that really set up this fight. And now in the upcoming one, they have the Raging Royal Flush alongside Star-Lord's ult with nothing to counter it except the bubble from Hulk.
We were able to see Energy a few times in preseason on Star-Lord, and he was absolutely disgusting when he was given that opportunity to do so. And again, we get to see that tracking once more. Now has ultimate available, as does Cooper, and they have the advantage in this next engagement to TLC. Yeah, we lost with only 50 seconds left. They need to think about how they want to approach this one. You hear the screams of Legendary ring around the area, and it is going to mean it's going to be a full-on wipe for TLC, because if you combine Cooper plus Energy's ults, it's just so difficult to do anything. And now they can stagger a little bit as well with Luca, the last remaining player, as Bruce Banner. They wait patiently, and TLC only have to hold out for another 30 seconds.
And that's going to be hard to do so for Yeah We Lost have to come back. And they're switching to comps that are full, you know, play together as a unit. We don't have ult either. Affecting maybe can stall it with this Luna Snow ult, but he needs to maybe time it for speed. As TLC, I mean, they're going to be tough to deal with as well. Paulie coming in could force out that ult early.
Luca switches over to Thing as well, wanting to get down and dirty, get in the face of TLC at the moment, and Speedery will let the devil out though, so that's going to be very difficult for Yeah We Lost to try and deal with, but you can see they are trying to stick as a pack, and they are getting up in the face, and they are brawling together, but they need that pick. Affecting did pop the ult though, so Yeah We Lost will have the ability to hold on to it, but with Energy and Polly working together, they shut down two. Zatex does find one, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough, unless you can push back and force back, which actually, it's worked out on that side, but Veswer gets two of his own, and just like that, TLC are absolutely slapping Yeah We Lost around. And overtime ticks by, and TLC will hold.
God, what a hold for Team Liquid Citadel. Much improved as well from the last stage where they gave up 3, you know, only getting held in the second phase, or rather getting pushed to the first phase incredibly fast, but they stabilized because, I mean, look how many off angles they had, dude. Like, Ask, you saw, like, they had Cooper on the back left flank. They had Energy back in the main. You know, if you're unfamiliar with Rivals Esports, you're like, these guys look like they're playing in a ranked lobby with how many different positions they're in, but all of these off angles have a purpose, and every character they're on are incredibly mobile, so they can always run away if they get forced off. But the setups are too easy, and you can't really just fight for these off angles when you switch to more counter dive comps. You know, you have Luca switching over to that Hulk. They couldn't set up the dives because of their backline getting dove upon so early, but, you know, there were so many freaking off angles to have to control against Team Liquid Citadel that it felt almost impossible. So excellent work from Team Liquid Citadel to mix it up. It was crucially that change up to the Star-Lord as well from Energy that enabled them, and then Cooper and Nero just never go down. You could see whenever they would finally, you know, capitalize, dive towards Cooper or Nero, they would back around a corner, make sure that they had to go past the choke point to dive onto them, and it was never going to result in a KO. So excellent work disengaging from Team Liquid Citadel.
Just goes back to my previous point again, though, of TLC adapt so quickly. It took a little bit longer, I guess, in that game. Yeah, we lost. We were able to push almost to that second point. But TLC always have that plan B, C, D. It feels like they have the entire alphabet of backup plans here. But yeah, we lost. So difficult to play against a team who has that deeper strategy pool. But we'll have to see how Yeah We Lost can defend now. Oh my goodness, you're not going to be able to defend when Speedery is on the tear. 2 go down, Nero will follow up, and TLC are able to get this opening. It's just disgusting to watch this team when they're at their very best here, Dog.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem that people talk about as a bit of a meme, maybe talking point, is giving Speed and giving Paulie their 2 mains, right? Like, you talked about it. I mean, we had him Ultron last stage in the preseason, and now getting onto his sort of signature character alongside Paulie. It's going to be hard, man. Like, you can't get away with that, surely.
And then Veswer has been a fantastic addition as well on the Van pool, excuse me, here in this game. Has just been an elbow to add so much pressure and so much damage. You could see on the stats the amount of KOs that are coming Vespor's way as well has been fantastic for him. Happy to get in the face of his enemy. And again, off the spawn, yeah, we lost a right down and dirty to try and get in the faces of TLC, but that might not bode well because the brawling ability of TLC right now is incredible. Banhammer will come out as well, just onto Zatex, I think it was, just to try and take out one of these strategists and get a little bit of advantage, but it isn't working out. TLC have lost 2 here, and yeah, we lost, might have just been able to find the break they needed.
Yeah, this is what I'd like to see on the last round. You know, you can see that we have, you know, yeah, we lost running towards that Mantis, back towards that Loki. I mean, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Team Liquid Citadel kind of had the soft counter with Energy swapping over to the Phoenix temporarily, but obviously the team decided against it. Jitward, though, is able to do as much as he's doing with the Mantis now because he gets the damage boost and able to run away in the invisible, form. So his best goes back to the spawn. Excellent so far. I like that Team Liquid Citadel hovered, switching energy back over to the Phoenix. If this fight doesn't work out, maybe I want him to full swap to it, but that's a lot of time off the clock so far. 33 HP for Kendrick, but he's out for now.
Raging Royal Flush is going to pop though, and we know what usually follows afterwards. Just a death for everyone on the other side. Cooper's going to be able to finish off Jitwood, and yeah, we lost down to just Luca again, who will be staggered just that little bit as Bruce Banner and TLC can continue to push. We'll say though, yeah, we lost it very well at being able to at least break early. So we saw, yeah, we lost got such a big push previously. TLC took a longer time to get towards that first pull.
Absolutely, you're right. I think that's a big thing moving forward as the ults popped out of him. Yeah, we lost. Do pop the copy with affecting into the Mantis Assault, forcing out Nero. Nothing afterwards either. He goes down in the middle of it too because the damage boost from Kendrick onto the Doctor Strange, able to remove the Invisible Woman who's been a menace so far. And another fight lost for Team Liquid Citadel actually, as yeah, we lost kick control at this point using both the White Fox and that Black Cat. But again, in Team Liquid Citadel, I just love that they went back over to the Phoenix now. They hovered it for a second. You do have the combo speed and energy at the very least, but you don't have the Raging Royal Flush to combo. And that's the worry now. We don't have anything to counter the Mantis Assault on the opposite side for Zatex. Unless, yeah, we lost really screw this up, it's going to be hard for Team Liquid to win this.
Galactic Legend is going to be there and available for energy, though. Could be very difficult to deal with. But yeah, we lost. Zatex has already popped the ult at the moment, but yeah, we lost to still finding KOs right now. So TLC are being staggered, and they kind of need to regroup a little bit because time is slowly ticking against them here. Yeah, we lost looking fantastic on the defensive side.
I mean, Energy, he was in spawn too, like meleeing. It looked like he wanted to swap speeds over the Black Cat now, but they go aggressive again in the moment from, yeah, we lost. But with that Doctor Strange ult, this is like basically last fight territory.
Can they do it? Can they break through the defensive Yeah We Lost right now? Or will we see Yeah We Lost win out on one of their favorite maps and modes that we saw from the preseason? It's all going to go down right here, right now, as Kendrick is going to be the first point of contact. He's able to break a little bit of damage on his side. Aya Magamoto now comes out. Where's the follow-up? Is it there? But Speedery will get Galactic Legend to at least find 2 of his own. It's going to be a 4 versus 4. But then Yeah We Lost, they turn it into their favor as they slam out Vesper. They get rid of him. And Yeah We Lost look to be holding strong here. And TLC are throwing everything. I'm not sure it's going to be enough, as Yeah We Lost just seems to have the answer over and over and over again as we tick into overtime. But Speedery off spawn! Speedery off spawn gets 3!
What the hell? Okay. Speed making this a fight? Oh my goodness. Last second comes through to find 3 like you said, Gas. That is an unbelievable turnaround for Team Liquid Citadel.
Maybe they can just march this one across. Yeah, we lost. Can they actually get anyone to the point, or are they going to be forced back? Yes, okay, Hulk will get on. Luca's going to try and defend as best as he can, but he's going to immediately get that sent back into Bruce Banner. And Speedery is just waiting yet again, laying in wait to do the damage to the team as they try and push through this choke point. Raging Royal Flush will get popped by Cooper, and now TLC can take full advantage of that as well. But Affecting has just popped an ult on the other side, so Yeah We Lost have done so well to sustain here, and it is a battle of sustaining, Dog.
It is absolutely, but, you know, eventually they get whittled down due to speed. I mean, this man so far has just been not only an MVP of this match, but is looking to be one of the best players in the entire world off of that last 2 fights. I mean, it just felt like it was over basically until that happened. However, Speed did use the ult at the very least. That's going to go away. 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. It's not as big of a time bank as Yeah We Lost did have in the second phase. But if this keeps happening, if Speed is able to get as much value as he is, I would be worried. However, ult charge available, still for Yeah We Lost. They can stabilize with the strat ult here.
Aya Magamoto available for Vesper as well, but never count out Team Liquid Citadel. That's what we learned in preseason. Oh, but the Aya Magamoto denied. Holly manages to find 1 though, and with Vesper going down, it is going to be a 5 versus 5 in this engagement. TLC looking to be on top. Holly continue to be aggressive and just absolutely brawling against Yeah We Lost at the moment, but Jitwood is coming in at the black, and you are going to see Jitwood again just getting aggressive. Unbelievable from Jitwood right now. It is just Black Cat versus Black Cat action that we're seeing on our screen.
I mean, the big thing is that, man, Cooper is un-KOable. Like, I feel like he's just always in a position where, you know, you can't be dove upon, traded, speed finds one out of Xanto, 2 affecting. And I mean, low-key, he's kind of been the reason that Team Liquid Citadel are in these fights. Luka with the ult's a little bit too late now, but Cooper, even if he goes down, no, he still doesn't go down. Like, I feel like this man's not been able to get KO'd by Jitward at all. Like, the amount of evasion from Cooper has been crazy. A minute left to go, and yeah, we lost. They should have had a big advantage in that fight, but like you mentioned, Pauly's ult sustained a little bit further. Speed has an ult with Energy now, and yeah, we lost. They can get countered because Energy swapped over to the Phoenix. This is going to be a really hard fight for yeah, we lost, unless they can live through Energy's immense damage that is upcoming.
As the Endsong Inferno available to him. Rep really be the difference makers. They get the flank, they get behind 2 alongside Speedery. Yeah, we lost, are dropping like flies. There's 1 response from Jitward, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to stop this now, as 2 more fall. Eye of Agamotto is a last-ditch attempt to try and do something. Xatex and Luke are the last 2 remaining, and they continue to push. And now you're just going to need to hope there's some sort of portal here if you can get there. But you have to push in, you have to rush, otherwise TLC are going to cruise through to a 2-0. It looked like they were going to be done and dusted, but Team Liquid Citadel again surprised us right at that very last moment. But here comes the last push now from yeah, we lost.
And the ults are too much an advantage for Team Liquid Citadel now. We have nothing for yeah, we lost side. One after another. Luka, then Jitward falls, or vice versa, but it doesn't matter. Team Liquid Citadel have clutched up off the back of this man, Speedery. They get it done 2-0 over yeah, we lost, but that was a very close first point that led to 6 seconds left on the clock. Regardless, first series win for Team Liquid Citadel over yeah, we lost.
They win the whole darn thing, and again, just never count out Team Liquid Citadel. When you think they're down, you think they're out, they find a way through, and that's exactly what happened. It was Speedery who made the difference in those final moments when, yeah, we lost. Probably we're starting to think about a map 3. Just didn't happen, though, because Liquid Citadel are far too good. I'm curious on Cozy's thoughts as well, because I know full well he'll be gleaming, he'll be smiling from cheek to cheek, because it was Black Fox, again, just showing what she can do.
Black Fox, Black Cat, doesn't matter, man.
Black Cat, sorry.
Hey, the chains of Ultron are gone, and we've got them back to the dive chaos. And it's so fun to see. I mean, they had that game 1. It was absolutely done. I think a couple things were highlighted well. Dog, you said Cooper's survivability, huge. I mean, as a Black Cat player, trying to get that Gambit, it felt like he always had his ability cooldowns there. And then as soon as they were able to somehow get back and get a couple more Speedery finding like, what, 3 there before the time ticked down, then the ult advantage went to the other side. So, I mean, absolutely perfect not to bend, not to break, maybe bend a little bit there. Team Liquid Citadel showing why they're all the best here in the preseason, man. I mean, honestly, I'm just blown away because then it took, yeah, we lost, dog, man, kind of, they lost their confidence immediately. We had weird Agamottos coming out. It was chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that mixed things up, right? Like the fact that, you know, they keep switching, counter-switching sometimes with Team Liquid Citadel and Energy going over to the Phoenix. But yeah, Cooper, you know, throughout the whole map, I think really showed up. And, you know, that's the problem with giving this team Gambit. Not only were you talking about speed on the Daredevil and the Pauly Cap, but, you know, with how the ban phase has been going, with the fact that you're trying to counter out Ves's heroes so heavily, it just felt like it was an inevitability that we would see, you know, Cooper on the Gambit popping off. So, you know, you could ban out the Ultron, you could ban out that Luna Snow, but with the fact that Cooper was able to, you know, live as long as he was, same thing with Nero, it just felt like they had the ult rotations at a higher degree and played the neutral perfectly and bought time for speed in these dives to kind of come through, which is sort of an indictment, sure, on yeah, we lost dive, but yeah, just like Cooper's always one step ahead, it felt like you said, of that Black Cat player.
No, for sure. Giving them all their mains is definitely a bold strategy. And Speeder going to get our MVP. And I tell you what, I mean, every mechanic I was looking for as a Black Hat player, he showed to perfection. That quick invis to the wall climb was so clutch going in there to push on point 1. And then just executing the combos perfectly. They got a big pick on the Mantis in the back line. And if you do it just right and you go there with your Q, you could quickly go with a melee into a cancel on the whip. And then just do one dash into it, and they're gone. They can't even respond to it. And he just did it all to that perfection. As we take a look at the stats here, the 23 elims Gaskin is definitely enough to, you know, crown you our MVP.
Oh, that is disgusting from Speedery, isn't it? And I just love the ability that the entirety of Team Liquid Citadel had to constantly be able to switch and adapt when they needed to, clearly listening to every single call of what was going wrong, how they were being taken down, and what they needed to do to counter. And I do think Black Cat is going to have to be banned more often, because just the oppressiveness, just how crazy she can go on the right player. we always knew when Black Cat got added to the game, these pro players, the better they got with her, the more scary it was going to be. And I think that is very evident that we've just seen that from Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, we said that in the preseason. We're like, hey, listen, it's going to take a little time to cook, but there's just so much at the dispense of Black Cat. And yes, the relics, there's a ton of them, but mainly you lean on that invisibility, and then you get the wall hacks going on as well. Those are the primary two, but then you could do so much with the portals. You could also go in, and this takes a little bit more kind of forethought, but having that CC immunity, all of those things combine onto just a crazy kit as well. We're just seeing these players at the top level perfect Black Cat, and why a lot of the player base, they scream their heads off with Black Cat, but you got to take care of other threats. You know, you got Devil Dino out there too doing his thing, dog.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about, you know, you get to mention Speedily, you can mention Devil Dino and how good he's been and how priority of a ban he is. But, you know, the tough part is when we look back at, you know, how things have went for Yeah We Lost, you know, if we go back into the preseason, the offseason with Cart Lover leaving to FlyQuest, that's kind of also bit them in the butt a little bit. Not that Luca played bad. I think he had a solid Venom performance, but you could see even when we had the Hulk out, it wasn't the same level that I think we saw Cart Lover previously for Yeah We Lost.
Well, we saw his new addition to the roster, and we get to welcome in for our winners interview, the one, the only Vess joining in with Team Liquid Citadel. And Vess, wow, looking a lot like a logo right now. But either way, got to ask you, my guy, what are you thinking? I mean, first, congrats on the signing. Most players, if you can hear me, join a team and they try to help them improve, right? You join a team and you literally, they just won the preseason. What has it been like, the adjustment joining Team Liquid Citadel, and what do you bring to make them even more scary?
Oh, there we go. It feels really good. Like, we've been doing really well in scrims, obviously, and I feel like I just bring like a different kind of hero pool to the table, and I think it's really good for this meta too. And obviously I've been grinding Dino, like you see they're first banning it, so it leaves other like really good stuff open, like the Gambit and Cat. Rosebud did everything on Cat, so yeah, it feels good.
Listen, congrats to being reunited with, you know, Energy, Cooper, and a lot of these guys you've played with before, and on a team that, you know, really represents the talent you bring as well.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be here.
Well, Vess, I mean, yeah, like on that kind of, you know, you went from Vess War to now what? What's the new thing? You know, you go on to a team that's as talented as Team Liquid Citadel, obviously back to that #1 spot after, you know, people were talking about like we shouldn't be having Vess on a team that doesn't even make the postseason in the playoffs. So now that you're on this team, like how does that feel? Just going like the emotions going from just straight one like out of the playoffs to now one of the top teams that to win this whole thing yet again.
Yeah, it feels really good. Like, obviously, everyone on this team, like, I know and I'm friends with, and I, like, really believe that we can win everything. But also, I think Fly does look, I think they look pretty good right now, with their pickups and stuff. So I'm excited to see what they do, too. But yeah, I do feel really happy being here. I wanna do well.
Now, Vess, you were saying that, you know, you played a lot of Devil Dinosaur coming into this season. Sadly, we got to see Devil Dinosaur banned on both sides. Talk to me about Devil Dinosaur, because there's been a lot of commotion online. Everyone's saying, like, some people like it, some people love it. What makes Devil Dinosaur so important for you?
Okay, well, Dino is really fun, but he definitely is, like, super strong. He just has so much sustain, and he's so, like, hard to remove, and he's really good against dive, too, with, like, being able to grab that easily. So he's just like a really meta-defining character right now. So people are putting a lot of stock in Dino, and I think it's for good reasons. But yeah, like playing around the Dino is a big strat in scrims and stuff right now. So banning it up first kind of shakes it up.
Listen, I think one of the things that make you great, Vess, is that you play whatever. I mean, listen, going back to Mag, now playing Deadpool at a great level, Rogue, don't even want to talk about how scary your Rogue is. I think that's what makes you such a great pickup in that free agency, and congrats to you. I know job's far from finished. You guys got a lot going on here and to move forward, but appreciate you coming on. Congratulations, and excited to talk to you more in these winter interviews.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, excited to be here.
Awesome. Thank you. That is Vess from Team Liquid Citadel, their newest member, joining Tom Brady, LeBron James, all the GOATs over there now in that roster. And I think that was such a perfect representation of what that team is. And Vess kind of fits the mold perfectly because they're also adaptable, right? And I think that's what makes it that much more scary. That's why you had the reaction from social media, like Vess is joining them, right, Gaskin? But either way, we've got ourselves another amazing matchup underway. Don't go anywhere. We've got 2 more today. We'll be back after we reset, reload after this quick break. Hello and welcome back, my friends, to our next matchup. But we've got ourselves a new skin costume coming into the game. Penny Parker, friends and mains, rejoice. We've got the freshman with a little bit of a callback to maybe something you know there in the mech. Gotta love it. What we see available right now, May 22nd to June 19th, to set the traps, the nest, and be that bunker vanguard that she does so well. Penny Parker skin available now. But we welcome you back. Again, it's day 1. It is now match number 2 of this stage 1, and definitely lives up to what we saw a little bit in the preseason chaos, if you will. But a lot of people could not finish that last pressure, and we saw more of that on that last match. But we're now going into 2 teams looking a little bit different. One named different, but the rosters as well, SSG and Equinox. And Gaskin, I want to throw it to you first. What do you think, what team has more to prove? The one that was an MRC team that has kind of come in and I would say perform above expectation, or SSG, kind of new roster if you look at it from top to bottom?
Yeah, I think Equinox will, want to bounce back from their previous season. They obviously looked good at times in preseason, but there's always going to be that element of, could we have done a little bit better? Also, before the Hate Brigade come out, you probably will hear me say Equinox, whereas the others say Equinox. The UK and the US, they say it differently. All right, guys, it's fine. They're both acceptable. But I'm excited for this team. I'm excited to see what they can do with the changes. I mean, Jupil coming in is going to be the newest addition to this roster, and of course, now they are under an organization banner. It changes things when you go from Cafe Rose to now Equinox, so I'm very excited to see what they can do, and I do think they are going to be a scary team to play up against. Lyric, in particular, was one of my highlight players on Vanpool in preseason, so as you move over now into Stage 1, where do you like? Are you going to move over to something a little bit different? Will we see more Devil Dinosaur, for example, coming out of Lyric if it goes through the ban phase, of course? But certainly a team to keep an eye on. And I don't think they have as much to prove as Space Station Gaming, but they certainly are going to want to prove it to themselves.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they, lost Janji, who was a very good player for them in the way that they like to play, right? And as we take a look, well, going on over to Space Station Gaming. So you're quite literally already playing somebody that was on your team, right? So that's going to be a different look there with the Daredevil as the representation. Now, you also see a couple other changes to point out. Dogman Milkboy coming from the EMEA scene from not only MRC, but also last year in Ignite itself for year 1. What do you like here about Space Station?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned they picked up some new players, right? They have Renko coming in from NRG as well, and then Milk Boy from that region is too. And then they lost on the side of Blur and Fidel and SJW. Actually, they lost a lot of people. Doom 2 moving over, so yeah, they've had to rebuild the foundation with these players. Picking up Zanji as well. So huge changes for this squad, and for the side of Equinox or Equinox, I don't really care how you call it, because we know this squad is really good. And with Cafe Rose, they're one of the best MRC teams, just a really tough group to come out of. And Group A last in the preseason was our group of death, kind of like Group B is now. But we'll have to see how these new guys do with Wada and Jupil joining the squad against SSG, who honestly, I don't know if these are direct buffs, to be honest with you, because I thought Blur was one of their best players, and now he's going over to the EMEA region. So I'm curious how this new look is for SSG against Equinox.
Well, SSG, listen, the last time we saw them, they got double eliminated pretty quick, right? Like, the expectations were there, and they were not met at all. And I think a big thing to shout out here is, first of all, if this is the Wada that I know from the Spider-Man, like, crazy player, and also Daredevil, definitely looking forward to him playing there for Equinox. But for SSG, taking a look at what they have as a whole, also, a little bit of their meta has changed, right? You had Mantis lose more of that damage buff. They relied a ton on that, with Nectar being Thanos. Like, give him the Infinity Stones and go and do your thing. And first of all, big props to maintain Nectar, part of that team. Very good player. They are obviously so excited to see what they've cooked up, because this is a good team that obviously fell short of those expectations, Gaskin. And we'll see if they can get right in a match that I think they feel like they're probably favored in.
Yeah, they should feel like they are the favorites. They have the kind of stronger players, the more experienced players, but we know that doesn't always mean you get a victory, because sometimes the slightly less experienced players, the MRC grinders that have been able to find their way into MRI, they come out with some very impressive strategies, sometimes a little bit off meta, and they do like to catch some of these more practice teams off guard. But now the fact that they have been part of the preseason, they've been able to really adapt to how things are here in MRI, and I'm expecting to see Equinox as a different look team.
Yeah, not to mention, if you look, Zanji's going to give him all the secrets. I mean, he's played with this team so much, they know what is comfortable with him, right? And what they like to swap to and switch to. So you can expect a little bit of that there as well. Looking from that team, though, they played with nothing to lose. Then they were able to go up to about, 9th place, which was huge for them. I want to see more of that. And I think what surprised us about them is we didn't know the players as well. So can we get more of that moving into this if you're trying to make a new name for yourself and a new org behind it? This is definitely going to set the stage well. Dogman, who's the two difference makers? Pick one from each team that they're going to have to do their job the best to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously for the side of SSG, it's got to be the side of Nectar. I think that Nectar's been that player that's been a carry for this squad for quite some time. Has the flexibility, has all of the kind of heroes in the pool that can play. They can play to a super high level. And then the side of Equinox or Equinox, however you want to call it, I think it's Nobines. I think he was one of the better Venom players. We'll have to see if those dive characters are still going to be really strong. I mean, we saw, the patch I think wasn't that big of a patch. I think in terms of the balance of that. So we'll see so many dive characters be viable, especially as Domination's map number 1, Celestial Husk, will be that first map that we start on.
Absolutely. Celestial Husk, just a great Venom map as well. So to be able to have someone come in and try to be that mainstay Vanguard annoyance. And on the dive side, obviously so much Venom. Captain America playing its role as well. Dive thriving right now, as we can see in a lot of this meta play, and still getting figured out a lot. Obviously there's some new toolkits and things that you can use in the balance notes, but also with the players and the heroes available. Guys, it is match number 2. We find ourselves in this domination to open things up. It's SSG versus Equinox. Take it away, guys. Let's see what we got.
Cheers, Cozy. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. I'm always intrigued as how new teams are going to perform, because when you make these changes, there's going to be a kind of phase where you struggle a little bit, maybe in scrims, but then you start to see the light. You start to see the reason why these changes could actually really impact you in a good way. But on the other side of that, dog, sometimes they can impact you in a negative way, especially if teams have taken away some of your better players. Curious to see how SSG respond to this one, because they looked... I think there was some times last season where SSG looked like they were on top of the world, and then there were some times where they looked like they were just struggling a little bit. So perhaps these new changes, we can see a new look SSG.
Yeah, let's enter the ban phase right now as both teams decide. But like you mentioned, yeah, like they had times where they were really good, and that's the problem. I think the dive sort of meta has been tough for them. I think Blur was doing a good job filling to a lot of those characters. Now it's going to be Milk Boy coming in, who, by the way, I challenge you guys to go look up his Liquipedia page as both gambits are removed. It's literally him with a glass of milk and a green screen. So I can't think. Have you seen it, dude? It's the most hilarious image. Yeah.
When I was looking up earlier, he's from Iceland as well. So like, it's interesting to see all these EMEA players coming over into the Americas, looking to make a difference. Are we going to see a protect onto Devil Dinosaur? Sorry, what were you saying?
You know how Iceland's like really nice and it's actually not very icy as we have a pause coming out? You know, is Milk Boy actually lactose intolerant? You know, that would be, that would actually make sense, I feel like. If you're from Iceland and your name is Milk Boy, but it's the opposite, you know, it's possible, right?
He's like, if I drink this, I'm going to be on the bathroom toilet for the next 3 days. But he threatens you with it. If we lose, the milk goes down. But yeah, I'm excited to see what Milk Boy can do, because I think, you know, there are big shoes to fill. You were talking about Blur, Dooms leaving, for example, Fidel leaving as well. And I think SSG, it does leave a hole. So to be able to look a little bit deeper and further when you're looking for players, because if you're not able to nab players from the other like teams that were in preseason, you do have to start look down to the MRC. You have to look down to people who competed in Ignite last year, and that's where they found Milk Boy, really.
Yeah, you have to start reaching out to those washed up veterans, you know, that were good at the other game and then just haven't picked up Marvel Rivals, you know. That would be a unique situation. But yeah, like you said, I think there's big shoes to fill, and I think people don't talk about it enough. You know, this squad for SSG, they have Necrise, who is a really good controller Vanguard. But the tough part is that I think a lot of the best controller Vanguards that we've talked about, I think Fox has talked about it on the side of Swamp Gaming's coach, is just not a lot of the heroes in the dive meta, specifically in Captain America, in Venom, are particularly the strong suit of a lot of controller players. They're not necessarily that good at them, and there's like a couple that can play it to a super high level. But even then, there's better players, you know, like Pauly on the cap. You know, would you rather have Necrise or Pauly on the cap, for example? So I think people kind of underappreciate the other tank, the other Vanguard, in this case Blur, in this case it's going to be Milk Boy. For 100 Thieves, it's Vinny. You know, a lot of these guys are kind of treated as scapegoats sometimes because they have their controller player that has to play a certain amount of heroes that maybe they're better at. So it's going to be interesting how Milk Boy synergizes with Necrise, because I do think Necrise is one of the best Vanguards in the game, but it's a matter of what does that limit Milk Boy's hero pool to, and that's going to be a big ask, because I think same guy, Fox, kind of talked about it too, where that can, if you have too wide of a hero pool, it's hard for you to actually focus on what you're good at, and instead of trying to cover up maybe weaknesses of your teammates, because it's always a team game, right, Gask? It's not necessarily about one player. We'll talk about Speedily in the last game, but everybody else was putting in work for Team Liquid Citadel, and every other team is also putting in work to try to catch up to those two, right?
Yeah, there's going to be players who statistically are going to stand out from others, but that doesn't mean that they're the only reason why you're winning. I'm interested to see whether we'll see Necrise on Emma Frost. We saw it during the preseason, like lots of Emma Frost as well, and I think that Emma Frost in this meta can be very important as well. We didn't see any in the previous match, but in EMEA we saw a bunch of her popping out just to try and, again, get involved in that kind of brawl versus dive meta that we're seeing at the moment. On the other side for Nectar on Phoenix is going to be a spectacle. I think most of the time they were playing Elsa throughout the preseason, where there were sprinkles of Phoenix, but with Phoenix being on the cards now for Nectar, I think everyone should be very afraid, because that kind of power and that kind of player that can play in that way is going to be very difficult to go up against. So I think that they're going to be two of the key players to watch for me, as well as Milk Boy just being the new addition. But for Equinox, yeah, it's a little bit of the unknown, right? It's what happens now from preseason to here. How has their development been? How have their scrims been as well? A lot of these teams quite like to keep their scrims a little bit private. We've been desperate as commentators and talent alike, where we're saying, can we sneak in? Can we watch a little scrim to see what kind of been happening? And people are like, no, stay out. We want to keep things secret. And I don't blame them, because if you give an inch to any of these teams, they're going to take a mile when it comes to preparation, especially with how deep these coaches go now with their strategy. So it's going to be an interesting one when we get into this one, Don.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll have to kind of wait to get into it as the lobby is being remade at the current moment. But yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of things you talked about first with the Emma Frost. I mean, obviously, I think that she was kind of not that good in the last patch, but with the recent buffs, you know, maybe she has a way back into it. But the problem is with a lot of these maps and a lot of these game types is that dive, when played perfectly, is going to beat a lot of these more brawly, slower comps most of the time, especially with the firepower that is brought through Phoenix, like you mentioned, that can support these dives and also play for themselves with the ultimate. But we're entering into the ban phase now, finally, and SSG go for that first ban on the Batcat instead of the Gambit, which I think happened last time. So as we changed it up, Equinox go for that Gambit ban on their side into the Devil Dino, not Daredevil. Protect on the opposite side, where Daredevil is banned for SSG.
At least you didn't say Black Fox. Don't worry. We can
it's easy to do. It's okay.
Have one. Look, there she is. Black Cat gets protected, and I think one of the interesting things from the previous series was the Doctor Strange Protect. It didn't really work out for Yeah We Lost. Let's be honest, the Doctor Strange just got absolutely peppered at times. Sure, they had some very important portals, but in the end, would you have preferred having Devil Dinosaur? And now we are going to see Equinox have the ability to protect their own Devil Dinosaur and then remove with the ban onto the other team, because it is going to be SSG looking to lock in that Black Cat instead. But with Black Cat being removed, it's going to be that trade-off that I was talking about earlier, where one team is going to get the Devil Dinosaur, the other isn't, and the same to be said for potentially a Gambit or a Black Cat.
Yeah, I mean, so far, the Gambit ban not coming through for SSG's side, just trying to focus on everything else that can maybe play with it, so the Star-Lord going to come through in that ban phase, but that's always going to be tough. And, you know, we talked about when you mentioned the Doctor Strange and stuff, you have to play Mantis alongside to get the value as well with the damage boost, but Mantis can get countered by Phoenix, for example, with those ults that we mentioned, so it's that sort of perma sort of counter picks that you could always do versus that comp that can make it tough, whereas the Black Cat, White Fox sort of comp with a full dive, the really only way you counter is, like you mentioned, maybe having that Devil Dino. We get to first see it here in North America to sort of just create a ton of space, never be KOable. I mean, this character can just farm infinite damage taken and still live, so we'll see what they want to do with that and play around it. Looks like they're hovering that Luna Snow, which recently got buffed in the patch as well, and go for that one-sided Luna Snow. So obviously focusing more on that, whereas SSG trying to prioritize characters that can play well around the Gambit.
I do like this from Equinox, though, getting rid of the Mantis, because if you are having a Devil Dinosaur, of course, Mantis going into that, you just get so much free headshots, and you constantly get the ult up, and you are going to be very difficult to play up against. But we will see the final ban coming through, and we are going to get a very interesting matchup here. I wonder whether we'll see Nectar on the Phoenix, or whether it's going to be Star-Lord. At the moment, hovering Star-Lord they are, so I just think that Nectar is going to be one of the key reasons why SSG are going to find a victory if they do. What I am also intrigued to see is how Milk Boy does. You can see Rocket Raccoon being hovered at the moment. Of course, Rocket has been so important since this latest patch. I mean, it almost feels like a duelist at times with the update that's happened. Very difficult to go up against, a lot of damage output, but of course very good on the healing side as well. So there is an interesting comp that's being built by SSG at the moment, but we are just about to get underway then. It's Space Station Gaming versus Equinox Gaming in our second match of the day here in Americas. And I wonder whether this is going to be a little bit closer. No offense to Yeah We Lost. They did have a couple of good fights, but TLC were just too good on that side. Is this one going to be split a little bit more evenly?
We'll have to find out in a moment. It definitely could be. And, for Equinox Gaming, they, like you mentioned, have some new picks that came through as those armor packs come out for both squads to kind of get that extra HP. But, we'll see what they want to do for SSG's side. They're hovering. They're going to play the Vanguard Deadpool like they have in the past, play around that. Also, having Milk Boy on that Venom to help support, their potential dives. But for Equinox, it looks like they just want to play that sort of brawl together kind of composition alongside that Jeff who can get perma value in the triple strategist comp. So heavily playing around Trupel for the opposite side of SSG. They need to go for set up these dives onto Milk Boy, have Nectar there with the follow-up, and need to actually get KOs, but it's going to be hard potentially versus the amount of sustain that Equinox Gaming have, all the bubbles and all of the potential peel options that they have.
I'm really worried for Equinox with Nectar potentially farming here against the Devil Dino as well, but very intrigued to see how Milk Boy's going to do onto Venom, because Venom can be very difficult to deal with when you are able to swing in and get that much space created. But Lyric's going to be the opener and is able to get the grab onto Nectar. That's one of the reasons why Devil Dinosaur is so good at the moment. Not just the bleed that you're able to put on, but if you can grab one of those players, you can just steal them away and everyone else can deal the damage to them. And it is going to be Equinox who really starts off here with the scoring.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the hard part. Like, Equinox Gaming have so many things to deal with the dive of SSG. Especially if they bunker up on the inside angle like that. They pop the Hulk bubble. They can come through and grab anybody who went for that hard dive, Black Cat, for example, or Nectar in that fight. But they need to go for these incredibly fast engages and maybe set up Nekrise's ults, potentially. But like you said, they have so much damage they could soak up with this front line of the Hulk and that Devil Dino.
Devil Dino just staying in front of everyone, though, being able to drop the Bubble Buddy as well, and just making it very difficult for any of that damage to convert into a KO. And now we are going to see Ultimate start to charge up. First one does come through from Equinox on the Deadpool. But are they going to be able to follow up with any damage on the back of it? That's going to be the real question. You can see Phoenix has been opted to draw the side of Equinox as well, and certainly if you can get some of those stuns, it can be a huge difference maker as they start to break out and engage.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can rely on the Jeff ult coming out here for Pixel, who runs back away, but Lyric going down is huge at the very least. He tries to get out of that fight, make sure he can't get found, but Renko still waiting with his ult. Point being contested, but maybe Nectar in the Sky can find through, get some damage output onto somebody on the inside angle. They do find Triple and one more, so couldn't even use the ult, and no Shroud ult, sadly, for the side of Equinox, as they slowly dissipate, right? Waited out every single ult for SSG, understood they had to use that Strat ult earlier from the Deadpool, and then same thing with Pixel. So they just have to wait for those ults to go away, and finally, they capitalized on this defensive hold for this game.
More ults available for SSG. As Equinox just trying to see if they can sneak around and find an angle here, but at the moment SSG are pinning them back and not allowing them a comfortable route and path to the zone to work with, but now they are going to all opt to go onto that left-hand side, but they are going to be absolutely obliterated. They are squished and they are pinched, but the sustain is there, which means that SSG will just back out a little bit. Ults are going to be popped. Equinox going to use Deadpools as well just to get us going, but is there going to be any sort of follow-up? Tupiel still has Ensong Inferno to pop if you want to try and hit someone on the back line, but the damage has to be done first, and now we see the grabs as well from Devil Dino, and the ult is available for Equinox too.
Yeah, everybody's there. Gets eaten on the inside by Renko. Phoenix Ult tries to follow through, but it can't. Everybody inside the mouth of this Jeff. Renko takes them off the map, all three, but one almost makes it out. Actually, in fact, does, but doesn't matter. No Binds pops the ult towards the objective, is alone. Basically 1 versus 4 in this fight. Don't think they can do it by themselves. Too much peel here for this SSG side as Equinox go for that reset. Again, huge ult by Renko in the fight.
Nectar almost has Galactic Legend and will have Galactic Legend as well going into this next fight. So Equinox, only with the Devil Dino ult to work with, are not going to really be able to do much. And that just might do it for SSG as they're closing in, 76% and ticking. And Equinox are going to need an answer here, and they were somewhat staggered going into this fight as well, so it has delayed them even more. And SSG not only having the Galactic Legend, but Month and Zanji also ults of their own. This is going to be a tough one for this fight for Equinox.
It's been excellent disengages for SSG so far. Go in, try to wait out Wada's ultimate. They need to sort of wait until they can maybe pop Monsoul in a good position. Now they go towards the point, have the advantage. Counter on the opposite angle from SSG in Pixel's mouth, though. But can they find any KOs off it? It's just a Venom on the opposite side. The Black Cat chasing down with Nectar in the sky, who's able to run rampant. No ults to help peel anybody else off. Wada goes down, and surely the rest is going to follow because Nectarize pops the ult in the backside. Tupel goes down. Same thing with Lyric. And one after another, even though you've claimed the point, you rely on a very late TP out of Pixel to even touch.
Yeah, can you stall enough for that TP to come through? Pixel is certainly up, and the teleport is there and available. Can you get through? Yes, you can. So one last ditch attempt for Equinox, but it is a 4 versus 6 at the moment in the hill, and you are really going to struggle to be able to sustain for that long, but at least Lyric gets in. That's going to be the key reason for Equinox to try and survive. Necrorize has gone down, so maybe, just maybe, Equinox have done enough to get back into this one here.
I mean, yeah, they have to keep sustaining, and they can, yeah, with the triple, but they do lose one. Oh, man, Zanji. Huge pickup on the triple. I mean, that was a lot of the damage output removed. Zanji does go down for it at the very least, but Renko, he has the ult. The Jeff goes into the back line with that ult. Does he get onto multiple people? He does. He has the Devil Dino, and he has the White Fox in his mouth. Can he take him off the map, though? This will be the difference maker. Respectos go down. So does the Devil Dino. He's off the map, and Renko potentially put SSG ahead.
Yeah, now this should surely be too difficult for Equinox to try and stay alive. What has gone down as well with Nectar finding the first and the second onto Pixel, and they are dropping like flies now. There's a last-ditch attempt from the Phoenix, but it's not going to be enough, as SSG will close out the first round here on domination.
Man, this is the tale of, like, two extremes, it feels like, Gask. Like, we have the full dive comp, and it took them a while, but they were able to break through and kind of keep control, because the amount of ult charge advantage they had, the amount of times that Chupels felt really contested, I think he's done well enough, but obviously there's not enough peel right now for the squad. Wada's been a target focus on these dives for SSG, and they've done phenomenal, I think, after that first point. You could see even in that KO count, it's not that they were losing that first fight decisively because of how many times they were dying. It was because they were patiently waiting out the important ults for the side of Equinox. So that was a really excellent work from SSG. We'll see if they can keep it up, though, now as we go to another round where I think that these more sort of bunker compositions get even a ton of advantage. So, you know, we'll see how SSG do on this next map where dive is not as strong.
Huge it's Jeffs from Renko as well, being able to pick off 2 or 3 players both times. I mean, in preseason, we barely saw an It's Jeff actually succeed, but the fact you get 2 And they were game-winning ultimates, really, when you look back at them, as Equinox looked like they were so close to being able to survive and maybe take that point back. But with Missionary unlocking in the next 12, we are going to get a little bit of a brawl to kick things off. Nectar's going to get the opener as well, so Equinox find themselves one down already. Yes, there are ultimates they could use to try and get into this one if they want to, but do you want to use them this early? That's going to be the real question, as yes, you will see the first from Respect. White Fox does pop, but it's not going to necessarily win you the engagement just yet, as SSG have wanted to respond if they want to use it as well. Galactic Legend also available for Nectar if you want to use it. No Fine's also going to get into the Incredible Hulk form, and Nectar goes down.
Yeah, I mean, in the middle of his team, 2 shots cross map from Triple. Jeff Holt comes through from the defensive hold, and they do have one in the mouth. It's the White Fox for Pixel, but can they take him anywhere? Black Cat chasing him around, and finally gets it out of the fight because Necrise goes down early. But again, huge plays by the front line. I think Novine set that up. You have in the sky an ult committed by Nectar, but can they find the KOs through the bubble of the Dinosaur? Jeff Holt in the opposite angle to maybe bring everybody back in. It's just the Devil Dino, I believe, in the mouth. But can they find the KO off of it? Just pull him out the fight for now, remove a lot of that maybe tankiness, but nobody's claimed this point just yet. Gaskets, even on both sides, in fact, as everybody's sort of regrouped, ultimates built up now.
Yeah, crazy the sustain from both sides. The Ensong Inferno wasn't even able to convert into really much at all. But now you're going to see Black Cat starting to tear through, but no KOs found just yet as the Deadpool pops ult as well, trying to get up and face personal of this. Next one, it does manage to do damage, but it's actually going to be Zanji who gets the first onto Chupio, and with Chupio going down, suddenly you are going to find yourself really struggling with the output from those duelists, and you're going to have to just back off slowly again, using every object to try and stabilize their life at the moment is Lyric. Very impressive Devil Dino play.
Well, I mean, they have the point too, and that's the problem. Like, they have to dislodge. You have to get KOs here. Necrise able to get 1. Nope, or the follow-up, maybe make it 3. But you have to try to find these KOs on the inside because they can sustain for so long. Finally, you get no binds. Even the White Fox ult was popped, so that's actually a good advantage, and they flip the point at 15%, so you can't hold on for too much longer, and now this retouch might be kind of difficult considering SSG were able to turn that around with that pick on the Trupial, who's now swapped over to that Elsa, which is... I don't know if it's going to make a big difference in this fight, considering that Phoenix still got value, but at least in this fight, maybe he can bring people into his team with a stronger ult.
Yeah, maybe just hoping that Glartrox can be the difference maker in a sustained-heavy engagement that we've seen time and time again already from these two teams. Renko also has it. It's Jeff available, and we've already seen what he can do with it. If you can spit a couple off the map, especially if you can find Lyric with it. But on the flip side, Pixel also has It's Jeff available. So really, it's going to be a lot of focus on the Jeff going in. And Chupio now trying to back up the rest of the damage. Galactic Legend is going to be popped from Nectar, though. Is there enough protection from Lyric? As Lyric also pops his ult on the Devil Dino and starts to really push in and rip through. But no KOs found as finally we see our first It's Jeff. It's going to be popped on both sides. It's an It's Jeff versus It's Jeff. Can you actually take anyone down with it?
I don't know, actually. We'll see. Renko comes in. The follow-up is potentially there. Trupio does get Zanji at the very least, so nice job. Necrise does commit the Banhammer at the very least, but you've lost 2 in this fight, and I don't know if they can actually get the KOs when all 3 strats are alive. You don't have the support. You're just trying to stall out for as long as possible as Nectar does go down. So the switch up for Trupio has exceeded expectations for this squad, considering they're able to find the KO with the ult and maybe keep everybody else alive, too. So Milk Boy gets staggered out. SSG are sent off for now.
This is the difference, right, between preseason and now. From patch to patch, if you had told me an Elsa would be able to get through and then eventually just being switched onto rather than being used initially, I would have called you a madman. But that's how quickly things can change in Marvel Rivals. But it really is working out for Tupiel at the moment, as Equinox now starts scoring yet again. No Binds is looking to try and be aggressive and see if he can catch anyone off guard on that right-hand side, but will eventually back off as SSG were aware of it. Milk Boy can have ult on Venom as well. And Milk Boy maybe is going to be the person to watch here, trying to dive in, see if he can initiate anything for the rest of the team.
And so I think there's a little bit more counter dive, counter peel potentially. Zanji does go in first though. Aggressive. Oh my god, Tupiel again removes him. So like you said, the Elsa coming through been huge so far, as that's a lot of the damage gone now for SSG, and that's 2 for them in that fight. Milk Boy goes back without even using the Feast of the Abyss.
Just going to have to back off and again regroup SSG. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom yet because they had such an advantage on this point. Equinox still scoring, but they're still catching up with SSG still ahead. Just waiting on the spawn of Month here before they can start to re-engage. But look how far pushed up Equinox are at the moment, right in the spawn almost of SSG. And SSG can need to find a way of breaking through this one.
Well, they're against that Daredevil now, so, you know, you a little bit have more uptime, maybe more survivability is the big thing to Black Cat, which is getting bursted too fast. So now you switch to a character that has that reflect, can kind of live through these dives, but there's so many ults for the other side. Can Renko also get a big Jeff ult before he did it? Can he do it again, though, for Pixel, who's used it first most of these fights?
There's that Banhammer coming out as well, Rex. You are going to see it. Here's the SGF then from Pixel. Are you able to grab? Are you able to stay alive is the real question. The answer is no. No binds to lead immediately. And now from the other side, Renko pops one of his own, but he will also fall. So both Jeffs go down as Galactic Legend now gets popped by Nectar. Have to go huge here, but you're just getting absolutely sent on by the Hulk. Doesn't really matter in the end as we're into overtime. Equinox trying their hardest to hold.
Well, on the portal now from Renko, who's coming back off the Jeff, and Nectar does find Watt at the very least. That's a nice pick, as you have that portal advantage, but you have to stall in overtime. Everybody has the extended spawns, and I mean, maybe you can stall for a little bit longer. You have to fall back towards the main side, maybe give that advantage towards the portal, considering you have to respect it at least a little bit, on top of this White Fox ult that's coming out.
Does come out, and now you can start to bounce as well as Equinox are falling back a little bit with Lyric going down. They've lost their front line, and they will just have to try and wait a little bit because they're being pressured so much. Nectar takes down Respect, so that White Fox goes down, and SSG will be able to convert this point and get closer now to scoring themselves, as Equinox are going to be the ones who have to answer the question that has been posed by SSG, and this will be the answer for them. It's going to be the portal from Lyric as it's a switch over, and they will jump on this point. 99-99, we're into OT.
There's a very early Hulk bubble from Nobines, who's trying to go aggressive. He needs to keep the team alive. Who's going to get Dobon in second, goes aggressive with the Tupio does find Necrise at the very least. So finally, yeah, like you mentioned, big portal advantage for them. Juggles that Doctor Strange into the sky, finds onto the mud too, but Tupio has to keep going forward, keep going aggressive onto Milk Boy, who is trying to extend this fight longer, but Nectar falls, so does he. In the portal edge for Equinox Gaming gives them a big advantage moving forward. Zanji now gets taken out too, and so does Month. And finally, they've claimed the point and they tied up 1-1.
Wow, the changeover to Elsa really was everything for Equinox. Tupio having a field day as well. Just so much damage output as the Elsa. And again, it's a comfort pick. If you imagine, if you're a duelist, you probably played hundreds, thousands of games as Elsa last season. And now you're going to be able to put her into full effect. It's not like she's terrible. She certainly can be a huge difference maker, and that was evident just on the scoreboard there. Tupio up to 22 KOs now, 14 final hits, 27k damage. Tupio, I was trying to find as much info as I could on the addition of Tupio to this team. Very little online on the likes of Liquipedia, for example, but making a name for themselves here in this first match between the two. And it's 1-1 now going into the third, and Equinox on the rise. Momentum behind them here, Doc.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I mean, Tupio going to continue to hopefully build that up for himself. I think you talked about it. I mean, he also has just a lot more survivability, can live through these dives. And Jonji's trying to figure something out. He's trying to find the solution. You know, he's going over to the Phoenix now. They're obviously, trying to rely on him heavily. But when that Black Cat's getting shut down, he's trying to look for a solution. It wasn't the Daredevil. It kind of almost was, but these fights just keep getting extended so long, and then eventually Zanji goes down. So maybe slows it down, maybe not trying to go for the hard dives, trying to just go through that throughput, the damage output to help with Nectar, and also help on Lyric, but maybe that plays right into Equinox's game plan. However, this next map is very open. It's not, you can't really play on the inside like we saw Equinox doing in the previous one, so we'll see if that changes the pace of things for the side of Equinox.
Lyric's done very well at catching out Nectar a couple of times as well, as Banhammer is going to pop out, and it is going to be the initial ultimate used here by Equinox, but now there's that Galactic Legend. But can you actually get any KOs with it? That's the question. The sustain from Equinox has been so good that actually Nectar has struggled when in Galactic Legend to find any KOs, as Nobines gets the opener onto Renko. After that, it's Jeff, and then we'll see a response of it. It's Jeff on the other side as SSG are dropping, and Equinox have done very well in this opening engagement. Yes, SSG was scoring, but maybe Equinox now can force them off as Tupio gets another KO onto Zanji.
Yeah, I can't lie. I mean, I don't necessarily like the Phoenix swap in hindsight, you know. I kind of want him to be back on the Black Cat. Just like I feel like the fact that we can go aggressive now. They don't have a place to bunker off. Wada does go down at the very least, and Equinox control that point once more. But maybe we can go in with these combos, go in with the ult. But we're going to have to maybe force out something early because Renko with that Jeff ult could force something out. Maybe Zanji goes after. Regardless, Equinox, like you mentioned, playing heavily around Tupio. Really strong suit is this guy on the Emma so far, and hit scan in general. We'll see if SHT can finally find some stabilization here. They've done it before in round number 1, but obviously it's been a bit out of their control after that last round.
Tupio does have Glartrox available as well. The If you can catch 2 or 3, it could be the difference maker in this engagement, but SSG have plenty to work with. Renko has fallen though, and it's Tupiel again getting that opener, and again, Equinox are just deleting SSG as they march forward. The pressure that you have from Devil Dinosaur is so difficult to play up against, and the beam now just rips you from the sky as well. Nectar desperately trying to stay alive and trying to avoid, but Devil Dinosaur on a tear.
Yeah, absolutely. Tear is definitely accurate to describe there. Tupiel does go down, though, to Nectar at least. So while Devil Dino's feasting on the front line, unfortunately his back line is starving. They go down, and Respect does trade back Renko. Maybe with this ultimate from the Hulk, we can get a little bit more value, as it's a little bit framey, but it finally stabilizes too for our observers. As now we go in with that ultimate from the sky. Nectar does have to deal with everybody playing inside the pool of the Jeff ult, but still not getting out the point too. Excellent job in terms of playing around it. However, Nectar's ult lasts too long. No binds and one eventually fall. And SSG maybe have stopped the bleeding off of Nectar's ult, and maybe some nice plays from Necrise too early, who gave them that advantage at the very beginning of the team fight.
Yeah, I wonder if this comp from SSG will be a bit better at holding than it was breaking, but they do eventually get through, so that's all that matters now. If you can hold out from here, you will still win this map. At Equinox, they are all out of ultimate economy. They have nothing here, so they have to try and build up. Maybe they sacrifice one quick fight over to SSG and try and kind of bait out a couple of ultimates on the side of Space Station here. Zanji is just going to be poking from a distance at the moment, as Phoenixes do so well.
Yeah, that's definitely the benefit of this character, just increased damage output. And, you know, I think his timing on his ultimate has been fine too. It's just Equinox is deleting out the sky. You know, a lot of these strat ults as well not being necessarily countered by it with the shields. But they do get to go in with this Deadpool ult. They always stall it out. Look at this, though. SSG kind of flanked around the backside. Finally, Waddle pops the ult early. SSG also used their own, so more aggressive for the side of Necrise as he's on the Van pool, whereas that Strat pool, a bit more defensive side, giving everybody that bonus health. Necrise, 1 HP, barely lives. No, does go down the Tupiel eventually, but Renko, he sees everybody. Hulk bubbles out. Could he wait it? Yes, he gets 3 in his mouth, and the off-map's right there. He sees it in the distance, gets helped by his White Fox. Oh, no! Can't make it to the health back in time. Excellent peel to get everybody out of Jeff's mouth.
Getting absolutely chased and hunted down by Hulk, and no binds, making sure that they stay alive. Such an important KO to get, as now Equinox are going to be able to stabilize here, regain this point, and they are just 1 hold away from winning this opening map against Space Station Gaming, who have to be relatively quick here, because this is going to start to tick away in Equinox's favor, and there is a Glartrox available for Tupiel. The fact they won that when their ult economy was so bad to start with does not bode well, as now we can watch Tupiel start to tear through. There's that Glartrox as well, connects with a couple. Is there damage to back it up? Yes, there is. Respect gets the first one to Munt. 1 is fallen, make it 2 for SSG. This might be the beginning of the end for Space Station Gaming here in this map, because Equinox will now push their advantage, force SSG out of this point. Overtime starts to tick down. They'll try and stabilize, but it's not going to happen, and Equinox will take map 1.
Oh my god, they do it. And the change-ups, you know, there's so many things that this team has had to go through, obviously, with Cafe Rose's side, losing a lot of their underage players, now going over to this squad. And damn, I mean, we've learned a lot about Tupiel. We've learned a lot about this whole lineup. But we'll see if they can keep it up. Match number 1 went their way. A lot of these MRC teams are really good in domination. We'll see how they do on map number 2 after this break.
I hold out. Hold smash.
Hello there and welcome back. The Savage Adventures event is in game now, featuring new skins for Luna, Snow, Hela, my goodness, my goddess, and Ultron. This event works as a battle pass system, and you can find yourself earning and completing missions for XP and rewards. As we jump back into what was our match number 2, map 1, Equinox versus SSG, and it was a great one at that, my friends. We've got an absolute upset potential in the making. Cafe Rose was this team before in the preseason, and they opened up an upset against FlyQuest, and Equinox is looking to do the same against SSG here. And I got to say right away, fellas, welcome to Pro Play Jupil. I mean, just a great way to show exactly who you are, and what a cool way to kind of wrap it all together. Because when you look at Equinox Gaming's Twitter, they said they're back, and we expect Jupil to get the MVP for stage 1. And just talk about nailing that prophecy, at least for this first map. Dogman, what impressed you with this team?
I think their team play was great. I didn't expect, I think, this squad to be such a counter dive sort of play style, especially with you talked about it, like a Spider-Man and Wada, who's played that strategist Deadpool to a very high level around this squad, right? They're playing around Jupil. That's the benefit of this team that plays around the Devil Dino. I think Gas brought it up. I mean, that character's so oppressive, and maybe that's why you don't want to give it to him. I mean, he basically acts like another Hulk bubble, right? Like that Hulk was going aggressive. He comes back later after the Devil Dino's cooldowns are down. So just really good team play across the board, which is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it was our first look at the Dino and kind of having this strategy around it, because you have to play so much different with it. And as we take a look at our stats here, I mean, you can see Nectar doing their job as that Thanos, but wasn't quite enough, as you've got really great play beyond. I mean, No Binds coming in clutch on getting that last Jeff elimination before they could get the big team wipe as well. And again, Jupil with the 20. Welcome to the team. Absolutely crazy. Zanji on the other side was in that spot. So cool to see this story to come together. And yeah, you know what? I was doing a commentating for J3's Community Clash, and Wada was in that, and he was an animal as Spider-Man. So cool to see him on that roster as well. Gaskin, when you look at it, the Devil, not the Daredevil, but the Dinosaur. What was the impact you saw directly from Lyric there?
Was Lyric able to rip like Nectar out of the sky at times as well with the grab and just being able to delete people, but also when they got the advantage, when they found that first KO, they just pushed. And that's what Devil Dinosaur is so good at. He just pushes you back, forces you back, so difficult to play against as well. Just got such a big body in front of you, and yes, you can hit it, yes, you can do the damage, but then the bubble comes out and the damage is coming from elsewhere. So difficult to play against as well. I do think that throughout this season we are going to see a lot of one team having Devil Dinosaur and the other team trying to counter it, but sometimes failing. Have to give a shout out to Jupil though with how he was able to play. These EMEA players coming over, he's from Netherlands. They just seem to be making a big difference here in the Americas.
Yeah, and for sure. I mean, when you look at kind of what Devil Dinosaur does, you know, you get that shield around and you can peel so well when someone is diving your back line. But also, you're seeing a lot of Deadpool being played against that as well that can just farm XP in those headshots. Map number 2 for SSG is going to go on over to Midtown. This is a map they do like to play a ton, and will really enable Nectar to do what they do so well with that. When it comes to the pick ban phase and what they want to do there, they're going to have to address a couple things. And if the plan is behind Devil Dinosaur, well, maybe that's what they do address. Dogman, do you think that's where they're going to attack immediately? Do they try to change up if you're SSG and look at someone like Jupil?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think maybe looking towards that Devil Dino, especially, you don't want to play that. Even Devil Dino Mirror could be a bit hard. Just the 400 HP shield that you get, it's you know, people are saying, oh, it's not that much HP, but it's like if it's getting value every single time, you're getting, you know, thousands upon thousands of effective HP out through the whole series. So that's definitely a big deal. On top of the fact that Lyric, you know, was able to pick up that hero to a very high level. I think that he was known as like that Doctor Strange, had some big plays on it. And whenever this team had him pop off, it seems like the whole team does well. So, you know, if they can continue playing around him, no matter whether that the Devil Dino is banned out or not, it's definitely something to look forward to. But like you mentioned, I think that's something that SSG have to focus on and prioritize on.
Well, this is a group of players that have upset DNA in their system. Can they find another one? It is map number 2, or will SSG force the map 3? Gaskin, pick ban. Let's get it going.
Let's get it going, and instantly you see the Devil Dino ban on the one side. There is going to be the difference that with these sides now, are you going to be able to actually stick it on the other side? Because it switches over. Obviously, who gets the ban versus who gets the ban lock. But instantly you are going to see the Gambit locked on the side now.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be sort of their linchpin to succeeding. I think that a lot of teams, you know, we saw that the Gambit wasn't protected until the very end. I don't think they expected to get banned out at the very end, too. But that's a good change-up, I think, to protect the Gambit, considering that character was kind of what they were missing, it felt like. Like, they didn't have an anti to kind of come through in the dives, right? And that was setting them back.
I think a team like SSG as well, when you've got a player like Nectar, if you can just allow them to have the ability to do a lot of damage through the Raging Royal flush of the back of it, it's very difficult to play against. And I think SSG, that's what they missed, right? They were able to get together, group together at times, then they would push a fight, but they just didn't have the ability to get those KOs. I do think that extra little bit of oomph that Gambit gives you could be what SSG need to break through this team of Equinox, who have just been so good at being able to force them back time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we have to see what the decisions are afterwards. Black Cat being prioritized for the side of Equinox, as they, you know, previously haven't really played around it, right? We didn't see it so far. It's only been one map, but obviously they wanted to go for that counter dive. So it'd be interesting if this team actually mixes it up. Maybe setting up more Cap Venom or whatever, because we saw that Cap being hovered for a second, but it's that Jeff being prioritized, which I think in the last map we did see Respect really step it up towards the very end too. I mean, just constant pressure, constant healing, having some big eats as well, matching Renko. I think they've been phenomenal for this squad, but it's a full strat line ban, which is I think you pointed out, not something really we saw on EMEA, right? Like a 4 strat line ban instead of focusing on Devil Dino or some of the Vanguards this patch so far. I think that's very interesting and unique.
Yeah, we were seeing at times Venom being banned. We saw America get banned as well. Like, it's just very different when you go from region to region, from team to team. There are going to be priorities for certain teams that there won't be there for others, and also focus bans for some teams rather than others as well. You can see the Phoenix is going to be protected on the side of on the side of SSG as well here to work with, and give Nectar the ability to play on Phoenix, which I'm excited to see once more. But we're again going to be in this situation here, Dog, where we're going to say, all right, which is better for teams, Gambit or Devil Dinosaur plus Black Cat? Because I think we've seen that a couple of times now happen already here in Marvel Rivals Ignite.
For sure, that's a great call out, because they didn't have to make the choice in the last map because that Gambit was banned. It set them back, and now that they get that Gambit, at least they get to find out, you know, whether or not we can take advantage of that ban phase more directly. So SSG now have to come back, right? This is going to be an interesting match, because we knew Cafe Rose and a lot of these, you know, now Equinox, and then also, you know, yeah, we lost. A lot of these squads were very good on domination. I think SSG also were pretty solid on domination, but they kind of fall off when we go to Convoy and Convergence, and we'll see if SSG can kind of reverse sweep now as we do enter that, you know, middle point of the series where we now have to pick Convoy or Convergence and kind of go from there. But for SSG, a lot of changes you guys talked about at the very beginning. Right now, they are down the first map and potentially could lose the series if this one does not go their way against the Devil Dino himself in Lyric on side of Equinox.
How many times have we seen teams getting stuck in the Baxter building here on this map as well? SSG are going to have to try and be the squad to break out. Often it was Wolverine that you jumped onto just to try and get that initial pick to be able to move out and create a little bit of space. But SSG just going with a little bit more poke. They are going to be using the Emma Frost this time. I did say, I wonder if we see Necrozz on Emma Frost throughout this series, and that is the switch up that's going to happen, and whether that can be their opportunity to break out. But already the Devil Dino getting up and in the face of SSG, but will be instantly removed, and there is the opener that they needed, and now they can start to press their advantage.
They almost completely forgot about the Rogue. You know, I mean, I guess a lot of teams didn't necessarily have a Rogue player in their back pocket, but Milk Boy coming through on the Rogue has so far looked good, and then they just get a run towards this other side of Equinox and kind of just win, right? Like, they just sent forward, grabbed people on Necrozz, sent them towards the car, the Exo. They want to play the same thing Equinox do. They want to go back over to the Emma, so obviously with those changes, I think this character is a lot stronger than it was previously, and maybe you can rely on Necrozz a little bit more. We talked about this controller player as being very good on Emma Frost, so we get to put him on a comfort character as well. In something fight, we might have ult advantage.
Sanji waiting in the shadows at the moment, waiting to pounce and be the difference maker here again for SSG, as already the engagements have started. Bubble's going to come out from Lyric, and now here comes the dive, here comes the jump. Nothing quite yet connects, but Renko has been able to find one. Respect responds with one of his own onto Milkboy as well, and then Zanji goes straight back into the back line, seeing if he can pick them off one by one, but having to retreat to his own strategist because he's not able to convert any of those. We are going to see Nectar having an ult available, though maybe that Ensong Inferno will be able to pick off some of those strategists on the back line alongside the damage coming out of the Daredevil.
Raging Royal Flush using the backside Phoenix as well from Nectar, but no KOs found necessarily, which is kind of interesting. I mean, you have the Phoenix ult on the opposite side, you use 2 crucial ultimates, but could not find the KOs through the strategist line, and also the Devil Dino, you know, forcing everybody back. So they remove those out. Invisible Boundary at the very least, but you can maybe stall for a little bit longer with Lyric, who is doing constant damage, getting constant overhealth. Look at him, he's at nearly 1600 HP, which is insane. Basically, the strategist ult by himself in this Devil Dino form, though. Zanji goes a bit far, gets pulled in by Pixel. So great work from Pixel in that fight. And also, again, Lyric brought them back away, brings Nectar back to his team, and that's dinner for this side on Equinox, who now have only 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go, and it's gone from great to almost terrifying for the side of SSG.
Quite literally chewing them up and spitting them out, and that is why Devil Dinosaur is so difficult to play against at the moment. Lyric doing big things for the rest of the team, and now No Mind's going to have an ultimate available as well as Respect, so there is going to be a real opportunity for Equinox to hold once more. Zanji's going to opt to move to Moon Knight to try and go up against that Devil Dinosaur, but now here come the ults coming out. Invisible Woman will put that barrier down to try and just give a little bit of extra oomph to the rest of the team, and that's all thanks to Respect as well. SSG on the back foot once more. You will see Moon Knight try and box something to do a little bit of extra damage. Lyric has fallen because of it, and it's going to be a 5 versus 5, but now Pro Builder gets one. Milkboy responds, and there are trades back and forth, but Equinox are the ones forcing them back.
Yeah, I forgot Pro Builder came in instead of Wada in that previous fight, so he's, you know, kind of coming online now. Does get traded at the very least, but very early commit of the ult from Respect in that fight. Still has the shift available, but you said trying to go for that front-to-back style for SSG side. 37 seconds left to go. Milkboy goes with the ult aggressive very early indeed, but Nectar's able to capitalize. Find no binds, but can they find any more? Everybody else is disengaged. They still have to touch the payload too, the objective, but they can't. Phoenix Ensong Inferno shuts down the Devil Dino like a meteor, and now SSG cap it out, move to second phase. It was a little bit too much to overcome, I think, for the side of Equinox. But SSG, let's see if they can get the ball rolling now finally with, again, they're trying to play a hard front-to-back style.
SSG did very well at surviving that kind of pushback from Equinox right at the end there, and just by sustaining for a little bit longer with the respawns, they were able to then really dominate that next push and catch Equinox off guard a little bit. We are going to see Raging Royal Flush available and to be used here, and will be used by Renko as well, as the Invisible Barrier goes up on the opposite side. So it's going to be trade for trade in terms of those ultimates, which might just mean a stalemate in terms of KOs, and will be. Month is going to have Invisible Barrier of their own to be able to use into the next as well, so we have to see whether that's going to be used just to try and control this payload.
It looks like SSG are totally fine on the neutrals, right? Just trying to force out Travel ults, understand they can build the Moon Knight ult at the very least, so kind of not playing the typical Gambit style that we see, but Invisible Boundary Puck, Lyric gets brought out into the main side, and you take that 1-for-1. But this was the problem kind of last stage. I feel like a lot of teams weren't the best Gambit squads, and they're not necessarily playing those traditional Gambit style comps, so it's easier to sort of play, because you can see Renko's kind of more like a bait, right, in that fight. Like, he just tries to force out an ult, fall back. And SSG, 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go. They do have to deal with Respect's ultimate, but maybe they could stun lock up with Necrise and Zanji comboing, or they just go for 1-for-1 because it feels like they're totally fine in those trades as they get this cart moving forward.
When does Respect opt to pop that Kumaho unleashed? And can it be the difference maker they need, as Lyric just took a massive chunk of damage again? That's what the Moon Knight can do going into a Devil Dinosaur, as now we move over to Milkboy, going blow to blow with Captain America at the moment, but can you actually get the job done? The answer was no, but Renko and Zanji going to be the ones who do get the openers. Month follows up as well, and 3 members make it 4 have fallen for Equinox, and SSG are now walking through them, marching through them here as they take the second point.
Yeah, none of these answers are working, and this is the tough part. No binds onto the cap. Maybe can help Troopio on the dives, but he swaps over to the Phoenix now, so they also want to kind of play that front to back, and that was kind of what they did in the previous one. So Pro Builder's over to that Black Cat still. It's just it's a bit of a difference in terms of playstyle at the moment, whereas SSG, everybody on their team is kind of playing together except Milkboy, who is going aggressive, trying to create openings. And then for the other side, for Equinox, it just feels like Pro Builder has not been able to find as much value that he did on the first point, right? No bind trying to find, you know, those dives on the back line, but Renko and Month are playing so far back on these off angles.
A lot of responsibility here for ProBuilder with this initial push. Try to just steal away a KO onto Gambit, but no one was able to actually convert it in the end, so you have to back off for ProBuilder here. But there is always going to be the worry now for SSG. They're going to be very aware of the Black Cat approach as Chupio trying to do damage on the Phoenix once more, just tapping away, trying to get a little bit of that poke, but it's Nectar who actually converts the burst on the Phoenix themselves. And now we're going to see on the other side, all that damage comes through. It's easy as you like, but SSG and Equinox are starting to fall away here.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to even see, like, Nobind swap over to the Venom, because I know he's a lot better on it. Like, it just feels like he's not there with the follow-up onto ProBuilder, who, you know, in most cases, we would see him follow up on the Venom, just get those KOs, and now it looks like Lyric's just not able to walk up, right? He's just trying to anchor, play that front line. So many ults now for SSG. You have to kind of clutch up here for Equinox, otherwise it's all over.
Freedom Charge is going to be the beginning of the end potentially here for the push through, as Equinox unable to find anything to begin with. Chupio does get the pick onto Nectar, though. Could be big. Renko gets one of their own, and now we're going to have to see whether you can actually follow up with it. Devil Dinosaur trying to get onto that point, but Lyric is being bombarded at the moment by every piece of damage that is available on the other side for SSG.
They do trade back Zanji, at the very least. Nobind's able to follow up, and Lyric to bring back that White Fox into the back line, but he's going to be able to teleport back away. And again, Nobind goes down to the opposite side. Lyric, now without some pressure on the front line, has to be the target focus, can maybe sustain with this Loki in the spawn, gets the copy off, but they lose Pixel. He has to look back behind. No follow-up for the opposite angle. Ensong Inferno committed. Same thing with Nectar. It's looking messy for kind of both sides. Milkboy trying to get followed up upon by that Ensong Inferno, but no KOs found. Invisible Boundaries here just in time as Nectar tries to escape through that sort of theater side, and is able to do so. So it's again slowed down by SSG, but we have 10 seconds left to go. We still have to play that cart as they have no ults on either side.
Just going to be all neutral going into overtime, it would seem here. Can anyone build one up to be the difference maker? Zanji, of course, on the Moon Knight can do a lot of damage and can build it up very quickly indeed. Might be the first one to get it here. It's going to be a race between him and Pixel. And if you can get the invisible boundary up, it could be a winning ultimate for Equinox. As Zanji trying as he can up to 100. And there is going to be the ult available. And now you can slam that onto the point. And there's going to be the damage you need alongside Chupio. They get that first pick, but it's not going to work out in their favor. Equinox somehow will survive. And the invisible boundary now should just give them enough of an advantage to sustain here. And will. So Equinox hold off SSG in their push. But boy, did SSG go a long, long way.
Yeah, they did. They did. Towards the very end, I mean, I don't necessarily fully agree with the Moon Knight ult on the cart because it is going to be that Emma and the Devil Dino, and then they also have the Loki greens. I mean, I guess you force cooldowns out, but then they had Strat ults before you because you're playing Moon Knight, and they just build up those ults so quickly, even though they do have the Devil Dino that reduces a lot of that ult charge gain. So, I mean, a little bit of kind of a mistake, I would say, from SSG, but it was always going to be tough towards the very end if you build up those ults so quickly. But they at least made it pretty far. For the side of Equinox, they obviously want to play that slow, play it front-to-back style again. Nobind's trying to switch back to the Emma, I think was a good mix-up, although, again, prioritize. I like to see him on the Venom. It's always tough against the Emma Frost and stuff. But still, I mean, they looked very good towards the very end. They need to kind of figure something out on first point, as that's still quite a distance that you mentioned SSG made it. That's the tough part, is that there's so much, 151 meters distance to make up. And for Equinox, we've seen them clutch up in the past, right? We've seen them kind of make those moves. You talked about Nectar doing it kind of before, but Chupio has been able to find these neutral picks very often. We'll see if he can do it on the attack versus SSG, who, you know, look to play a very unique composition on the defensive side as they play Nectar on that solo duelist, playing that Phoenix alongside triple strategist. We have Zanji on that Ultron, which is the first time we get to see this tournament.
In theory, Lyric on this Devil Dinosaur should be a huge reason why they can push this one aggressively, but he's going to be a huge target as well, and an advantage to SSG in terms of building up those ultimates very easily and comfortably on such a large hero to be able to hit over and over again. Even with the reduction on that ultimate build-up, it's still going to be very difficult as Chupio moves over to Punisher. Wonder if we'll see any sort of hop-on ability with the team up. You don't really see much of it because you are very vulnerable at being taken down. But Milkboy from height trying to just add that little bit of extra damage at the moment, already up to 75% charge. Probably going to be the first one to get an ultimate here as Monk gets the pick onto Lyric.
Yeah, I mean, good work from the side of the defensive angle so far. Everybody playing it back. I think the Ultron mix-up, especially go to the open side, has been good, as well as Equinox trying to play that that Punisher kind of style. But now Chupio goes over to that Phoenix. He showed something very interesting with that Human Torch, but they want to go for these full engages, maybe going with the greens of respect as they set up onto this Ultron to the backside of Zanji.
Robuilder onto Star-Lord, just seeing if you can find that initial pick onto Ultron. If you can get one of these strategists, then it's just going to give you such an advantage going into that engagement. But at the moment, unable to find them, maybe we'll catch out Milkboy, but Milkboy is able to evade him for a short while as he does get behind here. And certainly is a difficult push at the moment here for Equinox.
Yeah, right now, I mean, they're going to play it slow as a little bit of feed issues, I think, on my side. But we'll see when we come back how this fight's kind of going. Because right now, I mean, 3 minutes on the clock, you still have a lot of time on first point. But for SSG, we get to see as they kind of work back into this fight, go aggressive with the invisible boundary of Pixel's side. Met by the Ensong Inferno of Nectar, but Tupiel again gets advantage. Milkboy goes down, follow up by Nectar. Is it too late? No, gets burned out of the sky, so excellent target focus. Anji can come back in with this Elsa ult, or Emma ult rather, to maybe force out something, but it doesn't. Only connects onto one as they try to play it slow, maybe force out an ultimate on Exo's side, or Equinox's side. But again, they're smart about it. They have that coffee ready to go into the sky with the Star-Lord. Anji tried to counter on the backside, goes into the bubble of the Emma. But no KOs found from Pro Builder. At least he gets some cooldowns out.
Renko has the Raging Royal Flush available, and it is going to be popped here. On the other side, though, Respect is going to put that invisible boundary down, and it is going to be able to just kind of counter a little bit of that vision on their side and protect them on this cart. But now you're going to see a couple of players just having to back off. Tupiel is going to pop the Ensong Inferno. Can you get a pick onto the strategist? The answer is no. And then Month is also going to pop on as well. Everyone trading blow for blow at the moment in terms of ultimates, but still no early pick as Lyric gets involved. It's going to be Respect who gets the opener, and Equinox now surely going to be able to follow this one up and push this car over the first point, which was going to be the biggest point of contention. Can you get it that far? And it looks like the answer is going to be yes, as Month and Necrise is going to be the last two to go down, and Equinox just about get over the line.
Yeah, they absolutely had to win it right there, right, with the ultimates committed afterwards. You know, Milkboy coming through with the ult, but again, it's that Devil Dino diff that you talked about before, just in these neutrals. Just feels like Necrise and Milkboy not able to get as much value as Lyric has been, just due to his survivability and overall damage output. But to go for that portal play early TP, maybe set up a big ult from Necrise here.
They're in, but are they going to be able to actually get anything out at the moment, because you're going up against the Dino who is holding that portal. A lot of damage was done though. Tupiel also very weak on the backside, needs to be very careful with his next movements, otherwise you are just going to be picked off one by one. Necrise has popped out initially, and now you'll see Invisible Boundary go down yet again. This time it's going to be to try and protect the side of SSG. With Tupiel falling, SSG might be on top, but Lyric takes down Necrise, and with one Vanguard falling here, there's just going to be a lot of pressure coming from Equinox.
Yeah, good movement with the strat line. Other side of Equinox, they fall back towards the health pack side. Milkboy goes down to no bind, so both strats, or both Vanguards gone. Nectar does find one, does it themselves, but it's not enough, sadly. The rest of the squad did fall earlier, so again, rotation there by the back line towards that mega health pack. Respect does go down late, but regardless, excellent rotation by them. Now SSG have to come back into it again, lacking ultimates because they use the invisible boundary early in the fight for Month. I think they're using it also a little bit too early. We'll see if they can slow it down, though. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, they don't have time to do so, as this card's about to cap out.
And of course, you will come out. Can they do enough damage to pick off anyone? No, they're able to back out of that portal from above. Nectar is going to have Ensong Inferno available, though, as well, on the side of SSG. For Equinox, Loki has ultimate, and can certainly use that as a way to get and steal a strategist ult available, as Pro Builder also going to pop one of their own. And Equinox now might just be up here as they try and push through, and they will get that first pick. SSG now having to drop back a little bit, and they might have to give up this point if they're not careful. Ensong Inferno will be sent out. Can it eliminate anyone? Not just yet, but it doesn't really matter when Lyric is doing this on the Devil Dino.
Yeah, absolutely doing so much, and the cart moves the third phase now, as you talked about it, the Devil Dino been so big, and right now we have to switch it up for SSG's side. They're trying to figure out what to put Milkboy on, and Necrise has been consistently on to this Emma, like we mentioned. Same thing with No Binds, but Milkboy's hero has been a really hard one to figure out and what to play on this defensive angle. Groot could be a good option, good opportunity, especially with the Mantis unbanned and the Loki and stuff. You could potentially swap over to that, but obviously Loki is banned on their side. But they've just not been able to get much value in these compositions with Milkboy somehow, some way. It's been Tupiel and Lyric to kind of find those two. Although in the 1v1, Nectar's not been doing that bad as we start off this fight with No Binds ult and Tupiel's there with the follow-up.
It's advantage Equinox at the moment. Renko does have Raging Royal Flush to use on the defensive side. With Necrise going down, though, maybe you have to back off and try and regroup and see if you can stabilize a little bit as Equinox try and push this one over the line. Remember, to win this series, if they're able to get it over, and it would be an upset to kick us off, here with stage 1 of Ignite here in Americas, as Equinox now will be going up against a 6 versus 6. Nectar trying to do whatever they can to try and do the damage. No Bind gets in and aggressive and will be eliminated instantly. So there's that first KO in favor of SSG. Hand of Conchu is going to be available as well for Zanji, so SSG maybe have just done enough to hold off, but time is not on their side. So Equinox, they are keeping this one going at the moment.
Yeah, they are. I mean, just the throughput coming out of both of these duelists right now. Troop able to find one onto Nectar. At least with the Emerald can find some follow-up onto Lyric, who eventually goes down. That was so much damage that it chunked through, even with Renko's ult. So maybe this is some stabilization for the defensive angle. They do have the Group Moon Knight ult. I mean, we talked about that in the past. That's a fantastic combo. But who do they catch out into that, right? That's going to matter a ton. Milkboy not setting up in the flank angle. Portal flew through on the opposite side. Maybe going to force out this Group Moon Knight now.
Hand of Conchu is there again. You will see the steal of Loki just making sure you get that invisible boundary down as Lyric gets down and dirty with Groot at the moment, but can you get the initial? It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Hand of Conchu did get 2, but the point is moving at the moment. It does get sent back a little bit. 4 down on the side of Equinox as SSG will hold.
Yeah, I mean, that was a hard fight to win for Equinox, and they committed a ton. That's the tough part is, you know, the Group Moon Knight, Invisible, all got value. But like you said, it was very close to the end. I mean, look at this. We only have 1 meter to go for Equinox Gaming before they could potentially close out. But they didn't, right? 50 seconds left to go. A lot of ults committed as well. And Pro Builder now switching it up, going over to Star-Lord, and he gets down early to Zanji. That was way too fast, and an excellent read by SSG.
That's a huge pick, and now SSG can look to try and hold here. And actually, they're applying the pressure. They are pushing up onto Equinox, and they are not letting them stabilize whatsoever. Ensong Inferno is going to be available for Nectar. No ultimates just yet. As I say that, Equinox do get an Ensong Inferno of their own on the side of Tupiol. It's going to be a Phoenix versus Phoenix matchup here to try and get that initial pick. But it's Zanji again on this Moon Knight, who has been so difficult to play against because you are just doing so much damage with such an easy target onto that Devil Dinosaur. 15 seconds for the Equinox to try and break through.
Cover to cover. I mean, everybody's so low. Whoa, Tupiol gets the ult up in time. Invisible Boundary goes aggressive from Bixel. Tupiol follow-up, has everybody there with the Venom, but no KOs found just yet. SSG close to that Gambit ult as well. They committed Monk's ult on the backside. Nectar's able to find one. Lyric as well. Milkboy takes him out in the group. That might have been the solution this whole time, as there's no portal to come back. They lose 3 in the middle of this fight. They don't even need Renko's ultimate because no binds will get whittled down. Pro Builder does find one at the very least, but it won't be enough, as SSG will tie the series up 1-1, and we're gonna head on to a Convergence map type for our very last map of the series.
What an unbelievable hold that was from SSG as well, and I think a lot of credit has to go to the Moon Knight. A very intelligent switch up. One of the best counters against Devil Dinosaur and Shore with the amount of damage you can do. But that is going to be us tied up 1-1 in the series. We're going to go for a quick break, but when we come back, map 3 and the resolution of this series will be coming up right after this.
They hold the line, and the upset bid takes a bit of a hit as this series is now tied 1-1. SSG winning there at their Midtown map pick. Now the next map choice will be going on over to Equinox, and fellas, I gotta say, what an entertaining matchup. Blow for blow. I mean, a great defensive hold to open things up. If you look at the finals at the halftime, they only had like 6 as a group, so only 1 real team wipe within that. But you guys said it best. The Moon Knight was able to capitalize on that dino. He's legitimately, Gaskin, a walking onk when you have that big Vanguard in the lineup.
He is, and very difficult to play up against as well because, you know, you can't really stop the damage coming off of the Devil Dinosaur. there was a couple of hand of Khonshu's that were a little bit iffy, and I think even Dogman was saying, you know, I'm not sure about putting on the cart at the end of their defense, but then it completely changed on the flip side when they're on the other side of it. So I just think that there was a lot of learning to go through when you switch over to Moon Knight, and very impressive switch as well, very confident one, because without that, I don't know if they would have been able to survive.
Well, because of that, he is going to be our MVP from that first bit of the matchup in the Midtown. And yeah, I mean, Dogman, you made a great point. It's kind of a tough decision there, right? It's like, do you throw the Khonshu out to get all that pressure on the cart? There's so much big health bars on there anyway. And that's kind of the give and take you get with Moon Knight. You know, you have the walking Ankh, but you're spitting out so much damage, 47,000 to be exact on this type. And that's so much extra ult charge for the strategist. And there's a lot to kind of cook up there. But either way, Zanji getting the MVP against his former team, might I say. So definitely a good time. Dog, I want to throw it to you, all right? It's 1-1. Will we see the upset open up yet again from Equinox, or will we see SSG lock in and show us what they've improved on here in the break?
I think yes. I think they definitely have a chance. But the difficult part is that I believe both these teams, I mean, they were different groups in the preseason. And they haven't played against each other, but I mean, Equinox was a great team, competed at a high level in Group A, but they always kind of struggled on Convoy and Convergence. Kind of the same story for SSG a little bit. I think that this is still one of their sort of weak map types. It's just that Equinox also aren't the best on it. It depends on where we go to. The difficulty is they kind of got beat at their own style, and that's going to kind of set them back, considering that's what they're best at. Like, they're really good at the front to back style, and we just lost on a front to back map, especially if they start playing Groot a little bit more. They really figured it out for the side of SSG, considering I think their Vanguard line is the hardest thing to figure out versus the side of Lyric and Nobines. But they finally found something at the very end, and I wonder if that will be sort of the way it is moving forward on the next map types.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because Pro Builder obviously was in that time instead of WADA, and so we're seeing what we want to see out of Ignite, and you have these players that specialize in certain roles. Obviously, WADA is a very good, to everything player as well. I do agree. I don't think the Black Hat got a ton of value there initially where they wanted, but outside of that, I think this is kind of the advantage to have so many great players and subs on the team. We'll see kind of who takes that last slot up in this match number 3 and where they end up taking it. But either way, I mean, SSG, for me, feels like a team that has a very strong anchor of a cast of a few, and they're trying to get those other pieces to work with them, Gaskin. And I'm starting to see that come together more. Obviously, Milk Boy is a big, hit not only on the green screen with the milk, but also within these matches, Gaskin. You're starting to see SSG kind of get more of an identity.
Definitely. I think, like, as the season goes on, I think they will find more of it and find more of that chemistry as well. I think if Equinox can take it here, they will be very thankful when we get towards the end of Stage 1, because I think it's inevitable. Space Station are going to get better. When you make this many changes, like when you use the maximum amount of changes, there's always, it's essentially an entirely new roster at that point, and it is going to take time to be able to rebuild. So SSG, they are slowly finding their identity in this series alone, let alone throughout the stage. So I think Equinox, they need to be clever about this one. They need to finish it off quickly, otherwise SSG are just going to get better and better.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I mean, with all the roster changes, you've got the hero changes, map pool going on, and speaking of which, we've got our map number 3, the first of what we've got in Stage 1 in the America scene, and it's Symbiotic Surface. What a, I would say, pretty rare pick. We don't get a lot of Clintar action, Dogman, here within Ignite. I would say not much at all. So cool to see this team bring it to what would be a comfort pick, although we are showing as well Yggdrasil's Path, which would make more sense if we're going there.
Yeah, I mean, I think for when we go to a convergence map type, it's always going to be a tough choice. I mean, there's a lot of maps that you kind of need to avoid. Certain teams are really good at, like, Central Park, and there's a lot of, like, specialty teams on, map to map. So when we go to Symbiotic Surface, I think a lot of these squads that usually do well on domination don't have to necessarily pick up this one, especially in this series, considering it was, like, it could have been a 2-0 if things didn't, go SSG's ways, 1 or 2 fights, and if they didn't figure out the Groot stuff. So I don't mind that as well, considering maybe we go to a map where I think Chupiel can succeed. He could pop off, and then Lyric keeps getting his Daredevil Dino, whatever you want to call it. So you can kind of do whatever you want. I think this is a solid map choice for a lot of these teams that just like to play traditional maps, I guess. Once Symbiotic Surface is joined to the fray, I think a lot of these squads that don't have, like, necessarily a convergence identity love to go here as a map pick.
No, for sure. That's a great point. That is, will this map 3 will take us? Is it SSG or is it Equinox to take over and get this first win for them to start Stage 1? Gaskin, Dogman, let's bring it to Clintar. Take it away.
Yeah, interested to see where these bans go, Dogman, because are you going to try and target a little bit, or after success, are you going to be able to maybe just carry on from what you did previously? And obviously with a map change, it does change composition-wise as well. I do think that you probably want to try and remove that Devil Dinosaur, though, because it has just been such a difficult thing to go up against. But it looks like Equinox were able to remove it and protect it because they had the first choice of lock and ban. On the other side for SSG, it is again the Gambit ban and the Gambit protect.
Yeah, a lot of bans coming through, and the Phoenix Protect coming through on the opposite side for SSG. And, you know, I think that their comp obviously is built heavily around the Gambit stuff, like you mentioned, trying to figure out what to do with their Vanguard line, because Equinox are banning out those things, right? Emma Frost comes through in the ban phase for the first time today. And it makes sense. I think Necrise is shown to play a lot of that. He'll maybe play the Deadpool at the very end because that wasn't banned out, but we got to keep the Loki. They like to play this front-to-back style. Loki is always very good in that as well, even without the Mantis and stuff, so we could play that Invis Loki yet again. And for the opposite for SSG, you know, maybe they want to hinder that backline a little bit. It seems like Equinox are able to fill to a lot of other things to play around the Devil Dino, so it's going to be Jeff prioritized for SSG's side because of what happened on map number 1.
Yeah, I think Jeff can be a very tricky hero to go up against, especially on Symbiotic Surface, so I don't hate that ban from SSG, but there you go, everyone. There are your lock and bans with a beautiful new graphic as well from our production that comes through. I think the important takeaways are the fact that Equinox, again, are going to have the Dino available to them, and for SSG are going to have a Gambit to work with, whereas for Equinox, I think the Loki was important, because not only can you use the opposition's ults as well, but the fact that you've just got that extra ability to get one more strategist on the go, essentially, to counter some of these really oppressive ultimates that are going to come out from the side of SSG. Didn't necessarily help them out in some of the occasions in the previous map, but going into their map pick now, perhaps they're going to have a better time here in map 3.
Map 3, man. I mean, in Group A2, I mean, maybe people aren't talking about this group as much as we were in Group B. Everybody's saying it's the group of death, but, you know, with SSG moving over to here, then Equinox Gaming with their brand new roster, you know, any team can really compete, can be competitive in either group going into the playoffs. But obviously, there's on top of that the whole fact that you could get relegated if you're Equinox, right? For SSG, they're a partner team, so they're unfortunately not able to get eliminated for the side of Equinox. Whereas for them, I mean, there's a chance they get eliminated in future weeks. But we'll talk about that later as the portal block out of spawn. Unfortunately, Lyric realized he's too big to fit through the doorway and has to go through the left.
The one person who definitely can't get through is Devil Dinosaur. There's even some doorways in the game you can't get through, let alone when there's a portal in the way. But it is going to be now the attempt for Equinox to try and attack and break here. Of course, there is going to be the initial point that you have to take before you get that card that you can start to push. The damage coming out of Pro Builder, again, is going to be one of the focus points here as Star-Lord. Can you get that initial pick? But at the moment, they are being held back.
Yeah, held back indeed. You know, nice work from the side of Renko, rather, to connect with the AT on the front side. And then send back Equinox back towards their own spawn. And like you said, unfortunately, you know, Lyric can't fit through some certain angles. You know, they don't have that 20-foot clearance, I guess, you need for a dinosaur of his size. But, you know, they do have Zanji back on that Moon Knight again, just realizing that's their priority is just front-to-back style. And Moon Knight got changed in the recent patch, too. His cooldown of the hook is on shorter cooldown. But Nectar actually showing some excellent aim against Tupio on that flank. That angle took too long to control for Equinox. This has been their kind of game plan, is sort of walk at these angles, control closer fight engages so Lyric can kind of enjoy these fights better. But again, they lose Pro Builder 2 to Nectar, and we didn't talk about them a lot so far in the previous series, but again, another final hit is just one after another for them right now.
Nectar just on a field day at the moment, having a tear through the rest of the squad, and Equinox are going to be down to just 2, and they're going to have to reset. You can't really allow your duelist to be taken out that easily over and over again by the opposition duelist, but there is going to be a portal to get onto the point, but it looks like they are going to be there and ready to try and take them down from a distance, but it is going to be one tick onto that first little chunk here for Equinox, so they have been able to catch them off guard a little bit, make it the second tick over, but are you going to actually get the full 3? Because after Necrozma and Nectar work together with Rector, and they are going to do it. Sadly for them, they're not going to get all the way over because SSG were prepared and they were waiting in the wings just for everyone to get back on their feet.
Yeah, you can see the reason to prioritize that Phoenix. I think he's been able to do so much. And the dive comps that we saw previously were able to kind of uproot that. but, you know, they haven't played those compositions. They put Lyric off of the Devil Dino over to the Emma. They put Nobines back onto his main, which is that Venom, which is kind of something that I wanted earlier a little bit, because this is the way you deal with Phoenix, is that you have to get on the dives, make sure they're KOable, like we saw out of other teams like Yeah We Lost, whereas they just make sure that you're uncomfortable in the back line and they have to go to the Elsa. But Milkboy finds respect, and again, these neutral fight picks have been absolutely brutal. I mean, this is what we talk about teams, especially these MRC squads, not being the best on combo conversions because of this. They just keep going down on neutral. SSG are being so proactive on this defense.
I think we've all been here in ranked when you're trying to push through this initial point and you just can't get through, and someone keeps getting picked off, so you have to wait over and over again. And now Equinox are down to just 1 minute on the clock here, but they do have a good ult economy to work with. Chupio is going to be a player to watch, that's for sure. Ensong Inferno is going to be available, but also just the initial damage done by that Phoenix to try and pick off SSG. Month is taking a lot of damage on the other side of SSG, but is able to sustain, as now you will see the invisible boundary go out. In response is the Ensong Inferno from Chupio. There's still no pick, and now we see the barrier go out on the other side as well, and Pixel is able to get it down, as now you're going to see a little bit of a brawl as Necrise is staying alive, as Loki will steal it away, and no, you're not able to survive if your no-binds denied by Renko.
Well, this was another problem, too, over in NA. We'd maybe see, you know, a Wolverine pick to come through or something for the side of Milkboy, but none of that's been possible. You can see this team is really drilled in their front-to-back style, and it's just not working. You would think a no-bind squad would be very good at these full dives, but they come back with Pro Builder. Can they find the KOs? They do. Onto one. Can they find any more? Pro Builder goes to the back line with the Venom, and he does find another Moon Knight out to help stall it out and delay, but it's not enough to stop Pro Builder from getting so many resets, so much damage downrange, and he can't avoid that damage. Finally, they've broken through with nearly a second left on the clock. This first point, and maybe this is the start of something good for Equinox Gaming in the second phase.
Yeah, because now you're pushing. You could have the option of switching over back to the Devil Dinosaur a little bit later as well.
This is still going, by the way.
Again for Pro Builder, who maybe the switch over to Black Cat was absolutely everything they needed. The Star-Lord wasn't really working out initially, as now we'll see the portal coming out of Necrise to get right back onto this point from SSG. But are we going to see, with that little bit of a stagger, just mean that Equinox have the advantage in this engagement, as Chupio switches over to Psylocke as well to try and disrupt that backline alongside Pro Builder. But it's Milkboy who gets the opener onto no-binds.
Yeah, it's a good swap, too, from, I think, Zanji to switch over to the Daredevil. Kind of counters that Psylocke pick from Chupio's side, though it is traded. Phoenix ult from Nectar to the outside is enough damage to follow up. The greens are there from Respect, so they're still healthy. But we're still touching the card. SSG kind of trying to rotate the map. Unfortunately, nobody there with him. Renko was there, but he goes down due to the fact that they're playing a bit more of an aggressive backline kind of combo. Now it actually is capitalized on as Pro Builder does fall. But again, slowly but surely, they get wheedled down. SSG, portal play almost kind of worked out. At least they get able to force out something out of Equinox, at least find Chupio, but they still got to move this cart forward. Actually, they didn't even use anything on their side for SSG. They just used that portal, who can't retouch on the end of this first point now, as Necrise sticks onto the Doctor Strange.
Yeah, might just want to, again, use that shield just to protect some of the back line who are struggling a little bit, getting picked off, but Chupio on Psylocke looking to see if he can maybe get an angle to try and disrupt himself. And initially, he's just going to be helping out the likes of Venom, just pressing onto this front line. There's going to be 3, make it 4 ultimates available for Equinox in this engagement, but it's just going to be the one on the side of SSG right now. And there's that opener from Chupio with Zanji going down. Equinox can start to press their advantage and push it and really gain control of this cart once more. No-binds did respond as well, and suddenly SSG having to back off.
I mean, the Emma swap also kind of working out for them. You know, we talked about Devil Dino, but he's maybe not as, you know, just sort of the pressure that he provides in terms of damage output, maybe not as much. So we're entering the third phase of the map now, and Chupio, you know, is playing it slower, went there with the dive, and I think the switch up from No-binds over to the Venom has been crucial. I think his Captain America wasn't as strong as his Venom has been so far, as they have that copy onto the enemy team's Gambit. So it's Renko in the low kill, gets to go in with the Raging World Flush on the dive.
Yeah, and it's going to be one heck of a dive as well, but it's Necrise who does get the opener. Pro Builder will fall, and that does mean that Equinox might just back out on this one. As I say that, though, Chupio does take down Zanji, so it is going to be a 5 versus 5 all of a sudden, and there's a lot of damage being done onto the side of Nectar, but they do manage to convert it, so it is going to be a 5 versus 4 all of a sudden, and Equinox are continuing to push this one, and continuing to find KOs, but now suddenly using the response on the other side, so SSG are doing very well to sustain here.
Yeah, and this is when Necrise uses his ult, too, at the very end, does get Chupio, but will get reset. I mean, this is the tough part about going for these Gambit comps. You have to play a different style completely with the Gambit comp versus what Equinox is doing. Compared to earlier, he could play front-to-back style. Now the pressure is on him, and they're taking advantage of the fact they're on like a squishier backline compared to, you know, Omega healing for the side of Milk Boy. So they're again offset because of it, as No Binds has the Feast of the Abyss ready to go.
Remember, Equinox were unable to get across the line in the previous on Convoy, but can they do it here? Pro Builder, a lot of it will come down to whether you can find a couple of these KOs alongside Zanji. It's going to be Renko and Kanji who do get them, and Pro Builder will go down. So SSG now should be able to hold, you'd imagine, even with the Psylocke ult coming out. I don't think Tupio is going to have enough to do it on his own, and instead we will see SSG just reset this one a little bit.
Yeah, I'm wondering where No Bind's ult even was, because I thought he would like combo with them, but he went towards the cart maybe for some stain. This portal's a little bit early too from Pro Builder as they TP back in. Maybe they don't want to fully walk out. They need 6 here as a unit. Otherwise, with 10 seconds to go, they could bait themselves. But with this off angle, with this high ground, Milk Boy could come with a slam dunk. Goes to the Groot ult. The follow-up is there. Phoenix ult as well. And everybody goes down. Back to the spawn. That's 4. Portal goes away. And nobody else is here to touch except just the lowly No Binds and Baby Bruce form as they are stopped in third phase.
That's the wombo combo SSG have been waiting to dish out, and it is very much a difficult thing to try and combat if you are Equinox, but they did manage to get to 2 and pretty far towards the 3rd as well. So I think the Equinox will be at least proud of the breakthrough of that initial point, because it was looking pretty dicey to begin with. But the Groot has been everything for SSG. What a good switch up it was from Milk Boy in the initial map, and they've just found a rhythm now going into this one. For Equinox, they're going to have to try and defend just as SSG did on this initial point, but of course, better. It's 20 KOs for Renko on the side of SSG, having a field day at the moment.
And it's weird. It's just because, like, I mean, I know Invisible Woman is a solid counter to, like, Wolverine stuff for sure. And, I mean, I think the dive stuff, kind of combos and compositions does work, but even with the buffs to Wolverine gets a reduction of his cooldown for his regenerative factor, so healing factor. So it's very impressive. Or I guess maybe disappointing, rather, better way to phrase that, for the North American scene, that there's not been a ton of Wolverine players. I'm curious what the sort of take is from a lot of these teams that don't play it, because really we only know teams like Swamp Gaming that play with Daze and stuff. You know, that's the theoretical counter to Groot. I know the map's a little bit more open and stuff, and you have Invisible Woman, but you can go Magneto stuff if you really want to with those changes that he got. But regardless, EXO, I mean, they've been doing really good, I think, with No Binds on this Venom so far, despite the situation at hand. And SSG now have to claim a ton of space with this Groot as the shoe's on their foot and they're on the attack.
Going to go for a quick falter, though, right off the rip. And I think the jig might be up because they've not seen anyone yet. They definitely know the portal is going to arrive. That means you're going to get a straight instant push onto the point, but can you actually follow up with some damage and find that initial point? As Milk Boy is straight there with Groot, they've been able to tick over to the first, and they are slowly closing in towards the second notch as well onto this one. Now we finally see Equinox try and fight back with a little bit of cookage themselves, but still no pick found from either team, and Nectar is just going to be hunting people down at the moment. If you could find the pick onto Pro Builder, that would have been absolutely massive. Remember, it was huge picks from that Phoenix initially on their defensive hold, but it's Pro Builder behind enemy lines who's able to find 2. He's going to try and make it more. Eventually he gets shut down, but is it going to be enough to give them the chance to take this point?
Yeah, if I found the backline already, Month shut out. Same thing with Renko, who's back to spawn, and excellent work on the hold so far. They do get 2 ticks at the very least, but I mean, that character, Black Cat, just does so much. Good with the whip, the follow-up, the damage, the follow-through was there. Tupiel as well. Going up towards the ult. Lyric has been constant in these fights with the Emma swap. It's been large so far. Necrai's now going over to the Magneto, I think, to help support Zanji on these dives a bit, maybe help more sustain as well for Month with the bubbles, as they have to deal with Black Cat on Pro Builder, who is trading his life, but still finding 2 in these first fights.
Boy, did they need that from Pro Builder, though. Otherwise, SSG would have been able to potentially comfortably taking that first point and just having such a time advantage going into next. But now, Equinox have so many ults to work with on the defensive side here. There is going to be that Ensong Inferno available as well, but now you will see it popped on the side of Emma Frost, and Lyric starts to get up in the face of the rest of the team. And now you'll see on the other side, you're going to see the counter, and Renko does actually get a pick on the Pro Builder as well here.
Yeah, that was an excellent pick, and the ult was just in time to save. It looked like Month's life. They went so low. Here comes the sky. Tupiel lands down. Nectar does get traded. You find Pixel on the opposite side, though, moving supports around for this side of Equinox is they only rely on the heals of Respect, whereas you have both for SSG's side. They also have the Meteor M to follow up with Zanji, who goes aggressive. Portal coming through from Pro Builder towards the back left, but Zanji's able to find Respect, so no more healing now for the offensive side. Trupiel goes down. At least the Portal will be here for Pro Builder, but can they delay through Zanji, who's going to get resets after resets if they can find the KO? Back to spawn, those who didn't get it. Nice work to get back into the healing of the spawn doors, but they have to come back to the fish damage through the portal, and it's a lot coming out from that side. Zanji finds Pro Builder, trying to body block as well on the opposite side. Nobines gets shoved off. Respect has to come through and touch. Nobines does fall in Trupiel, and everybody else is here, but you have no more Vanguards to help delay, help stall out the point, and the anchor of SSG is too much as we move to second phase.
So SSG do very well to close that one out despite a fantastic effort from Equinox, really. Just a last-ditch attempt to try and break through that portal and deny SSG. Not going to happen. Milk Boy is just about to get ult. Necryze has ult available as well on the side of Magneto. So SSG should be able to push this one quite some way before an answer back from Equinox, especially if they do try and use some of those ultimates to really force Equinox back. And it's just far more time on the side of SSG to work with here as well. They got it done a lot quicker than Equinox did initially.
Absolutely, as they, get that card through the second phase. Nectar finds the opening pick, and Necryze right there on the no-bind. So again, funneled into this, right? This is the problem with a team that's maybe not as good at these dive kind of compositions, is that they're just getting funneled right now. Lyric does find one on the Nuff, at least, who has walked a little bit too far forward. You have the follow-up pick. No-bind got stunned out of his ult as well. Pro Builder able to take down Nectar too, so slowly making it work. But Zanji again is just kind of in the 1v1 now with his counterpart, with the Black Cat, but has to give it up for now. Both of the Black Cats doing so much work. Finally, though, it looks like some stabilized sort of gameplay happening out of Equinox on the defensive hold.
Respect's going to be back up as White Fox, and does have ult available as well, so maybe that's going to be the choice for Equinox to try and just utilize it so they can press back SSG a little bit. But as I said, it's going to be Lyric who pops ult first. And SSG do have the chance to respond here. They've got so much utility, and it's going to be the Raging Royal Flush is going to be initially used. And now you'll see the Meteor M come out as well. Can Necryze hit anything? No, but Nectar will find the pick onto Respect.
Excellent work at the follow-up. Gets a little bit of residual damage downrange. Monk finds one of the Pro Builder too. Slam dunk from Nectar. Top side of the map, and they're not really losing a lot of time bank either. These fights have been at the right timing for them and the whole squad. Portal has to come out from Trupiel now. Maybe go for the stun with it. The E out of spawn. They have to go quite far, though. Doesn't have enough flight to get there. Might have to fall back, although no, he didn't have the portal either. There's 24 seconds left, it looks like, till the cooldown was up due to the first point portal play. So, again, because of the pace of play from SSG, they moved to third phase without even a retouch from the Doctor Strange. And now we have ults to go with again. You've seen Zanji so far, man. Like, Gas, this guy has been nasty on the Black Cat.
Yeah, I mean, Nectar plus Zanji is a terrifying force to have to go up against because neither of them seem to be struggling at all with the damage output that they have. And now you will see the pushing that comes through. It is going to be Zanji who's going to get very much in the face and will be dealing a lot of damage as well with the Black Cat. Oh, does manage to at least do the initial damage. The Lyric, though, will take him down. And sadly for them, you cannot get the job done as SSG, as now Dance Floor gets initiated here by Month, as they can start to continue to press, and SSG are just on a warpath right now.
Yeah, both Black Cats being heavily prioritized. The freeze came through in a Pro Builder early by Month, so he's the one that set that up. Went aggressive with the ult, does find one of the Month, and that's what you need to do, but they eventually come back, deal with them. And same thing with No-Bind, so the counter dive has been so good, and they have so much juicy frontline sort of Vanguards that can heal a lot too with the damage output from Necryze and the Groot, so they're still walking this cart forward, and I mean, there's nobody to really anchor on the side besides Lyric. Invisible Boundary popped, but here's that getting bit ult on the backside. Same thing with the Groot, follows up onto Respect and Pixel, who go down. 3 ultimates committed by SSG that could be seen as potentially too much, but still, this cart, again, is going to be claimed by them.
Yeah, I mean, Equinox are going to have one last attempt here, but they have to be quick, and you have to go fast. Otherwise, SSG is just going to be able to walk this one in easy as you like. There's going to be the touch from Pixel. Boy, did you need that, but Pixel gets immediately deleted by Milk Boy. Respect tries to follow up to get in as well. Lyric is going to pop ult just to try and press back and maybe suck in some of those strategists, but now Meteor M, can you actually connect with it? Wow, ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Trupiel removed from the map, and Equinox are dropping like flies now as SSG look to try and close this one out. It doesn't look like Equinox is going to have the ability to sustain. There's the first, the second, and the third as SSG push it across the point, and SSG reverse it for us and will take this series.
Oh my god, that slapstick shot from the Meteor M of the controller player of SSG gets it done. 3-2 end for Equinox, who looked good on domination in those Devil Dino comps, but after that, it just kind of fell apart. And for SSG, huge win, huge statement win after a lot of changes, obviously, coming through with the, so many players coming into the new lineup with Milk Boy, coming through to match alongside them, and then also the backline switch up. So, huge win for Space Station Gaming, and they look like a different team. I mean, considering they were more, I think, better domination, they look to be much improved when we head over to Convergence and Convoy. And an excellent win for them, a statement win in this group that you need to win every single game that you can, and especially sending down Equinox too in this first series is huge.
Well, I mean, Cozy, it was quite the reverse sweep from Space Station Gaming. I know it's only a best of 3, but to do that after you lose domination, very impressive.
Yeah, we got our reverse sweep already. It only took 1 day and 2 matches in. And, Zanji got to be feeling great against their former team, being able to go back-to-back. We saw SSG do a reverse sweep, I believe, on Nightmare back in the preseason. So, this team is no stranger to it. But, yeah, way to lock in. We always describe them as just not cracking under pressure, right? And they do that so well, whether it's against a team like, we lost, or in this case, when you go up against a reverse sweep, sometimes a metric that's not measured is being calm in the storm. Dog, I think you could talk a lot to that, right? I mean, being able to keep your composure. Sometimes the better players lose because they can't keep their composure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you kind of can fall back onto what you've done, your muscle memory. But the problem for them is that for Equinox, and like you said, they're so young and new, and you can see they're very good at sort of that counter dive brawl. Everybody group up and Dino's bubble or whatever and play together. But the moment that we have to make those proactive plays, it just falls apart, like you mentioned, and they don't have that muscle memory that you talked about to get that done. Pro Builder unfortunately didn't have a ton of support on these dives. I think both Black Cats were dying a lot, but that's kind of the role they do. Either they get the KO and go down and trade 1-for-1 at the back line. That's kind of worth it. It's sort of the Jitward play style on the Spider-Man, for example. It's good at certain points, especially if you create space for your Phoenix player. But yeah, I think that a lot of this it can be said to this team just needs a little bit more time to gel together to improve. We saw that last stage, but it's a matter of you don't have a ton of time, right? You only have a couple more matches left to go before we're already in the playoffs or even eliminated. So you have only so long to improve before we have to say goodbye to you and you have to go re-qualify through those mid-season qualifiers.
Yeah, and for sure, I wanted to see kind of how Black Cat has evolved into pro play because you just said it there. One of the things about her as a hero is you go in, you execute a good amount of your resources being the funds that you have, right? And kind of your combos, your dashes, you like to use one to get in and one to get out, and sometimes you go the invis to get in or out either. But if a team turns back around, you're out of cooldowns for a second until you can pursuit again. And so we saw that, right? They would either get the pick or end up dying right after that. And so they dealt with the pressure pretty well. I think Zanji did a good job also playing with the team. Black Cat obviously thrives in the flank role of being able to get those quick pursuits to get the finish up elims. We saw a lot on that side as well. So just staying all together as one unit is what this team has continued to do as we see that wham bam, thank you ma'am, as you casted it, Gaskin. What a sick meatball in the air. We love to see those hot plays in Ignite. But yeah, definitely a fun way to open up the day. I mean, I think that I would not have been surprised either way, but it's good to see Gaskin SSG kind of come back into their own.
Yeah, I think, it's funny that Dog said they look like a different team, and they kind of are. With the changes that have happened, it was inevitable they were going to look very different and have a very different style and strategy. And even though it looked a little shaky to start with, you were saying it yourself, naturally they find their identity the further they get along this tournament and the longer they are together. It just happened, it only took 3 maps, apparently, for them to find it a little bit more as we look to some of the stats for the entire series. I mean, there were so many standout players throughout this one for various different reasons as well. One of the switches, Milk Boy going on to Groot, I thought was massive for SSG and their comeback potential. Renko, time and time again on the Gambit as well, was one of the leading factors for this team too.
Yeah, Month was one of the top performing statistically in the terms of strategists going back into the preseason. And Renko has just been a familiar, has been in the pro scene, knows how to kind of hold their own. And I've got to say, Doug, are you surprised at the amount of Gambits has kind of squeaked through today? Obviously, Devil Dinosaur, and there's all that madness you have to deal with. But I would say that would be a bit of a shock coming into today, going back to the match one, and now match 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. I mean, I don't even think that we have that many good Gambit teams. I think there's solid Gambit players and stuff, but the character's just so crazy, man. You can see, they don't even need to have a dive character. They just, pop it with besides Zanji, rather, to follow up. We need no binds in opposite side on Venom to help out on Pro Builders dives, who had 15 KOs, casualties in that fight, because I mean, for Zanji, he's able to change that pace of play with Renko. They just can speed into the back line. They can go aggressive with that Raging Roll Flush. You don't even have to be that good of a Gambit team to take advantage of it, and that's the difficult aspect of it. So once Space Station Gaming went back to that, like you said, got back into protecting the Gambit instead of letting it get banned at the very end, they just kind of came back and won the series. I wouldn't be surprised if we go back and rerun map number 1, if they protect that Gambit earlier, that they just get the win there, because that was that one hero that would have pushed them over the edge. So I like you mentioned it, Cozy, because Renko, the new pickup from NRG, looks very good on the Gambit so far, and we'll see what he has to play later on down the series, as it wasn't really prioritized too much outside of domination.
Yeah, it's kind of funny too, because if you look at it as a whole, I think it was Gaskin, you said about Elsa, it's like, you know, these pro players have had a lot of time to play, but also like, no, because she's banned all the time, or he's banned all the time. So props, I would say, a bit to these players having these characters that are kind of banned in a regular competitive grind, to still have them in the arsenal, get them ready for scrims, because like, I don't know, if you're playing regular, you know, competitive rivals, you're probably not getting a lot of Gambit play up there in the higher ranks. And so props to them on that front, Gaskin. I want to ask you, do you think having that now kind of 1B to Nectar and Zanji, did that really give some fuel to the flame that is this team?
I think so. I think SSG are going to be a very commandable force as they move forward. I think when you look at how they started in preseason, there was a couple of shaky times. There was a couple of iffy matches. I think they lacked a little bit of identity, as you said. And even though they were able to kind of reach that ceiling that we knew they could, they fell flat at the final moment when they were actually put into those really tough situations. Whereas this team maybe is being built around a little bit more confidence and a little bit more resilience to some of these squads they're going up against.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of what it is here in Ignite. You've got to have an identity, not only on how you play, but as that team in general. And SSG, like, they would 2-0, yeah, we lost, and then they would end up losing against, I think it was like Lunex. Like, there was kind of just up and downs with them, and we see the best teams really have that solidified foundation, and that's kind of where you have to start. But Doug, when you replace 3 people, right? I mean, talk about not only you're pouring brand new cement and trying to figure out as, you know, a team who you are. And I would say, I mean, when you have a new team like this, you've got to find identity, but most importantly, trust. And a comeback like that is going to be a surefire way to find them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had a lot of talented players that they had to replace, like you said, with Zanji coming in, and then also with the fact that, you know, you have, you lost Fidel, who actually looked pretty improved, I think, in that past stage. Blur was one of, in my opinion, the more underrated players in terms of flexibility. Milkboy having to come in and solve that has been huge. And I think a big thing too is that when we talk about the patch, like it's been an actually kind of nice patch for these controller Vanguard players who can, you know, play their comfort heroes like Emma Frost and maybe go back over to that Deadpool or even play Devil Dino. So a lot of that stuff definitely enables this squad who have a controller Vanguard and can pop off like Necrise does.
Well, we've got our interview, and it's not going to be someone that we saw there on the screen, but that Bacon's coming on in here to talk about their team SSG as a team celebrates. We welcome you in. How's it going? First of all, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I did a lot. You know, I want to think that I was the reason we won. I came in there, map 2 in the Discord, got the energy up. You know, everyone was kind of quiet after I took that loss. And then, yeah, everyone started playing their own game, getting the tempo on, and you saw what happened. You know, we were all watching that.
Hey, you had 0 deaths, man. That's pretty legit. I mean, let me ask this when it comes to looking at the team, man. I mean, we just talked about it. When you have a kind of a new team, right? Because it's 3 new additions to it. You've got to find an identity. You have to find that trust. Did this comeback accelerate that process for that team and you guys as a whole? Because you know who you are as players, but coming together in an environment like this is a different story.
Oh, of course, yeah. I want to say, yeah, our new additions, Renko, Zanji, and Milkboy. They've been getting along really well. They've also been playing really well together. And I don't know if you guys knew this, but Milkboy is a farmer, so he has to. Sometimes he shows up late to scrims to tend to his animals and his crops. So, you know, it's a really cool thing to see some people like that get into esports. And yeah, no, the guys are great, and yeah, no, they played very well. They worked hard, and that's it.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, they did, and obviously for you, I think from the outside, I didn't know that he was a freaking farmer. That's sick, dude. I wonder if that's his own milk in his like Wikipedia picture that he has in his hand. But you know, for you, like what do you think? Like what kind of went wrong for the squad that like you said, there's a lot of synergy they have to rebuild back up after map number 1 and then come back on game number 2 and 3? Was it that like kind of prioritizing the Gambit because it was available after map 1 and then they still banned it out? Or what's your kind of take on it, Bacon?
I mean, like, it's if you're given Gambit, you got to play Gambit, you know? It's just how it is. But I think it was the energy was a big thing. We're kind of lost to ourselves, you know? We were kind of not trusting each other, it felt like a little bit, and then everyone kind of played like we knew how to play, and they went in there and, they, played very well. Zanji's an insane player. Nectar's insane player. Necrise, Milkboy, insane players. Month, Renko, insane players. Like, you can't say anything bad about the guys, truly. And, I'm a nice guy. I feel like I didn't really want to come in, and, it wouldn't have been fair. So they had to keep me on the bench, make things kind of close. But yeah, that's it.
How do you, what's the process like of when you are trying to find new players? Because, I mean, Milkboy, you're picking him up from EMEA and hasn't played since MRC Season 6, I think. So, what is the process? How are you trying to find these players? Is it through scrims? Is it through word of mouth? Did you find him on a field farming? How does it work out?
I'm not sure. You gotta ask the staff that question. I did not have any help in building the team. I was kind of brought in as a the super sub, kind of to keep the vibes up. Make sure all the energy's good. And that's it. And just support my guys, and get the SSG chain as well. Check out SSG.
Hey,
shop.
can I ask you lastly?
That cool chain.
Can I ask you, when you, nice plug. Can I ask you, Zanji, beating his former team, did he help you a little bit kind of identify some of the weaknesses with this team, and or what he saw? Did you get to hear from him at all after that win? What was the vibe like there?
Yeah, he actually did. He knew what they were strong at. He knew what maps they wanted to play, and he was, like you said, a great help. And it was also something very cool for Zanji because, playing against his former teammate Pro Builder, I think they'd been teammates for 8 months or something like that. And, obviously anyone in that situation, playing against a former teammate for that long, it's a cool experience for you. You want to win. It's a little bit of rivalry over there. And, I think it was good for both of them,
Awesome, man. Well, Farmers Bacon, you guys have it all over there at the SSG house. We're, happy to see you guys get the win. Congratulations. Hopefully there's more where that came from. Go celebrate with the team, bud.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys.
Thank you. And there you go. The Farmer. The plot thickens, guys. The plot thickens. I wonder if that was his own milk in the photo. I might pin that one forever. I might tweet that after this.
No, okay. Yeah,
hey,
but
listen, go ahead.
I mean, no, if the Bacon played, he's right. Maybe they would have just dominated too hard. It would be brutal for the other side of Equinox. So, yeah.
Well, they had no deaths, so that's definitely a good on them either way. But listen, y'all, we have such an insane way to close day one. It's Sentinels versus Swamp Gaming, a matchup I'm sure plenty of people are excited for. Don't go anywhere. We're going to reload. Get ready for our last match. We'll see you after this break.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 숨길 신비.
Hello and welcome back. It is match number 3, and it is a heater. Sentinels versus Swamp Gaming, 2nd place versus 4th place in the preseason, both of which are teams that can definitely go the distance. Sentinels is a long history team from Rivals perspective and an org perspective, and Swamp Gaming, fellas, have made their way and their name definitely known amongst the esports community here because they were this close of winning the preseason, going against the Giants that were TLC. This team's got it all, and I think they can show they've adapted well. But Sentinels, with some new signs and the way they work as a team, would not be surprised at all if they can hold their own. Dogman, what do you think of this matchup?
I mean, I think it's gonna be a good one. Like this should be the premier matchup of the day, the key matchup of the day. Swamp Gaming obviously trying to get that staple win. Considering we have the 2 top teams just play today is always a lot of fun. So like you mentioned, with Sentinels having to come in, change up their roster against Swamp Gaming, who have just been one of the best teams in the entire world, right? They obviously fell short last time, just losing on one. I believe it was Convergence, I think it was, or something. But they happened to lose that one map and then lose to Team Liquid Citadel in the previous preseason grand finals. So one-time faltering is not necessarily like the overarching story of this team, who is trying to get a staple, stage 1 win and qualify for LAN. With this squad, who has been pretty much across the board, again, best in slot, besides Team Liquid Citadel, who have made changes in lineup moves. Swamp Gaming have stuck together with their cohesive 6 and, obviously look to maintain another dominant group stage.
Absolutely. This team absolutely stacked across the board. We'll talk more on them in a moment. Sentinels, they are a team that, as we look at Swamp Gaming again, Sentinels, though, they've brought in not only a new player in Oasis over from the EMEA, who's a very talented player as well. They've got a much bigger bench to follow with subs. This team, they've just been, it's cheesy, but to say it like a family, right? You have Crimzo, Raimazin, and Kurova, all of them playing so well. Yusher is an incredible, who I think is slept on, if I'm being honest, as a great DPS for the team. Listen, when you look at them, Gaskin, what would you like to see from Sentinels? They go on a lower bracket tear. They end up doing pretty good down there in the playoffs. And then it kind of ended up, not where they wanted it, losing. Yeah, we lost, but they definitely can show a lot of spark.
I'm interested to see where kind of Raimazin ends up here, because he was kind of forced onto Ultron through the majority of preseason as they were playing the triple strategist, and I wonder whether he'll get given a little bit more freedom to switch over to duelist here and go alongside Yusha, which is a very deadly combo indeed. And I know that Yusha was able to play a lot of Phoenix previously when he wasn't on Elsa, so I do think that this meta is going to suit them. Especially when you look at the likes of Crimzo, for example, played a lot of Captain America. I do think that they're going to have that chance to be a very brawly team. So I'm excited to see how this new look Sentinels is going to be, especially with Oasis coming in. As you mentioned, coming in from Team Heretics of EMEA, playing a lot of Jeff. I think 18 maps on Jeff in the preseason. So they have fantastic chance to really utilize that ability to dominate here, as we know how important Jeff can be to a team.
Yeah, 2 things I want to highlight. First, next to Vest, I think Vision is the biggest free agent pickup by far. And so if they do want to try to change something up, they can do so with ease and try to swap in Vision if there is any adjustments that can be had. One thing I want to highlight, though, is Sentinels traditionally a very good team on domination. They won most of the time throughout their lower bracket terror. And if you look at Swamp Gaming, when they went against TLC, they lost domination in Burn and T'Challa. This is in that grand finals. They lost Celestial Husk, and then they lost Krakoa. They lost all 3. So this team has so much going for them. Swamp Gaming, certainly a personality at the coach position. But Dogman, this is going to be a way to set the stage for stage 1, right? To go into domination and get yourself that W.
Yeah, I mean, it would be huge for the side of Sentinels or Swamp Gaming. And I think the thing is for Sentinels, like you mentioned, Vision being a big pickup, it might look like, Tap to Envy back in the day, where we have, just a bunch of kind of players that play the same role. Map 1 will be Burn and T'Challa, our first domination match of this series. But, I wouldn't be surprised if Sentinels, maybe if they struggle in a few weeks, if we do get to see more Vision, because like you said, it is kind of a shame that we may not even see this guy today, right? Like, he's like one of the best hit scans in the game, and he's on the bench of Team Sentinels potentially. But map number 1 will be a big test, I think, for Sentinels' side, as they want to win that domination just as much as anybody. But Swamp Gaming, if you're going to win a map, it would have to be on domination too. So they really need to kind of show up today.
Traditionally has not gone their way, but they do not want to say they've gone anywhere. Swamp Gaming was looking all the favorite, or TLC ended up winning that preseason playoffs. We're now in stage 1. It's the opening day for the chase in the race the mid-season final trophy begins here. We got Sentinels versus Swamp Gaming. Omat Wakanda, take it away, guys.
Talk about a perfect map to start for Oasis as well. If he does land Jeff throughout this pick and ban, can easily split off some of those characters off the map, give your team the advantage. But that depends on where the pick and ban goes, because of course it has been a very up and down one that we've seen so far today. Dog, a lot of different strategies being implemented at the start of stage 1 here, as I'm sure they will continue to develop as we move on. You can already see the initial bans coming through. Gambit on the side of Swamp, and it is going to be Devil Dinosaur on the side of Sentinels.
All right. I mean, yeah, kind of what we saw last series, the prioritization towards the Devil Dino, whereas Gambit, focused on by Swamp Gaming. They understand that you kind of have to play Gambit if it's available, like the Bacon said, and we have the Black Cat banned on the opposite side. So it's an interesting sort of difference opinion after that Gambit gets banned. Maybe we go back over to, days onto that Daredevil, for example, but obviously trying to focus on the Devil Dino. Maybe Sentinels can play it a little bit better than the last series we saw with Equinox. I mean, they had to even swap off the Devil Dino at a certain point composition-wise, but for Swamp Gaming, I'm curious what they're going to ban out to maybe stop the potential, full sort of cohesive brawl comp that we're surely going to see out of Sentinels, and it's going to be Luna Snow first off for them, and maybe it's going to be something like the White Fox later on, or potentially more strats.
Yeah, whether you want to target the backline just completely here from Swamp Gaming potentially, or you want to look towards the Vanguards. Crimzo, Dongman were very good on Captain America, very good on Magneto, very good on Groot, Vanpool. Like, they had a very deep pool, so maybe it's too difficult to try and target those Vanguards, so it is going to be continuing to target the strategist backline, getting rid of Mantis, and it's going to be a protect on the side of Sentinels for Invisible Woman. So I think that makes sense. When you see that the backline's being targeted, you're just like, okay, let's make sure we lock in the Invisible Woman so we can have that invisible boundary available to her.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a smart swap. You want to keep one of these, strats in the backline, maybe go for that Loki as well. Phoenix, we've seen how good that character could be as well, considering if you have all that support, if you have all the strats kind of helping you. Kind of makes sense. You want to get rid of it, and you keep Daredevil as well, considering they went for the Black Cat early. You got to remove some of those potential, dive characters, although we could still see Wolverine and stuff come through for Swamp Gaming side. But for Sentinels, we'll see what the last ban is. It's going to be Star-Lord. Just trying to get rid of stuff that's good with Gambit. Also, that can set up these heavy dives. Whereas for you, it looks like a lot of the bans have come through trying to stop, a ton of these characters that do well around the pocket of Devil Dino and these brawl styles.
Yeah, and I think getting the Protect onto Daredevil is going to be a big one for Swamp Gaming here as well. We saw what Daze can do on Daredevil. Yes, he was predominantly on Wolverine because he's just insane when he is on Wolverine as well, but the fact you can then switch over to Daredevil whenever he needs, very difficult to play up against. I think Swamp Gaming will be very happy about that pick and ban for them as well. On the side of Sentinels, they do get the Devil Dino. So again, we get to see our fantastic difference of who gets the better off. Are you happier with the Devil Dino, or are you happier with Gambit on your side as well? Of course, in the previous matchup, it was SSG who were able to get the better in the end. It was Gambit who won out over the Devil Dinosaur. But Sentinels, with the way that they play and their playstyle in particular, I do think that Devil Dino is going to be the perfect addition to how they prepare things.
Yeah, absolutely. In this squad, this matchup as well is just going to be an incredibly fun one, like you mentioned. With Sentinel's brand new lineup, I mean, I didn't think that their supports necessarily were a problem. Their strategists were necessarily an issue last time. I mean, I know they had to switch in some interesting fill-ins with Mir and stuff, but Oasis is, like you mentioned, a really good strat player, also really good on the Jeff, like you said. And Sentinels always love to play the triple strat line alongside they have Ryan Mazing on that White Fox, who showed a very strong White Fox last time, whereas SG running their 2-2-2 style with, like you mentioned before, that Rocket Raccoon coming out for them.
SG with one of the best backlines in the world.
Thanks for the boost.
I'm very excited to see how they get this done, but a lot of my eyes are going to be on Daze as Daredevil as well, seeing if he can get some of these early picks in favor. But it is actually going to be Crimzo onto Krasman. It's going to be some Captain America on America action. And is it going to be now the chance for Sentinels just to really force their way through with this Devil Dino, just getting up in the face of SG here with the extra player on the map? And the answer looks like yes at the moment. That laser beam doing so much damage. You're flying up in the air. You used to be able to be a bit more comfortable, but against this Devil Dino, you are not comfortable whatsoever anymore.
And they keep setting up these flanks. They want to make sure they're at least leaving as soon as the priority's on the side of SG, but point already controlled by Sentinels. Dongman has to fall back with the priority on him. Kraz comes down, slam dunk from the cap, but it's disengaged again. Nobody down just yet. Dongman does eventually fall to Scatter, who walked up, gets full charge, smokes that Dinosaur. Oasis also falls. So nice work just to walk towards Sentinel's side and not really have anybody go down early, prioritize that Devil Dino, and get the fight win immediately.
Did you poke the bear a little bit against Krasman? With him falling first, he comes back with a vengeance. As now Swamp Gaming are going to be able to take this point and start to score. Swamp Gaming just have such a deep hero pool, which I think is very difficult to play up against as well if you're in your roster. When you think you're comfortable, you think you found the way to beat them, they just bring something out. Now, Melophobia does have the Ensong Inferno available and will use it as well alongside Daze just to try and do a little bit of damage on that backline, but no pick found initially as Daze just trying to escape at the moment rather than actually being able to deal the damage he wanted to on said backline. As SG still now ticking away up to 32% as Valentina is going to pop that Raging Royal Flush and allow SG to try and utilize it to push forward and press back onto Sentinels.
Yeah, Sentinels reads it, goes to the missile boundary, but that might just be what SG wanted, as they just have to fall back to the point now, not try to go down. Also work around the Rocket Pack if they want the res. The Rocket Raccoon pick has actually been quite interesting, and Usher gets the lead out of the sky, but the Rocket Raccoon finally going to whip out the guns in this meta, and with a damage boost, pop the ultimate onto the White Fox, but once these ults are gone, it's going to be all on Oasis, but they're all brought in by the Psionic Seduction to go down. And with that, there's Jeffel. I mean, where's it even going to be? Oasis is just going to try to leave, probably, as that's every straddle used for Sentinel's side to no avail.
And that is the power of Emma Frost as well. The Psionic Seduction is just so good at drawing in some of those backline heroes and then just neutralizing them instantly, and then you almost guaranteed win on that fight. Melo's been able to get Ensong Inferno again already, by the way. And we know how good Melo can be. Four-time MVP last season, or last preseason, should I say. And now you're going to see that Ensong Inferno come out alongside the damage that's being done. And it's going to be a double bubble onto Oasis and Rymazing, wiping them off the map. And SG continue to press their advantage. Yes, Daze has gone down, but it doesn't matter because Melophobia is just making it a triple.
I mean, I think the Phoenix ban has been beautiful because you get this one-sided Phoenix alongside just having Rocket Raccoon be untouchable. Ladle from Usher, and no portal either coming back to spawn. They just want to go next. It's interesting that he even decided to pop that. Maybe he just expected the portal to be there. Kind of weird, kind of interesting, but SG dominated. I mean, just from start to finish, Gask, that was a beautiful first round. And now we're going to Warrior Falls, where, I don't know, man, what do you do to stop this if you're Sentinels?
It is a slightly better position on the map for Jeff, of course, but at the same time, with what SG have been doing at the moment, like, Daze and Melo, as the duelists, have been working together so well. Daze pushes in, pressures the backline, does a little bit of damage, and as soon as you have those initial ticks of damage, it just opens up the Ensong Inferno to be the finisher onto the backline, deletes them completely, and then you're going to win. And then on the other side, you've got Scatter Genji just absolutely on a tear as well, with the Psionic Seduction, which again is just drawing in those backliners and not allowing Sentinels really to play their game. They've been really struggling, and SG have just been utilizing their ultimate economy far too successfully so far.
Yeah. I mean, I think in hindsight, too, the tough part is they just want to play triple strategist. Sentinels do. And are playing around the Star Lord and stuff. But, you know, we've gone through so many strat bans that it's just going to be, you know, obviously maybe not the focal point of the heroes you want to play. You know, playing the Mantis or something alongside the Luna, you're kind of sent back even further in that ban phase, maybe. And for Swamp Gaming, they're totally happy just playing that front-to-back style because they have the healing pocket of Forky Dog, who's coming up on his ult, and Kraz to stall it out. So this is going to be a really hard fight for Sentinels due to their ult charge disadvantage.
I think the scary thing for Swamp Gaming is how many times last season did they get away with having a Gambit, having a Captain America, and speaking of Valentina, she was like, yeah, I was able to get Gambit. I shouldn't have been able to get Gambit. You're going to get it even more in this season with how things are going on these bans because the Devil Dino is so scared of as Daze is able to get into a position where you can potentially be a detriment and thorn in the side to the back line of Sentinels here as initially the point goes in SG's way yet again, and it's going to be Krasman using that Freedom Charge to force them back once more. But at least you will see the Raging Royal Flush on the other side thanks to Flamme using that Loki ult.
Yeah, I do like the Devil Dino's able to take advantage of the copy, find Daze, but again, the res brings back this, and they traded immediately. Bye, it is real firepower, because Melophobia with the fire drops down from the sky. Ensong Inferno shuts out Sentinels. Combo done, Sentinels back to spawn.
Ensong Inferno is just so good, even with the change on the numbers of how much damage it deals. You just need to be in sync with the rest of your team. Wait for that initial little bit of damage to be done, and the follow-up is just beautiful. Melo having the best day ever at the moment. It's just so free for him to be able to delete the characters on the side of Sentinels, and they need to find something different here, but the Psionic Seduction is going to be available for Scatter Genji as well. So sadly for Sentinels, it might go from bad to worse here if they start to get sucked in and then get deleted once more.
Yeah, for sure. Can't get caught in the open. Scatter pops the ult to slow down Crimzo and crew, who's kind of using that capital early just to stall out the objective, at least force them away. But they've got nothing after this, right? No Strat ults. So surely be going with something, right, to go aggressive. But again, they're getting picked apart by Daze in the flank. Has to come back. Cooldown's used, but Daze, oh my goodness, the movement evades like Spider-Man, but it's Daredevil. This case, Usher finds Kraz on the opposite side. Same with Scatter, so the dive comes through. Finally able to take advantage of the fact there's no Strat ults on the opposite side. And they get 80% on the board, at least. Swamp Gaming's back to spawn. Sentinels get their first fight win.
Let the Devil Out is available, but Daze just waiting, says they don't really need to use it right now because they can happily let Sentinels hold the point temporarily, as Daze is actually going to avoid Crimzo, who was on the hunt, but plenty of ult available for Sentinels as well. Galactic Legend definitely going to be a focus point for Yusha, just to try and delete the likes of their backline, see if you can take out Forky and Valentina. And there is Yusha, again, just being very difficult to try and take down. Great movement from Star-Lord indeed.
Yeah, they're all looking to disengage right now, but we need to have a good full location. Here comes the Devil, invisible boundary popped, but it's not on the point, I believe, so the KOs potentially can come through. Defense coming out from them. Dongmin gets a big bite out of Daze's face, but he gets res back. The Forky flank comes through on that Rocket Raccoon. Captain America helps stall things out, too, for this Dinosaur, who is running rampant towards the objective with the ult, removes back too. Forky also goes down. Excellent work to track down the Rocket Raccoon, and finally Sentinels have strung together a few fights.
Yeah, this is far better from Sentinels, but you have to wonder, what do SG do? Do they change anything up to try and get a little bit of a break here, Swamp? Looks like they're sticking with what they've gone through so far. It is going to be a bit of a neutral at the moment. No ults available on either side, and we know how good Swamp Gaming can be in that neutral, especially with Melophobia on that Phoenix. All it takes is one pick, and suddenly they could be right back on top of things here. But Scatter Genji is, of course, going to lead the way onto the side of Emma. But you are just walking down a tunnel at the moment, and so much damage coming from the other side. It's actually Forky Dog who gets the first ult, but look at this angle from Melophobia. It's going to be a slap and a wallop onto the Dinosaur, and just doing so much damage with a lot of stun happening as well, forcing them back out of their position.
I mean, Dongman trying to hide under the bridge from that of Melophobia. Like I said, the body is so big. See you later goes aggressive into the back line. Invisible Boundary also met by Flamme. They still have control of that objective too. Look at the Devil Dinosaur just kind of securing it. Crimzo and Yusha go through fine too as well. That combo, Yusha's looked great so far, but BRB brings him back in the fight. Scatter slows down everybody with this Sonic Seduction, but it's actually not really getting that much value necessarily. This is Dongman in his face, just biting away, trying to get that overhealth. They're trying to get rid of him, but it's Yusha again with Crimzo on these dives. It's looked so good. They find one in the middle of the fight. And Song Inferno comes out by Melo, gets met by Dongman, who just blocked it. And this time the Dinosaur wins against the Meteor. We're going to round number 3.
So much better from Sentinels as well. As soon as they got control, they looked so much more comfortable at being able to deny SG, and they always found a way to be on top of the ultimate economy as well. As you said, that Ensong Inferno in the end just wasn't able to get anywhere. It just gets blocked off. It was a last-ditch attempt, though, from SG to try and recover something. But we have a map on our hands. It looked pretty one-sided in the first set, but sadly for SG, they are not able to convert the second. So we take a quick look at the stats. I mean, in terms of numbers, it's been heavily in favor of SG, but a very well-played second round from Sentinels.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was really, honestly, straight up on Crimzo and Yusha. I think I was pleasantly surprised. I think somebody that has a lot to prove in this group stage and in the entire stage 1 is Crimzo. I think that he's kind of on the hot seat alongside Ryan now. They've been there for so long, have done it with so many people. And, you know, Crimzo, I think he's had a good group. His cap has been solid. But I think specifically that cap dive has looked beautiful. And if they can keep it up, especially with the cheese portal play kind of on the backside, if Yusha can keep doing what he's doing with Crimzo, I have a lot of hope, I think, for the Sentinel squad.
Good portal coming out here as well, just to try and really deny the initial push and maybe try and cut off a couple of the players. Were they successful is going to be the real question. It looks like they might have just been off on that timing, but they are going to be able to get a pure 6v6 happening in front of our very eyes. As Yusha is going to have Galactic Legend available as well, but not going to pop it just yet. Instead, just going to try and deal a little bit of damage on the other side. Valentina does have Rage and Royal Flush available to try and take this first point. And Swamp Gaming might have learned they need this first point, as the Invisible Boundary will get popped.
But I like this. I mean, Sentinels isn't getting baited, right? The rocket flies up to the height. Nobody getting caught out. They knew the Raging Royal Flush was coming, so intelligently played. Sentinels didn't want to use anything, forcing that ult. Daze still on the high side, but this time, actually, sorry, they did use the invisible boundary, but we have nothing on the opposite angle. Fly could also use ult in the sky. Yo, no, it's not legendary. It's Melophobia in the high ground, takes down User in the sky, and that was so much damage removed for Sentinels. And now, what looked to be a smart play is slowly falling apart. They do use that White Fox ult, but they don't have Flame A afterwards. Dongmin trying to go in aggressive, but and Song Inferno comes through with the Devil on the low ground. Daze comboing with his own duelist on the opposite angle. Finds one. This does get bit and brought into Crimzo. So at least they're trading, but honestly, it may be a bit of a bait fight for the side of Sentinels as Swamp Gaming slowly have won even further.
Yeah, and they've scored a lot as well. In the meantime, up to 40% already. What I was going to say is Sentinels have done very well with their strat ults, kind of voiding Valentina's Raging Royal Flush at times, and deleting the ability of Daze coming through with the Daredevil ult as well. He's not been able to really let the Daredevil out to full effect. That being said, SG are leading, and they're up to 50% now as Crimzo just trying to force Krasman and Daze back, but they're going to work together to try and give him the double team, but he's able to get away, you'd think. But really, this is going to open up a lot of space elsewhere on the map, so you have to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, they're so far out. That's a good call out. And has the copy. No! Oh my god, he has to cancel it because he got rid of the Daredevil, and it's late now. Oasis gets taken out. Oh my goodness! What a body block. I don't know if that was on purpose by Daze, but that split second where he had to cancel the ult copy gets this team KO'd. Excellent work from Swamp Gaming.
Could just win the round, could just win the map, to be completely honest, because time is now against Sentinels, and they are being pressured. They have been staggered, and they're going to get one last push. It's already up to 90% as they try and force their way out and bully their way through. But SG are holding successfully, and they have Psionic Seduction and the Raging Royal Flush available to them. Surely this is going to be Swamp Gaming's round. There comes the Raging Royal Flush. Song Inferno also comes out as Melo gets the opener onto Oasis. And now Sentinels, sadly, are just not going to be able to push through. The Freedom Charge will be a last-ditch attempt, but it's not going to be there as SG, Swamp Gaming, will take the first map.
Yeah, excellent work by the side of Swamp Gaming. I think once the map opened up, they looked a lot better, right? Map number 1, same thing. The Phoenix got a lot of value. Same thing with the round number 3, right? It's just that second round where it was easier to maybe bunker up, maybe play around this low-key, not have to use cooldowns early. But again, the ult timings just weren't there for Sentinels. It was going to be hard. Like you said, they had really good ult timings in the second round. But ever since it was like the ult rotation swap back to Rymazing have to counter a lot of these like duelist ults, even with the greens from the Loki, it wasn't enough. So Swamp Gaming, excellent work. And I can see why they lost the second round, but still 100 out on the other two. So Burn of the T'Challa went their way. And now I'm scared, I think, for Sentinels, considering we're going to either a Convoy or Convergence. You have to pick one that you're very strong on, but we'll have to see what they pick after this short break.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it?
Hello and welcome back to our match number 3, map number 2 after Swamp Gaming looks all the same part that we saw from the preseason. And I got to be honest, first I want to say if I continue to see Triple Strat and Rymazing not on the duel, I'm going to crash out, guys. I'm going to crash out. But I do want to continue to see Swamp Gaming get more love because these players have so much talent. I mean, Daze and Mellow, just to name 2 of them, are some of the best in roles, and we just don't talk about them enough. That legendary shutdown and a snap of a finger dog was discussed.
Yeah, he's him, dude. They're both really good, and I think this duelist lineup, you talked about it best in the entire game, basically, just not talked about a lot because they keep coming in second, right? You know, it's unfortunately sort of never the bride, always the bridesmaid kind of situation for them. And, you know, I think for this squad, you know, they'll keep improving. But, you know, this is a good way to do it, considering how, like you said, Rymazing not being able to play onto the duelist, not going to the Black Cat because it's banned, or the Daredevil, for example. But it's kind of the same thing with, like, yeah, we lost. Like, we talked about how good Zatex was on the Elsa last season. He was just on Mantis duty the whole time when we saw, yeah, we lost earlier. So it is tough. When Triple Stratus is the comp that they want to play, not worked out for him.
Well, taking a look at the MVP, and again, you said it, there's only one legend on the play. It was Mellow, who was feasting on, let's face it, a hit-scan hero that is thriving and on absolute fire. If you don't know, a small nerf to the combo of the primary and the ult, but besides that, an overall buff gain on one of the most iconic X-Men, and now duelist in America. 64% accuracy is absolutely disgusting. But Gaskin, I want to throw it to you and talk about Sentinels for a moment, right? Triple Strat led into it, right? You got White Fox are amazing, which is great, but we saw it with Speedery. The chains, the shackles were let free. Is that it? Is that the reason you got vision on the bit? There's so much you can look at here as a team, and what do you want to see?
I do think that, again, it's down to experimentation a little bit. It looked like it was going to be all good going into the second round of that map, right? They were like, oh, okay, they figured it out, and then suddenly you get slapped around again to 100-0. But that's kind of what Swamp Gaming do to people. I think that Sentinels just need to find a way to shut down the likes of Mellow and Daze, whether that is bringing out counters yourself or putting Yusha also on Phoenix. But again, you can't if you're going to get banned out. So can you find something that can kind of match that poke? Because it just didn't seem like Star-Lord was the right one for Yusha to match it in the end. Yes, you were still making an impact, but wasn't quite enough comparatively, especially the ultimate just kept getting shut down time and time again. Whereas the Ensong Inferno was doing bits just with the link-up play, making sure that some of the backline was weak, and then you slam home for a double.
Listen, Dogman, I think one of the big things is the flexibility of trying to get a new team to get going together, especially in the strategist front. This team has now had, 4? We've seen a lot of people come into this role and try to fit in here. Oasis is now the newest member, right? Obviously, we know Kurova. Winnie, I think, was the other. We've had a lot play for this back in the preseason, too. Do you think that is a little bit of what the identity is, just trying to find themselves? Like, who is Sentinels as of, stage 1?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it is. And, honestly, I think the problem is that they've kind of been banning out as we go to Museum of Contemplation and then to the ban phase in a second. I just think that we need to ban out more Vanguards if we're going to go for that Daredevil or that Devil Dino ban, because just going out for that one-sided Devil Dino has just not seemed like it's been that good. And especially if it continues to go this way, I just wouldn't be surprised if in North America we just stop banning out Devil Dino, because it's not nearly as valuable as banning out that Gambit so far.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it allows different things, right? Obviously, like something like a Phoenix to continue to go on as we do see the map pick what is the Museum of Contemplation. But yeah, I mean, that's a good point. We're kind of early discovering. I mean, listen, Season 8 hasn't been out that long. Still figuring out what works, especially at the top level of play. There's so many great heroes in this game, and the composition of putting them together has been a puzzle that is not easy to figure out. But people... Sentinels have a bigger one to figure out here as they face up a loss here for their first matchup of today, unless they can bounce back like we just saw happen on the other side of SG. Guys, take it away. We've got Sentinels, Swamp Gaming, Museum of Contemplation.
Can Swamp Gaming close it out in 2 and look as comfortable as they did in the first and third round there on Domination? Or will we see the glimpse that we saw from Sentinels of that round 2 of Domination, where they just looked like they had really gotten the number of SG there, Dogman, but sadly they weren't able to convert when they moved on a little bit further. I do think that the pick and ban is going to be absolutely integral for them here. I think you're completely right. I mean, Devil Dinosaur at the moment, yes, is a focus, but against a team like Swamp Gaming, their backline is insane. You can't allow them to have Gambit, but at the same time, Sentinels are going to go down the same strategy here. It is going to be a removal of the Devil Dinosaur. But that being said, if you also give Devil Dinosaur to Swamp Gaming, I think I'd be pretty scared with what they do with it as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with it so far, I guess. Like, they go for their Gambit protect, but we got to start banning out things like some of the Vanguards, maybe getting rid of the Elsa, or sorry, the Emma, because, okay, they go for the Loki ban as well. Okay, that's interesting. But then I think the Phoenix ban coming through from Swamp Gaming is also smart. Again, like they also shut down any character that can maybe counter the overhealth. On top of having the removal of Devil Dino's overhealth too, if they get the Phoenix. So they finally go for that ban. Okay, that's kind of a nice change up. I like that out of Sentinels, but the problem is that it's kind of working backwards is my only difficult aspect of this. They still want to play front to back, but we saw, I mean, there were times when you kind of still had Devil Dino become useless, right? Like in the overarching scheme of things when we looked at Midtown last time, obviously different map type, but I'm going to be very interested to see if this does work for Sentinels moving forward.
Yeah, by banning the Phoenix, you open up the Star-Lord, and whilst I was mentioning that Star-Lord maybe didn't do the job for Sentinels, they didn't have a Gambit. Gambit plus Star-Lord going into a Devil Dinosaur is a terrifying thing to have to face up against. You're going to build up that ult very comfortably, and you are going to be very difficult to take down, especially with the Raging Royal Flush alongside it. Captain America will be removed by Sentinels, and they will protect Invisible Woman, though. Again, just making sure they have something to use on that backline. And Swamp Gaming get one last ban after the Star-Lord Protect, which I'm slightly... Okay, yeah, they take down Phoenix. I think that is a smart job for them. But Swamp Gaming now with Star-Lord plus Gambit, I'm not looking forward to this one for Sentinels. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, same here. Unless, I mean, I just want to see if we can see, like, we have like a Devil Dino team that can really capitalize from the strengths of that character. I think the difficulty for Devil Dino is, yes, he's really strong and he is incredibly broken. But I mean, some of the other characters got buffed, right? That's the tough part. Is like every Vanguard was slightly increased. You know, with Phoenix being buffed, also a lot of the duelists have been improved. So you can still remove Devil Dino out of these team fights if you have enough damage output, especially with the Star-Lord, especially with Phoenix. Because as much health as he has, like, people don't really recognize how much, for example, like, people are like, oh, Bucky didn't get a buff because he got damage nerfed elsewhere, but his bullet damage goes up. Same thing with Phoenix. Phoenix gets to 55 from 50 damage per shot. At the pro level, dude, like, these guys have such good aim and can benefit from having an increase of just a single damage per bullet. It really makes a difference, as we've seen so far.
Well, it's Swamp Gaming versus Sentinels. It's map 2. And it's do or die for Sen here on Museum of Contemplation. As they start to build their composition up a little bit, of course, they're going to be building around that Devil Dinosaur. It looks like they've got the Captain America for Crimzo as well. As it is going to be a Star-Lord versus Star-Lord, but it's going to be Ry-Mazing once more on that Ultron, so not going to see him have the ability to play a duelist. Although, really, I mean, Ultron, kind of a duelist in his own way. But keep an eye on Melophobia on that Star-Lord, going to be a huge factor here for SG.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing is, well, to talk about for Swamp Gaming, I mean, I like what Sentinels did with the ban of the Captain America, at least, because Kraz was that good on the Captain America. But we'll see if they can adjust, right, with the Venom matchup and actually getting it 1-to-1. Melo goes aggressive to fall back, rather, to peel off the dive from Ryan. The squad rather to dive back onto Ryan, but they're able to get the KO onto Oasis through Daze, who is now on the Black Cat after that wasn't banned out first, like we saw. And maybe we get to see why Daze, also one of the best players in the world, on other heroes, but the Black Cat obviously a new pickup for him as she just released, and she's been incredibly strong so far in the ranked ladder, and Daze surely another guy who can play these melee characters at a very high level.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm very excited to see what Daze can do on Black Cat, because we've already seen what he can do on Daredevil. You're going to see more of it from the Black Cat, and sometimes it's even scarier with the speed of which Black Cat can move through, as at the moment it's a race to ultimates with Melo and Yusha, and Melo has won it. He's going to be the first one to get ultimate available, and it's instantly going to be that Galactic Legend used straight away and focused a lot onto the starting front line of the side of Sentinels, and so much damage has been done, but not converted, as you are ripped out of the sky by Ry-Mazing. Rage of Ultron will now follow, and Sentinels look to force back SG.
Yeah, I'm curious if this keeps moving forward like this for the side of Sentinel. As the Raging Roll flushing off his side in the sky, Yusha pops the ultimate. Looks towards that back scatter, slows him down though. Maybe they can get the KO onto him while he's being brought in by that Sonic Seduction, but no. Nice pocket to keep them healthy. However, somehow Swamp Gaming also have a good hero help to work with it. Going with the See You Later, popped in by Flame-Maze into his boundary, but can we find the KOs in the middle of it with Kraz's? Beast of the Abyss does connect, but it's only on a Dongman, it looked like, so only he's antied, but he's obviously a Vanguard who can soak all of that damage, also pops his own ultimate, finds Scatter, who is brought back by a BRB, and eventually Dongman trying to find more, but they're playing such mobile characters, getting far away. At least they found Forky and Valentina, then Kraz, so slowly they've worked into it. Daze pops the ult, but can they find any KOs through all of this healing? Yes, you find two with Scatter, but it's not enough as this cart moves towards the very end of first phase.
I like the switch from Sentinels as well, getting rid of Jeff and instantly moving over to White Fox, and it's very much worked out for them with Oasis now having ult available as well. It's going to be a portal from Krasman to get them right back into this one to deny that first point. And now SG, can they actually force them back? Bubble has to come out on the side of Dongmin as well to keep the rest of the squad alive, but Crimzo is just going to go onto the back line and be able to find one, but not able to actually convert it. But Valentina does go down to Oasis and just finishes up the pieces that were done, and it looks like Sentinels should be able to close this first point out, because no one from SG able to get that pick they were looking for.
Yeah, nice work to just pressure off a lot of the damage in that fight. Mello had to fall back, and as did Forky, I believe, in that fight. So right now, Sentinels do a good job just, taking apart the side of Swamp Gaming. And if they can keep it up, I like how you talked about how Oasis went over to the White Fox. Oasis definitely a huge pickup for this squad and was one of the best players in the EMEA, and now coming over, you can see exactly why. The fast swaps, those fast changes are what we want to see out of other teams. They go aggressive now with Ultron's Rage, but Crimzo goes down early. Excellent sort of peel-off job from them, but the cart's still moving forward until about now. Daze finds another one, and Mello has to use the ult, actually, at the very end in the sky, so at least for Sentinels, they popped that ultimate, but still a fight win for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, just speaking of Oasis, I was very surprised that he was let go from Team Heretics, and it's an instant snap-up. I think Sentinels will be delighted to be able to grab him and add him to their roster. I think whoever was able to get him would have been delighted, but the fact that Sentinels can improve on their performance last in preseason, they're looking like they might even be stronger coming into this. Even though they're down a map at the moment, they're looking a little bit more comfortable here on Museum of Contemplation. Yusha has the Galactica Legend available, but Valentina is going to pop the Raging Royal Flush as a response as well for the rest of the team. So no initial pick on the side of the Sentinels. The Galactic Legend is not going to work out for them. Instead, Yusha is going to be focused quite heavily, and look at the ult economy for SG here to use in this next fight.
Yeah, it's so much. Luckily, Flamme did swap over to that Rocket Raccoon, gets the BRB back for Crimzo, but everybody's just sitting above. Either it's the Venom or it's the Black Cat just hiding in the sky, but finally they get rid of Daze. Dongmin does an excellent job tracking him down, but the BRB brings him back two. So while the offensive BRB brought back one, so does the defensive one, and this time you get two. Forky does get traded from Usher, but Daze is still here. I mean, the problem is he's brought back and is able to get so much damage on the Black Cat so far. That's another fight win, basically, for Swamp Gaming off of that BRB and follow-up out of that Black Cat.
Cooling card still available for Daze as well to just be a nuisance on the side of SG against Sentinels here. LeMay is going to have ult available for Rocket, but that's the only thing they have to work with. So SG should be able to comfortably take this next fight if they time these ultimates correctly, but at the same time, they're going to want to delay and stall a little bit and force Sentinels to do something. And there you have it. LeMay is going to pop that initial ult. And SG now, will there be a response? It looks like the answer's going to be no, because two members have already fallen, and they might just let this one go and keep that ult economy nice and healthy, as Krasman going to be one of the last and will eventually get shut down.
Yeah, engaged there by Flamme. Obviously used the ult like you mentioned, and not much used on a Swamp Gaming side. Actually, nothing used rather. Besides that invis boundary for Swamp Gaming side, or rather, no, Forky switches off after they use the see you later in that fight. So at least they go for that one-for-one trade, making towards the very end. 56 seconds left to go. They've done a good job holding so far, and they have so many ults to work with here. Crash can get also a big Feast of the Abyss, whereas Crimzo needs to stall this out with his Capel and buy time for Rai to build his ult.
Oasis has Invisible Boundary as well to use on the defensive side. Yusha just got Galactic Legend, so there are going to be responses here for Sentinels as the ults now come out for SG. Forky Dog has gone down, so Sentinels are up in numbers, and SG probably reluctant to use some of these ults, but now here comes the Raging Royal Flush into Galactic Legend. A lot of Melophobia, but the response on the side from Yusha as well. Can he win it out? Yes, he can! Huge KO from Yusha to shut down Melo, and it looks like Sen should surely be able to stabilize here, but there is going to be the reses coming out from Forky Dog with that Rocket Raccoon as they stay on this point, do Swamp Gaming.
Invisible Boundary there by Oasis lets him win that 1v1. Traded for one, though, is Dongmin, and Scatter Portal from Crimzo here is just in the nick of time as well. Should bring back Dongmin to the fight. Same thing with Yusha, but Daze with the ult. That's 1-2. Maybe going to find more. Can't get the reset, though, because he's looking at a Daredevil or Devil Dino, and nobody touches either. So Sentinels, they couldn't touch the objective, get it moving, and now Swamp Gaming hold.
Excuse you? They were forced back. So much pressure from Swamp Gaming that no one was able to get on the point. I thought for sure someone's going to be able to dip a toe in or was just waiting around the corner. Alas, what a hold that is from Swamp Gaming. And considering that Invisible Boundary had come out to allow that 1v1 to go their way, with the Star-Lord on Star-Lord action, I thought that was just going to be enough of an opening, but it was actually the positioning from Swamp Gaming. They gave them so much freedom to force Sen back there. And now all Swamp Gaming have to do is get that second point, and they will win this map and this series to go 1-0 up to start us off here in this group.
Yeah, a big thing that I'm noticing out of Swamp Gaming so far is I mean, Daze is already not getting KO'd as much as we've seen other Black Cat players. I think he's slowed it down heavily. And if they do lose one of these fights where they pop a Stratus Assault and also the Galactic Legend, they're only losing one. I mean, the players, especially this stage, it feels like people have really figured out the exact locations to be, especially in this third-person game where they're playing around corners very well. Like, you see so many perfect angles now being taken by either Mello or anybody. It just feels like they're in the right spot at the right time, taking cover at all times. It doesn't feel like you have a free angle on basically anybody. And Swamp Gaming, I mean, they get it done, right? Like you said, just understanding when to flip the tempo and dive towards Sentinel's backline when they have advantage. They lost Crimzo in that fight early, even though they had invisible boundaries. So all of these sort of things are culminating in Sentinel slightly losing the series so far.
Here's something we're very familiar with. Daze onto Wolverine. Mello's going to be over onto the Moon Knight as well. So this is a very interesting composition that's going to come out. And as I've said, Moon Knight into Devil Dinosaur, I think, is one of the best things you can do, especially in your ranked games at lower levels in particular. But now you are going to see Yusha just trying to find the KO onto Melophobia. Not going to quite do so, but does force Mello back to the spawn. And Mello does switch back on over as well. Going to be the Winter Soldier he's going to try and push instead. As still, Yusha is applying set pressure at the moment. Has been such a thorn in the side to Swamp Gaming.
Huge pull as well onto Oasis, even waiting for one to come back. BRB does bring them back, but Daze with the claws on the front line. Wide does trade back Valentina. And no BRB on the front line to bring them into the fight. So missing a healer, sadly for them. They just want to go full, like, just destroy this Devil Dino comp. Or Daze just grabs the Captain America, but he's able to sort of bounce around. Can he live? Nice work from him. Also gets those rocket heals from across the map. So crucially, keeps that pocket up for him in this fight. But Daze building up that ult pretty quickly in the upcoming fight.
Needs to get this health back, does as well. That just keeps him alive, and then he gets the duck, and he's getting protected. Pocket at the moment is so big onto Daze, and they just can't take him down, and Dongman will fall because of it. And Swamp Gaming will very much have the advantage here as Daze gets a second onto Amazing, and Sentinels have to fall back. And this first point is going to be easily taken by Swamp Gaming by the looks. And yes, it will be confirmed. Daze just tearing through them, slashing through them comfortably, making mincemeat of Sentinels right now.
It seems like everybody has to funnel towards that objective where you're getting shot by Bucky with that damage upgrade, and then same thing with Daze onto that Wolverine. And he's on the Bucky because of the Phoenix ban, and it's looked just as good. Able to deal with Dongman and crew, and like you said, I mean, kind of solo tanking, solo sort of stabilizing for Dongman's side. But once that shield's gone, once a lot of those cooldowns are removed, everybody else has to funnel in with this triple strat comp. And I think we haven't seen these triple strat comps really succeed so far today. It's been this 2-2-2 to kind of lead unless there's that Mantis involved without the Phoenix.
Well, Galactic Legend is going to be popped, and it is going to be used to delete that ultimate as well on the side, but Daze finally gets taken down. Not going to be able to do the damage onto the Devil Dino he wanted to previously, but Dongman is now going to fall, so it is going to be a 5 versus 5 as SG continue to push forward, and they do have Bucky ult, plus, of course, Valentina with a Raging Royal Flush available for SG2, as it slows down a little bit because Sentinels just back away, but now SG start to press some more.
Absolutely, just kind of walking towards that front line, getting pushing. 4 minutes left to go. And basically every ult in the game on their side. For Sentinels, they, haven't... Oh my goodness! The hook does get rid of Yusha. Excellent work from him. They pop the Raging Royal Flush to now capitalize off of that hook from him, but the BRB will bring back Yusha. Invisible Boundary also set back. Actually, Dongman goes down. Too much damage with the Raging Royal Flush and Scatter, who has been phenomenal on the Emma so far. You get to use that Ultron's Rage in the sky. Scatter does get traded out, at least, so you trade one tank for one. But everybody else on the inside get to wait out that damage, and Daze now comes through on the flank. Found two in that giant ultimate from him. Brings back everybody, and the Groot ult as well, capitalized from Mello to keep it moving, keep it rolling forward as Sentinels fall piece by piece, player by player, as Dongman is the last to do so, be the dominoes that fall in that fight with 4 meters to go. Barely here in time with the portal, so they do touch.
Kraken Impact was used by SG as well. Melophobia was able to get a lot of damage, but I think this is going to be the beginning of the end. No one really able to do anything from Sentinels out of the portal, and Swamp Gaming have just looked like the unbeatable force, just as they were in preseason. Swamp Gaming closes out 2-1 and close out the series 2-0 against Sentinels.
Excellent work from the side of Swamp Gaming. We kind of, all of the fears, I guess, for Swamp Gaming are still kind of true, where either domination still needs to be kind of cleaned up a bit, but not having any of those sort of opinions on Convoy or Convergence. I mean, they're just as good as they always have been. And if they can keep it up, then especially if they can keep improving at domination, if they can get that map win or game win over Team Liquid if we go to the playoffs, that would be big. But obviously losing a round to Sentinels on Domination is kind of almost expected out of Swamp Gaming. I feel like we learned sort of the same things that we learned in the first time we've seen Swamp Gaming in the preseason.
Well, Cozy, I mean, Swamp Gaming, they look like pretty much the same terrifying force once more. And I'm very curious about how deadly Swamp Gaming look in scrims with Devil Dinosaur to allow Valentina on Gambit once more, because they just look too good with Gambit available to them.
Yeah, seriously, like, oh my days. I've got a phobia, and the only prescription is more of the Swamp Gaming team. It feels like they... Again, I'm going to say this in the interview, too, when we get the chance to talk to them. It just feels like they don't have egos. Like, it just feels like the team is so balanced across the board that no one, like... You can never say, like, oh, this person's the best on that team, because they all do so much for their squad. And as you guys can see, I mean, for me, Daze just adapts to the dive so well. One thing I want to highlight and that I saw, like, let's take Crimzo on for Sentinels. There's just not a lot of dive with him on that cap, whereas someone with Kraz or with this team as a whole, it just seems like they're kind of all in on the same target and a bit more connected, not only with them on comms, but with their team lineup and what they can do as heroes in their selection, hero pool selection. Zogman, do you think that has a big part to play with how they're finding the success?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, flexibility is something we always talk about as being a priority for every team in the top scene. And right now, I mean, the thing is, there's not much you could do to ban out Swamp Gaming. You know, realistically, if we go to their worst map type, which is Domination, you can kind of beat them there. But I feel like they've been untouchable once we go to Combo and Convergence, besides only one team so far. And that is because of, like you said, the flexibility. The fact that they have Wolverine. I mean, no other team's really even trying to play Wolverine right now. In North America, obviously we have teams over at EMEA running it, and they're all the top teams. So it's kind of always been weird to me that not a lot of teams pick up the Wolverine like we see Daze do.
No, yeah, for sure. We don't like, really, it's Daze, and mostly Daze who does represent that for NA. And honestly, it's funny because I think Coach Fox said a lot about Devil Dinosaurs on social media, Devil Dinosaur this, that, and then they end up doing just fine against the Prehistoric, Fossil over there with Sentinels and what they had to offer. And I think you put it right. They have so many answers to a lot of the solutions, and if it doesn't present itself, like the Moon Knight that they had out, but Star-Lord was there from Usher, so quickly swap out of that so you don't get picked out. They just always seem to know what the game plan is and what they need to change. Daze coming away with those 10 final hits. Absolutely disgusting. Gaskin, who else do you want to highlight on this team? Obviously, we know this backline as well.
Yeah, I think Valentina on Gambit is always going to be such an incredible position to find yourself in. Her position to make sure that she's always alive when that Raging Royal Flush is available is always fantastic for the side as well. But you've got to look at their front line for Swamp Gaming. The way that they move together as Vanguards, unbelievably difficult to try and combat, because either they're just in your face and being oppressive together, or they'll send one person on the flank and then just collapse and pinch onto you. You put that alongside the Duelists, it does feel like they are unbeatable at times, and very impressed with how Swamp Gaming have how to continue from preseason into Stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, if we highlight what you just said, you talked about Cooper earlier and how, like, they just don't die as Gambit either. I think that's what makes a lot of these strategists great, is in the most important moments, they're alive and able to offer their team what they need to, and seeing where it all comes together in one piece. Now, when you look at that front line, oftentimes too, like, this is what I'm talking about. We'll highlight other players, but like Kraz and the consistency, it's really a consistency with them, dog, that they've got. Like, they don't have a ton of off days, off map, sure, maybe game modes, but really they've shown the same throughout. I mean, heck, they blew through the playoffs in the upper bracket with almost no opposition.
Yeah, they've been some of the best Vanguards in the game, and like you said, not enough people probably talk about them too, alongside everybody in the squad. And it feels like their Vanguards are super consistent. People always put them in their all-star lineups, if not some of the best in North America. So yeah, I'm 100% with you in that boat. They're such a versatile and very high-level duo. I mean, not too many people have found out their weaknesses for sure, but for this side, for at least for Devil Dinosaur, like you mentioned, like the thing with the problem with this hero is that for a lot of people is that it's just like a giant pillow. Like, it's not a giant pillow, sorry. It's like a giant bed kind of soaking up all of the damage on the other side. You saw like the damage taken, damage blocked. It was like 50,000 damage blocked compared to the next highest at like 26,000. So the only problem is, these furniture, couches, whatever, they do really poorly against claws, and Wolverine has them just like cats in real life.
Well, let's go ahead and welcome in with that our interview, and it is Melophobia, just one of the best duelists, especially here in the America scene. It's good to have you again on our screens, maybe not all together as one unit right now, but definitely just great to see what Swamp has been really since you guys, saw that amazing preseason that you did have. Walk me through that. We had a couple seasons pass, really a full month. What have you guys been doing? Because all these other teams are changing rosters and strategy. You guys are the same. It's the same 6. We know exactly what to expect. Obviously, you guys have great subs as well. What have you all done in the offseason?
So we didn't feel like we needed to change rosters. We felt like we had the best players, in the world. Like we were very confident in our roster. We had a couple of staff members, specifically Skyza from former Na'Vi as an analyst. She's been helping out a ton. And we've just been focusing on ourselves, just getting better at ults, better communication, and fleshing out our hero pools. Like specifically, well, we didn't see it today, and maybe this is a leak. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but Scatter, Genji, Pola picked up the cap. We feel very confident in cap now with him on cap. Just fleshing out our hero pools, just focusing on ourselves. We don't really need to make roster changes.
Awesome.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think you're actually one of the better players to talk about that because, originally I think it was like a lot of Magic you played back in the day, right? And, you've kind of picked up all these hit scans and you play like basically everything. Like, how did you evolve from, basically back in the day, maybe not playing as many different heroes, but to be able to pick up, the Phoenix and all these hit scan characters to a very high level? What was that process like for you?
So originally, when the game first came out, I was not the hit scan player. It was me and a Madian and I was playing the Daze role. I was playing the Wolf. Yeah. I was playing Bucky back then. But then it was really whenever DD came out, I couldn't pick up DD for the life of me. But Daze picked it up very well, and I was able to. I just naturally have like the aim, so all I had to do was just like learn the characters, and I just picked up the hit scan, and so they shifted me to there. And I like to think my hero pool is probably the biggest in the game. I think. At least one of. I'm confident in almost every single DPS, and I can flex onto supports or tanks if needed.
And that was evident. They tried to ban Phoenix against you, and then I was like, well, you can move over to Star-Lord or whatever you want, and you're still going to be a threat. My question is, they were very adamant to ban Devil Dinosaur away from you guys. Is that something that in scrims you've been dominating with? Like, why are they so happy to get Dinosaur away from you and give you Gambit pretty much every single time?
We first ran into the Devil Dinosaur first ban yesterday. We were very shocked and we actually struggled at the start. And I think it's mostly because it's mostly a shock factor ban. Like people don't have practice with Gambit as much right now because it's been first ban for almost half a year now. So it's more likely it's mostly just pulling the rug from underneath us, but we just focused on why were we struggling. We realized those like small details, like, and it's basically just I think the Dino first ban is fake. I think it's still Gambit. That Gambit ult is really, really powerful. And Dino can get not countered but play around very well. I think it's just fake.
Well, we certainly saw that in the results today, the majority of it. Listen, I think humility is a big part of what makes this team work. No one's trying to force the spotlight, and the results are showing it as well. And we just appreciate you guys as a team, and you as a player, Melo, just so fun to watch. Your journey, looking back a year ago to now, it's crazy, buddy, and Days even more. So thank you so much for coming on the interview. We wish you more luck. I know job is far from finished. You've been here before in the preseason. Want to continue on the show, and thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that is Melophobia. And listen, hey, dog, he just said it best, right? It was kind of what I was leading to, I think, last interview. It's like with Elsa and Gambit, it's like some of these you just never get to play. And so you have that shock value of having to adjust a bit to these heroes that are now open. And I think, Gaskin, that's what's really cool about this game, because when you have new heroes drop and then you have the balance patches on top of it, there's sometimes so many problems to fix, and you're trying to figure it out, especially day one. What is the biggest issue?
And that's the thing. In preseason, I think Melo got to play Elsa 16 times, which just should have never happened. People were just so scared, though, of the potential Gambit on the side of Valentina that they allowed the Elsa to go through. And now we seem to have flipped that script, and they're so scared of the Dino that you're letting other things go through for Valentina and for Melo here. And that is why Swamp Gaming are so good. No matter how you try and target ban, they have an answer. They have a deep hero pool, and they are one of the biggest threats in this league. And the further they get into it, the stronger they get, the more chemistry they have, the bigger a threat they get to Team Liquid Citadel, which of course is their main competition in the other group.
Well, listen, Dog, I saw you smiling whenever he said that Dino ban is fake, but I think there's a good point to it. Quite literally, large hero 2 weeks in and can kind of do everything with the bleed, the grabs of the Vanguard, creating that pressure, grounding flyers, constant damage soak. Like, there is a lot to respect about the Dino, right? And so I think that's why we are seeing teams try to give that respect, but maybe it's not needed.
Yeah, maybe it's not. And taking a look back at the group standings, too, it shows, right? Like, I think that every Daredevil Dino team, or sorry, not Daredevil Dino, Devil Dino. I mean, sometimes that combo happens, but yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, Citadel, and Space Station Gaming winning today over the teams that prioritize that hero. And then for Swamp Gaming, they got their win in Group B. So realistically, tough stuff for the losing sides today. But out of the 3 matches today so far, it's been the Gambit, like you said. And yeah, I kind of agree with him. It seems like a bit of a fake ban at the current moment due to the fact that, I mean, yeah, that character just takes a bunch of damage, but doesn't do much else besides that, to be honest. Like, he can grab people. He definitely is like a Vanguard version of Wolverine, a better version of Angela almost. But even then, he doesn't bring as much value to the team as Gambit does, right?
For sure. And listen, I mean, I think as we did take a look at those group standings in general, it's like, take a look at the roster and what you brought in the hero pool, but also, like, if you're Sentinels, you win against Swamp. It's a tough day 1, right? Try to reset kind of the mental and try to get things rolling. And speaking of what is ahead of us, because this is day 1, we've got a lot of action back to back. It is going to be a stacked day 2. We have 3 matches today. Well, we've got 4 tomorrow, and we start with NRG Shock to Nightmare. Gaskin going to 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. That feels like a very important game as well.
A very important one indeed. I'm very excited to see what FlyQuest look like with their new additions. Of course, Cart now on that roster, I think is going to be a very exciting one for them. Then Stickdrift versus TSM. Of course, Stickdrift previously Lunex. And then, yeah, we lost versus Equinox, who, of course, both of them fall today. So we're going to have to see if they can answer back tomorrow in their match.
Absolutely. So stacked day 2 that we're looking forward to bringing to you. And hopefully day 1, well, it answered the call. And I think it did. I think we got a lot of answers. So first of all, the 1 and 2, the ones in America, pretty evident, right? Both handled their assignment very well in both TLC and Swamp Gaming. Didn't really break too much into it. And then the rest of it, we're still figuring out, right, Dogman? Like, I think tomorrow's going to help us answer that a bit more with our first look at some of these new teams put together.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see, who are the best teams on Gambit so far, because you're always going to need that in your back pocket like we saw. That was the problem in preseason for a lot of squads, is because kind of what he said in the interview, what Melo said, you have to be able to play it at some point because you're going to be rusty and you're going to have to play it, and you have to play it to a very high level. It's hard to figure out the exact ways to play around the Gambit because he's a very unique hero in this game compared to every other strat line you're going to run.
Well, from over here in production side, we want to say thank you for watching day number 1 of what has been a great start. We're looking forward to what will be the path to the midseason finals. Again, I'm your host, Cozy, and we had the awesome action brought to you by Dogman there and Gaskin. We've got 4 tomorrow, more drops to go and farm up as well if you missed them. Thanks so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 거야